Hey everybody, Mike Settele here, and in this video, I'm going to take practice SAT number 7 in the Bluebook app, but we are going to do it in grind mode, meaning that I am going to go as slow as possible and literally articulate every single thought, every single decision that enters my brain, and along the way, everything that you need to know to answer every single one of those questions. So it's going to be a monster long video. This is only for people who are really looking to dive deeply either into part of the test or just a type of topic. But regardless, remember, I do have individual videos for all of the questions in this test that are going to be much more efficient, probably as a way to study if you're just looking to review that practice test. The best way to do that is to go over to my SAT resource library and then click this button that says practice test. Okay, it's going to take you to a self-explanatory page where you can review just the questions that you get wrong after you've taken the test. But if you want that extra piece, this video is for you. This is one where we're really going to think about every single decision we make to maximize efficiency, maximize our strategy usage, all those things. And to help us with that, I'm going to use the strategy trainer in my website. This is a great way to try to remind yourself as you take the test how to answer different types of questions. So we'll see it as we go. But let me also show you the setup of how to do what I'm about to do, right? So you go into Bluebook as always. You're going to click full length practice test as always. And then we're going to do practice test 7. So SAT number 7. And I'm going to turn on accommodations because basically I just want to turn the timer off and make it so that I can just go at whatever pace I want. So I do want to add extended time. This is not something that you should do unless this is not something you should do for an actual practice test where you're looking to get a practice score, because this will completely mess up your pacing and your time and all that. But I'm going to do it so I don't have to worry about the clock at all. So I'm going to put double time on for both sections. I'm also going to add extra breaks, extended breaks, breaks as needed, which basically just gives me a pause button that allows me to kind of have more control over what I'm doing. So basically, yeah, it's almost as if there's no clock essentially here. I am not going to check off the other two pieces though. If you check off raised line drawings, you will get a different version of the test. So you don't want to do that ever unless you're approved for that. And then text to speech, obviously, I'm just going to be doing the talking, so we don't need that. But this is a good way if you've already taken this practice test before to maybe come back and kind of do it in a way that I'm doing it, this kind of slow, methodical way. But overall, that reminds me, just do not watch this video unless you yourself have taken practice SAT 7 already and you've already seen all those questions. I'm going to spoil everything in excruciating detail. So don't waste a practice test watching a video like this. This is meant to be something you can watch after the fact to really get a sense of what you can do to move through the test in the right way, kind of the way I do. So I will be talking a lot. We'll be using the strategy trainer. But for now, I think that's all we need for the settings. So then we can just hit next and the test will begin. I'm going to reset before we get into reading module 1 for practice SAT number 7. Okay, and here we go. We are going to enter module number 1 here for the reading section. And I'm going to approach it the same way I would a normal test where the time isn't ridiculously inflated. I'm going to skip to the grammar questions, right? So that's usually going to be around question 15. This is not a grammar question. That's okay. It doesn't bother me too much. But number 16 is, right? It says standard English conventions or conventions of standard English. There we go. So to make sure that you're understanding exactly what I'm doing, I am going to turn my strategy trainer to grammar. And this is the kind of thing that I just have memorized, right? So when I take the test, all this stuff is in my head. I'm thinking about all this, but this is grind mode, right? We're going to go excruciating detail and do intense visuals for every single test, for every single question. So let's also make this a little bit bigger. Ooh, that's very big. That's okay. We'll keep it big. And remember, the main strategy for grammar is to predict the rules. So we're going to read the answer choices first, make note of what's changing, and use it to decide which grammar rule is being tested. So I don't want to just dive into a paragraph with a blank in it. I have no idea where we're going, what this is about. But when I look at the answer choices, it's very clear what this is about, right? These are verbs. So I have some rules for verbs here. Check each of the verb rules in this order. So the first rule I need to check is agreement, which is essentially thinking about singular and plural verbs. So I'm going to just create one of these little, here it is. Yep, that's what I want. Actually, I'm a little too zoomed in. Let's do it this one. And I normally on the SAT, I don't use this little notes feature. I have my scratch paper that I use during the reading section, but just so that everything's on the screen, it's a little easier, I'm going to use it here. And essentially what I'm doing is I'm going through the choices and I'm labeling each of these answer choices as either singular or plural based on the verb, right? So have, I know from memory, is a plural verb. Is, I know, is a singular verb. Were is a plural verb, and are is also a plural verb. Now, I know that because it's memorized, right? I know that this rule matters. I know that singulars and plurals matter. So I just know which verbs are singular and plural. A lot of you make simple sentences to do that. You might say something like, they have been to the store recently. He has been to the store recently, right? That's a slightly different verb. And we would say like, he have been to the store sounds wrong, right? The reason I don't like those sentences is I think it just takes longer, but there are other verb forms that we'll see in other later rules where maybe those sentences kind of can get you in trouble. So the best goal is to just be as quick as I was to memorize the plurals and singulars. Since all four verbs are categorized as singular and plural here, I know that this is probably a question that's genuinely testing the singular and plural rule. And I also know that choice B is almost certainly the answer, because most questions about agreement follow what I call the 3 versus 1 strategy, where you will have 3 choices that are, let's say, plural, and 1 that is singular, and the odd one out is pretty much always going to be right. So they do break this rule occasionally on some very hard questions, and we'll get into that if necessary. Watch my lessons on verb agreement for more on this, but this is very reliable. The only other thing I would do on the real test to just be really sure that I'm correct is I would read the sentence with the blank, and I would try to find the subject of this verb, which is going to hopefully be a singular noun of some kind. So the vest, I don't even know how to say that, frottoir, is a wearable washboard that is played by rubbing spoons or bottle openers against it. So I've never heard of this in my life, but it seems singular because it's one thing, right? It's the thing. So there you go. They're also earlier talking about one instrument, so that maybe helps. But remember, for a subject of a verb, the subject is going to be in the sentence that has the verb. So it's not like we really technically need these earlier sentences, but maybe here it just kind of reminds us that this new word is singular. But this should be an easy question. You really don't want to struggle on this. But this process that we use for verbs, very, very important. It will matter as these get much harder. And the biggest trap on the verb questions for grammar is they sometimes want you to think that the question is about past, present, future, right? What's another difference between these choices? Well, were is a past tense verb, is a present tense, are is a present tense, have been is kind of somewhere in the middle. And so they want you thinking, when does this sentence take place? When does this action take place? This is about the verb tense as we think of it. But nope, this is completely different. The tense of the verb has nothing to do with this. So let's move on. That's a lot for one question. That is what we're going to do in the grind mode. Lots for one question. So what do we got here? Another grammar question. Looks like it's more about verbs. So this is great. We're going to do the exact same thing, but you'll see it's probably going to be different. I can already tell. So we're going to categorize these as singular, plural. Has been characterized. Well, has is singular. Will be characterized. Well, that one's tricky, right? Because you could say he will be characterized, or you could say they will be characterized, and nothing's really changing except he versus they, the singular versus plural. So this is a case where we have a tense where both things are true, where it could be singular, it could be plural, just depends on the context. So the fact that this verb, this choice, could be either singular, plural, and there's no real difference is already telling me it's probably not the agreement rule. But let's continue. Characterized is also going to be a verb tense that is both, right? He characterized the book. I don't know. I'm talking about simple sentences. He characterized the book. They characterized the book, right? It doesn't change whether we're talking about one person, he, or multiple people, they. And then D would be is. We saw that one before, so that's singular. So in terms of process, even though now I know this is not an agreement question, I'm glad I went through the process. So how do I know it's not an agreement question? Well, because in most cases, except the very, very hardest with this rule, when we go through the choices, all 4 choices will be definitively characterized, classified as either singular or plural. Not both, not some other weird verbs, just either of those 2. So that's not happening here, right? We have 2 that don't really have a definitive characterization, classification. So the next place I would go is this to and ing rule. I'm sure we'll talk more about that later. But that doesn't really apply here. So the reason it's called the to and ing rule is there's usually going to be a to version of the verb, like to characterize, and or a ing version, like characterizing. And I just don't see that here. So maybe this feels like extra steps, but trust me, as these questions get harder, these extra steps are worthwhile. But basically what we've done is we've ruled out two other verb rules, the singular plural agreement rule and the sentence structure to an ing rule. Now we're in safe territory. Now we can think about past, present, future. And as we do that, we're pretty much just going to go back to thinking about our instincts and what sounds good, because this is the easiest of the verb rules. It's usually just enough to think about our instincts. So we can read the whole thing, whole paragraph, and let's see what it says. Featuring jagged peaks of black ink surrounded by hazy swirls of blue and green paint. This person's 1983 painting, the panorama of Mount Lu, is inspired by the tradition of this thing, a type of Chinese landscape painting, characterized by the use of blue and green hues to depict ethereal, otherworldly landscapes. It feels like characterized because that's past tense. It's a tradition, right? So that's something that's been going on for a while. So a type of Chinese landscape painting will be characterized. They're defining it, right? So it must already exist. And it's not like it's been characterized by a single person at some point. So A sounds weird as well. And D sounds weird. I mean, just read it in there. This painting is inspired by this tradition. A type of Chinese landscape painting is categorized by the use of blue and green hues. Yeah, it's got to be C. Though now that I think about it, I'm going to check the answer. I know that the answer is C here. But I know I've taken this test before, just full spoiler alert. I've taken this test. I know all the answers and everything. I've got them on my other screen. And the reason is I don't want to get anything wrong and tell you the wrong thing. But so 16, the one we just did is we had the right answer. Here, yeah, it is C. But actually, now that I think about it, I'm going back a little bit on what I said earlier. I do think that there's an element of this to and ing rule in this question. I don't think it's hard. I think most people will get C because of past, present, future. But I do think that a big reason that C is right has to do with the sentence structure, right? So we have a sentence here. We have an extra clause up front, right? So we can ignore that. Let's get rid of it. Oh, I thought there was a strike through feature. Let's just use pink. So we can get rid of that. The main sentence is here in yellow. There we go. Get rid of that. There we go. So this could just stand on its own, right? This person's 1983 painting, Panorama of Mount Lu, is inspired by the tradition of King Lu Shan-shi. I don't know how to say any of this. That's a sentence, right? We could put a period right here where this comma is. Then what are we doing? We have this other piece, which I'll put in blue, that we want to be an extra clause, right? We want it to be a description of this King Lu Shan-shui thing. So if we put choice C, characterized kind of lets it be like an adjective here. And so this all just becomes kind of like a long description, a type of Chinese landscape painting characterized by the use of blue and green hues to depict ethereal, otherworldly landscapes. If we picked something like D, this blue piece actually starts to become its own sentence. A type of Chinese landscape painting is characterized by the use of blue and green hues. That's now its own sentence. And that's a problem. It's not a very good sentence, but it would be enough to stand on its own with a capital letter and a period. But we wouldn't be able to join two sentences in yellow and blue with just a comma. We would need a semicolon. We would need a comma and a conjunction, because you can't join two sentences with only a comma. It just cannot happen. So if we have two independent clauses, we need some sort of stronger punctuation, which we don't have here. So C is the only one that presents us with a verb form that actually does that. And even though I said this is not a to and ing question because we don't have a to version, we don't have an ing version, I do think that a little bit of the same ideas are coming in to this question, is really we do need to think about sentence structure. So this to and ing thing is something I kind of came up with as like a name because it's helpful for understanding what's going on and a way to recognize the questions that have this rule when you know it's not an easy rule to recognize. But sometimes we do get these kind of weirder versions of this to and ing rule where we might not see the to and ing versions. So just something to keep in mind. This is, again, not a hard question. The College Board calls it a medium question, and I agree. But I do think it's one that we're going to see harder versions of this that might mess with people. So it's a lot on just one question, but maybe for you, this is just like, not that hard. But for someone who teaches this SAT, this would be something that even during the test, I'd be like, oh, this is a weird kind of thing. There's some interesting stuff going on with this question. But let's move on. We get it. All right, here we have what I think of as kind of more normal of a grammar question, right? It's a punctuation grammar question. So the way the punctuation questions work is we need to think about the ordering of the choices or our priority because it's very important we do the right punctuation marks first. So you can see here, check out answers according to their priority. Our first priority is periods, right? We have one. So I'm going to assume that answer is right for a second and basically check it by asking myself 2 yes or no questions. Is the first part a sentence? Is the second part a sentence? So yeah, here we go. And we can kind of read up to the period and just see how it sounds. For centuries, scholars dreamed about locating a copy of this legendary lost work. Yes, that is a sentence. It sounds like I've completed a thought. Now, some of you are going to be like, oh, but they didn't mention the work. It's not mentioned there. So it's not a complete thought. That's not what we're doing. We're not trying to get all the details into a sentence. A sentence is not a sentence if it has all the information. It's a sentence if it has a subject and a verb. So scholars dreamed, that's all we need, a subject and a verb. I don't even think of it that way. Just listen to it. You can usually hear. So is that a sentence? Yes. Now we try the blue, starting with that. That fantasy partially became reality in 2022 when researchers uncovered traces of the star catalog on a palimpsest, a reused parchment. This is sneaky because it's got some commas, so we might want to actually break this down a little bit and try to find the core sentence. I think it's right here. That fantasy partially became reality in 2022. That is a sentence. Yeah, that is a sentence. It is a weird one because that can sometimes also be a word that connects 2 ideas. But here it's a noun. It's the subject, that fantasy. It's it's part of the subject. And then the verb is became. So just like that, we have 2 sentences and we have no choice. We have to pick C here because this is the only way to join 2 sentences given to us in the choices. We have a conjunction in D, but notice a conjunction needs a comma to be used to join 2 sentences. So we don't have that. And we have a comma in A, but no conjunction. So there you go. The only other thing I might think about is B, mostly just in case the word that is being used as just more of like a connector. But basically, let's just read it without any pauses and just see how it goes. For centuries, scholars dreamed about locating a copy of this legendary lost palimpsest that fantasy partially became reality in 2022. Yeah, it doesn't sound good. We can maybe get rid of the parentheses here. For centuries, scholars dreamed about locating a copy of this legendary lost work that fantasy became reality in 2022. No, it doesn't make any sense. So it's you can just hear it. And this is the thing, is ultimately I don't want to answer grammar questions based on my feelings of where to put commas and how things sound. But at the bottom of all of this, when we're thinking about whether something is a sentence or not, there are cases where it is just like, well, how does it sound? As someone who speaks English, I have a good sense of whether or not something sounds like a sentence or not. And so I've developed that skill over many, many years. I trust that skill. And so there's a case where instinct is helping me. But the fact that I chose choice C first is not an instinct thing. That is me just going through the order of the strategy. So that's what we're talking about here. And I can confirm C is the answer. Moving on. Another punctuation question. Another punctuation mark that stands out right away, right? A period. But notice what's next to the period in our strategy trainer, right? A semicolon. And so A and C are basically the same thing because you need to memorize what a semicolon does. A semicolon in 98% of cases is just a period. So these are the same choice, right? No words are changing, nothing. So that just means basically that there's no way for A to be right and C to be right or C to be wrong because these are doing the same thing. So we can actually cross both of them out right away because in order for the semicolon to be right, the period would need to be right as well. And you can't have 2 right answers, so they're both gone. So that kind of leads me now to B, which is a dash and shows up in line 2 here. Now, sometimes there are 2 dashes in a question. Sometimes there's only 1. So I first look and scan. I don't see another dash, right? These little things here are not dashes. Those are hyphens. They are specific to a word. They are not affecting the structure of a sentence. The dash is different. You can tell it's bigger. So essentially, when we have a single dash, one thing that needs to happen is the part before the dash needs to be a sentence. In this case, the dash is kind of behaving like a colon. We need to have a complete independent clause before that. So I'm just going to read up to the word windows and see how it sounds. With a blend of traditional design elements, such as arched Gothic ceilings, and modern ones, such as floor-to-ceiling windows, that is not a sentence, right? So you can kind of omit some pieces here. Let's get rid of this piece. Let's get rid of this piece, up to windows, and just kind of read this part. Because this is basically what we have being interrupted by some little examples. With a blend of traditional design elements and modern ones, right? You can't stop there. You can hear it, right? Basically what I'm doing is I'm forcing myself to hear whether the period could go there. If I just stopped where this dash is, pretending it's like a colon, is that a sentence? No. So that's ruling this out, which leaves me with this, which kind of makes sense because it does sound like an intro clause where I'm kind of ending it with a comma. And then the main sentence I think is going to be here, right? Transitional design splits the difference between old and new. That's a sentence. A mixture that is increasingly seen in home interiors in the US, right? There's a lot of commas in this sentence, but the essential sentence here is in yellow. Transitional design splits the difference between old and new. Now, if we wanted to add a little bit more to the sentence, we would say, with a blend of traditional design elements and modern ones, transitional design splits the difference between old and new. That sounds fine too, but notice this whole thing is so chopped up. It's sometimes hard to read. With a blend of traditional design elements, such as arched Gothic ceilings, and modern ones, such as floor-to-ceiling windows, transitional design splits the difference between old and new, a mixture that is increasingly seen in home interiors in the US. This part here is also just like an extra clause, kind of defining this transitional design a little bit. So it's a weird sentence, but it's really clear to me what's happening because I went through this order here, right? I didn't just kind of read it and say, oh, how does it sound? How would I write it? I used the punctuation marks that were offered to me, and 3 of them, A, B, and C, have very clear rules that I can follow, very clear tests that I can perform. And when they fail the test, boom, they're gone. Whereas the comma, choice D, right? There's a reason that's kind of last in our list here. Commas have a lot of different rules. So we could be using commas for all sorts of reasons. I mean, just look at how many commas are in this sentence. It's hard to understand. Essentially, though, a comma is a break in the sentence in some way where 2 clauses are usually going to meet each other. And so notice how every time there's a comma in the sentence, I changed colors. That's one way to think about it. It's almost like you have different colors in a sentence kind of mixing together, and the highlighting feature on the SAT helps with that. And so you're basically trying to understand most commas are going to show a change in color in some way. So that's one way to think about it. Watch more of my videos for more on that, but it's a very useful use of the highlighter. But there you go. That is the answer. I'm just going to double check because you never can be too sure. Yes, that is the answer. Let's move on to the next question. All right, so look at what's changing in the choices. What's changing? Well, I see the word consist changing to consists, right? So that might be verbs. But I also see these other things changing beforehand. These, they, it, and this, right? So those words are going to matter more to me because the reason the verb is changing is because this pronoun beforehand is changing, right? These consist, it consists, right? So the verb is changing whether it's plural or singular based on whether the pronoun is plural or singular. Okay, so the pronoun is the leading thing here, and that is one of our rules, right? And there's singulars and plurals. Now, some of you are going to do one of these and say, oh, these is plural, they is plural, it is singular, and this is singular. And you'd be like, wait a minute, Mike, you said there's a 3 versus 1 thing going on. This isn't happening here, right? Well, the 3 versus 1 strategy that we talked about is for verbs only. It only works for that singular and plural verb rule, not for pronouns. So you can still classify them as plural and singular because that is going to matter for how we answer the question, but don't expect the 3 versus 1 pattern. And even if you get the 3 versus 1 pattern, it doesn't mean you can just pick the one that's different. This rule is different, so we have to follow different rules for ourselves. So what we need to do is identify first what we're talking about. What are these pronouns referring to? They're going to be referring to some other noun, and that's going to help us determine which type of pronoun to use. So we should read everything. When a given industry, water and electricity are two well-known examples, carries high infrastructural startup costs and other barriers that discourage competition, blank of just one or two suppliers per municipality. I don't even know what this is saying. Such industries are known as natural monopolies. Ooh, okay. So it seems like we're talking about the industries, right? You might just try them in there, right? So I think B has some merit. So let's just talk about that for a second, right? They often consist of just one or two suppliers per municipality, right? We're talking about the industries, and we can see industries right here. The problem is this industries is after the sentence we just had. And it is possible sometimes to have a pronoun come before the noun that it's referring to, right? So that's what a pronoun does. It refers to some other noun, so we don't have to keep repeating ourselves. We use the pronoun instead. So it is definitely possible to have a pronoun come before the noun it's replacing. It's weird, it's unusual, but it can happen. The problem is, though, we need to really make sure there isn't a pronoun or what's called an antecedent to our pronoun before. Antecedent means before the blank, before the pronoun. That would be better. And that's kind of what's happening here. This is so sneaky. This is a harder question, in my opinion. If we look before, we're also talking about the industry, but we're doing it in a singular way. When a given industry carries high infrastructural startup costs and other barriers that discourage competition, it often consists of just one or two suppliers per municipality. Wow, it's hard to say. So this is sneaky. One thing you can do is you can kind of ignore the blue here. Kind of ignore because it's in the dashes, just to help you understand the flow of the sentence. So when a given industry carries high costs, it often consists of just one or two suppliers per municipality, right? The given industry that we're talking about often consists of just one or two suppliers, right? That's because there's a monopoly, right? Fewer things are part of it, so it's a monopoly. That's kind of what they're going for. So C is the answer. I'm just going to make sure because I'm a little unsure. So yeah, C is the answer. But notice the tricks that they did, right? There are multiple nouns throughout this sentence already, right? Throughout this paragraph, right? So there's plenty of things that we could have gotten confused on, right? Are we talking about barriers? Are we talking about suppliers, monopolies, right? Those are plural. Costs, right? So there's lots of things that could feel like they are what we're talking about. Plus, even if we find the right thing, that we're talking about industry or industries, they do this little switch where at the end, the one that's actually closer to the blank is plural. But the one that we're really referring to, because of just the way that the structure of the sentence works, is singular. And it's not even like it's a specific industry that we're talking about. It's this hypothetical. When a hypothetical industry carries high costs and other barriers, it often consists of just one or two suppliers per municipality. So the it here is referring to a given industry. So this is very sneaky. If you got this wrong, I wouldn't, you try to learn from this mistake, but this is sneaky. This is not this is not a careless mistake. Let's put it at that. But I know to be careful of this, right? So when I am learning, when I'm thinking about my rules, when you're memorizing the rules for the SAT, you want to do two things. You want to learn the rule, and you want to kind of learn the traps that go with a rule. And so for pronouns, I know one of the traps is they're going to try to distract me with other nouns that might be, what I want to put in the blank as the noun. So you have to just be careful of that. You can also do what I did, which is kind of replace the pronoun with what you think it is and see if the sentence makes sense. But this is a confusing sentence, so it's hard to do that. But when a given industry carries high costs and other barriers, the given industry often consists of just one or two suppliers. That's what we're going for. Now, that gets rid of A and B. Why isn't it D, even though that's singular? Just because this is a different kind of pronoun. We're normally talking about one thing, right? This dog over here, right? We're talking about a specific thing kind of right in front of us. This is not that situation, though. This would have to refer to like maybe like a situation. It just doesn't fit here. I have a hard time describing this. For me, it's a little bit of instinct. Like this does not sound right. Another thing though that often happens is, it's not always, but with the pronoun rule in the SAT, we're almost always choosing between essentially two types of words, either it versus they, or its versus their. Sometimes other pronouns sneak in and can be correct, but it's usually the debate that we're having. And in both cases, it's singular versus plural. So maybe that helps you kind of stay on the right track. But that's all I really got to say about this question. This is a very tough one for the first module, but remember, the first module is going to still include some hard questions. So you got to be ready for those. All right. Now we're switching over to transition questions. So let's switch our strategy trainer over. And the main strategy for these is I tend to look at the answer choices first, try to dumb summarize them, get me simpler versions of the transition words. Many of them are going to fall into the same few categories, but, and, so, and for example. So we'll take a look at that. And then as I read, I'm looking for strong words, things that kind of help me understand a relationship. So let's do that. Let's put one of these up. So choice A here, similarly, is an and word. We can see that in our trainer as a way to help out. So not every transition is in this trainer, but many of the most common ones are. As a result should be in there. Yes, it's a so. For example, just is for example. It's our category. And in comparison, it's not here, but in comparison is sneaky. It feels like a similarly, right? But it's actually a but. Because you're going to use in comparison as a way to kind of flip things, as a way to flip what you're trying to talk about. So this is weird that all four of the categories are represented in a question. That doesn't always happen, but it does happen here. It's useful. So essentially, as I'm reading, I'm trying to think about maybe where this sentence is going, this passage is going, but I'm going to use the simpler versions to do that. So let's just read and see what we say, see what we get. Famous for its 4-degree tilt, the leaning Garisenda Tower is a popular attraction in Bologna's city center. However, it's interesting, measurements taken in 2023 showed that the tower was rotating in a concerning way, so that's bad. City officials closed the area around the tower so experts could explore solutions to stabilize the historic 12th century structure. So my gut actually says so here, right? The tower was rotating in a concerning way, so they closed the area and looked for solutions, right? That's kind of what I want to say, right? Now there is a but word, but it's earlier, so I don't want that to mess with me, right? This is kind of contrasting other sentences. We've moved on from that, so I don't necessarily need another but. There wouldn't be a but here, right? Like the tower is concerning, that's bad, but they closed the area? No, I would hope that they would close the area if it was concerning, right? If there's a danger, right? If they were like, the tower looked great, but they closed the area to look for a way to stabilize it, that would be a fine thing, because then you're like, well, if it looks great and then we're closing the area, that seems like a contrast, right? So that doesn't make sense. It's not an example either, because why is closing the area an example of how it looks? It's not. And it's not similarly because, again, we're not comparing two things. These are like a cause and an effect. So a so is perfect here, right? And again, just read the simple version in there, and it just sounds like a natural way to think. Measurements taken in 2023 showed that the tower was rotating in a concerning way, so city officials closed the area around the tower so experts could explore solutions to stabilize the structure. Yeah, sounds good. So this is a very typical example to me. This is not hard. This is College Board classifies this as an easy question, and I agree. You really don't want to get this wrong. But we do the strategy even on the easy ones so that we have the strategy down for when we need it for the hard ones. All right, so let's do the same thing. Another one of these questions. So A, additionally, that's an and. Previously is a time word. Not everything falls into these four categories. Previously just means time or maybe sequence, right? So if that's relevant to the passage, we'll use that word. In conclusion is summarizing what we just said, and instead is a but word. So notice how quickly I can identify what these words mean and I can categorize them. That's something that you need to memorize and get comfortable with. So if you are going to try to memorize things for the SAT reading, you can memorize vocabulary words, and there's thousands of those, or you can memorize transition words to start, and at least there's a fewer of those, and they fall into similar categories. So that's an easier place to kind of lock in your memorization. But let's see what we have. Guard cells are specialized cells that are part of a plant's pores. These cells help regulate the amount of carbon dioxide a plant takes in. They help regulate a plant's water loss. So they regulate two things, right? They regulate the carbon dioxide and they regulate a plant's water loss. So it feels like an and, right? They help regulate the carbon dioxide and they help regulate a plant's water loss. Now, the thing with this is, it's not in the trainer, but this is a bigger kind of idea that you need for these transition questions, is and words are kind of our last resort. Right? Because we think about it, what kind of transition is and, right? It's not really a transition at all. It's just, we've moved on. We're at another point, right? So and is not going to be a very strong transition. However, there will be lots of cases where we could just kind of throw it in and it wouldn't be like grammatically incorrect to use it. It would just not really do anything. And so we need and to be the last thing that we kind of test and check, because it's possible that and works because it's not really doing very much, but that there's a more specific transition that works better to convey whatever we're trying to convey. Now, we could just very quickly do that here, right? Time sequence, nothing is happening in order, right? It's not like first it regulates the carbon dioxide and then it regulates the water loss. So it's not previously, that doesn't make sense. This last sentence is not summarizing the first or the second one here. It's adding a new thing, right? It's not summarizing the carbon dioxide regulation. It's adding a new kind of regulation. So that doesn't work. And it's not instead, right? This is not presented as like, we thought they helped regulate the carbon dioxide, but instead they help regulate a plant's water loss. This is just stated as two things, right? That they do. So A is right. The others don't make any sense. I can confirm A is right here. But there is a bit of a like, just be careful on harder questions that we don't jump to the and word. It could sound decent, but be not the right answer. So just something to keep in mind. All right, another one, set us up here. Similarly is and. Indeed, that's an interesting one. Basically, indeed adds emphasis. So we'll come to that. Instead, we said is but, and in addition is and. So already I'm not loving A and D because they both kind of do the same thing. Now, maybe there's a slight difference between similarly and in addition. One is more for comparisons. One is maybe to kind of add on a second thing. So there's a version of this where these could be both right, or one could be right and the other wrong. But it's almost like before when we had the semicolon and the period for the grammar question. It seems very unlikely that one of them will be right and the other wrong because they are essentially doing the same thing. So I'm going to cross them out. Normally I wouldn't. I'm going to cross them out to just make my point that this is kind of what this strategy allows us to do, which is kind of, notice when there's overlap. And we don't need to kind of consider certain choices because they essentially do the same thing. So the reason I wouldn't cross them out is because there is a little bit of a difference between and as a similarly and as an addition. So we may bring them back, but let's just look at these other choices which have much more specific meanings because we do, remember, want to think of and as our last resort anyway. So let's see what we have. The most obvious choice for me is C, right? Like if that's right, it's going to be obvious because that's a but. So let's see what we have. Marcel Duchamp intended his 1917 so-called ready-made sculpture fountain to challenge then prevailing conceptions about the nature of art. So he intended it to do something, but Duchamp's fountain did just that. Ooh. Raising the question of whether displaying any object in an art gallery could be said to transform the object, even as Duchamp's sculpture was a urinal, into a legitimate work of art. So a lot of times on the SAT, we get these passages that are like, scientists once thought this, but actually they were wrong, right? They intended to do this, but that's not what happened, right? I thought that this is where that was going, but notice what I've highlighted, right? He intended it to challenge the prevailing conceptions. It did just that, right? Like there's no but here. There's no contrast. If it did what it was supposed to do, right? It raised the question, challenged the idea of, art in a gallery. So this is wrong. Now, before I go back to similarly and addition, I'm going to think about indeed. And indeed is a tricky word because we don't use it very often. It's hard to kind of wrap our heads around because sometimes indeed can be a bit of a contrast. So it's tricky. But I said it adds emphasis. Right? Now that feels like something we're trying to do here, right? He intended to challenge the prevailing conceptions. Indeed, he did exactly what he intended, right? It did exactly what he wanted. So it's emphasizing what he wanted. This feels like it could be right. Now we could bring back the two that I crossed out, right? Is it a similarly situation? Not really, because we're not comparing two different things. This is the same thing, right? What he intended and what happened, right? It's not a comparison between those two things. It's all about the same fountain, the same art piece, and it's just kind of like the progression of what happened. So it doesn't feel like a similarly. And in addition would, again, kind of be an and, but now we are kind of saying a second thing. And this doesn't feel like a second thing. It feels like a continuation of the first thing. So I would pick indeed here. I might bookmark this and just be like, maybe I'm misreading something here. Indeed is not a word I feel particularly good about. It's just a very unusual choice. It's not something I tend to pick unless really nothing else works. And essentially that's what's happening here. I can confirm that that's the answer, but I would say the reason I'm able to get this is because of my knowledge of the other three choices. That's really helping me here because indeed is hard to pin down. But essentially, like I said, it's emphasizing. He intended to challenge things, and that's exactly what happened. He raised this question, he challenged them. So indeed is emphasizing that. Tricky question though. Let's move on. All right, another one of these. Same thing, hence is so, however is but, admittedly is but, and specifically is for example. So I think all of them except admittedly is here. So admittedly is tricky. The reason I think of it as a but is kind of like you would use it to maybe contrast two ideas, right? So I could say something simple like, I like ice cream, but it makes me sick, right? That I like it, but it makes me sick. There's a clear contrast there. Admittedly, he kind of gets swapped right in there, and I think it sounds okay, right? I like ice cream. Admittedly, it makes me sick whenever I eat it, right? Like, there's kind of this like, oh, the thing I just said is kind of wrong, or maybe I'm lying a little bit about what I just said, right? I like it, but admittedly, it makes me sick. So I like the taste, but it makes me sick every time, right? So that's kind of what we're going for. And again, now we can say, well, those two words mean but in a very dumb way, right? It's called a dumb summary for a reason. In a very dumb way, these words mean but. So that's, not good. It's probably not either of those. How would we tell them apart? It would be very, very difficult. There are slight differences occasionally between some of these words, but it's so rare, I don't want you to worry about it. Stick to the dumb version and then deal with any weird things that come up as they come up. So I'm really just looking at a so versus a for example. So let's just see. In 2021, a model developed by astrophysicist Catherine Zucker and her research team revealed that the same supernovas responsible for the creation and ongoing expansion of the local bubble, a 14 million-year-old cavity in the Milky Way, are likely responsible for the formation of new stars. This model detailed how the bubble's expansion trapped interstellar clouds of gas and dust that became stars upon their eventual collapse. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what's going on here. This is a dense first sentence. So I'm just going to try them out, right? So let's just try out so in the blank. A model developed by these people revealed that the same supernovas responsible for the creation and expansion of the local bubble are likely responsible for the formation of new stars. So this model detailed how the bubble's expansion trapped interstellar clouds of gas and dust that became stars upon their eventual collapse. Honestly, it just doesn't even sound right. I don't have a good reason for it other than that. Let's just try D and see if that changes things, right? These people's model revealed that the same supernovas responsible for the creation and expansion of the local bubble are likely responsible for the formation of new stars. For example, specifically, this model detailed how the bubble's expansion trapped interstellar clouds of gas and dust that became stars upon their eventual collapse, right? So the model is revealing something, right? It's revealing that there's expansion, the same thing that's expanding the bubble is also forming new stars. Then the model revealed, detailed, right? So there's kind of a repetition here. How the bubble's expansion trapped interstellar clouds of gas and dust that became stars. Notice there's like a repetition here. This is also a good reason why like B and C are probably still wrong, right? It feels like we're repeating things. So are we getting more specific? That's maybe like my question here. Is this kind of like an example of how this worked? right? Again, I'm trying not to let the specifics of this physics get to me. I don't really know what's going on in that way. But yeah, it seems like specifically the model is revealing this expansion and new stars in this particular way, right? The clouds of gas and dust. Yeah, I think that that's what I'd go with. I don't love it. I might bookmark it. But so doesn't really work, right? Because this last part here is not a result of the first part. It's kind of like a repetition. It feels like they're repeating themselves. So specifically, you're kind of getting more specific about what you're saying. That feels like the better fit. And this is why we want to use these dumb summary words, is I do feel like for a lot of these transition words, because they're words that we don't use on a day-to-day basis. I mean, think about it. How often do you use the word hence every day? Do you use it at all? Probably not. But you use the word so quite often, probably multiple times every hour, right? So by dumbing these words down, we're getting to a place where our brain can kind of like tap into some instincts about just like, does this word feel like a good fit? So right now, that's what I'm using to pick D over A is I'm like, well, it just feels better to pick D. It's hard to describe why A is wrong, but a so just doesn't feel right in this place. And I can confirm D is the answer. But you know, it is frustrating to kind of leave the explanation at just like, well, it just feels that way. That's kind of why I'm bookmarking it. Is anytime I feel like I haven't completely proven my answer, I'm going to bookmark that question. During my practice tests, I'm writing those bookmarks down on my scratch paper so that I know to go back to that question even if I get it right and be like, maybe there's more to it. Maybe I could have proven it. Maybe I could have been faster, right? The bookmark is your way of indicating the questions you struggled with. On the real test, it's more just for ones to go back to, but that's kind of the same thing, right? Is if I'm not proving this answer, I might want to come back to it with extra time and see if I can prove it. But if I do prove the answer, even if it was a hard question, I wouldn't bookmark it. Why waste my time, right? So the bookmark is your way of saying, there's maybe more I could have done. So when you're taking a practice test, write those bookmarks on your scratch paper because the SAT, the Bluebook app doesn't save them. But it's really important to know where you're struggling because you're not going to remember later. So let's move on. This is a tougher question, but you know, College Board says it's medium, but I think it's a little hard. All right, now we're into the outlines. And for these questions, what are we doing? We are going to skip the bullet points, right? Follow instructions. Read the question first. The question is here, right? This part. Can't highlight, but there you go. It will give you explicit instructions about the goal that the answer choice needs to accomplish. So let's look at that. The student wants to contrast the song Poor Miner's Farewell with the song Bring 'Em Back Home, right? So which choice effectively does the goal? Okay. So essentially now we have a very strong word that we're going to use to filter, right? So we need a contrast between two things. So I know what a contrast sounds like. So anything that doesn't do that, I'm going to be able to get rid of. Right, so that's now where I'm going is here. Let's look at the choices and see what these tell us. So A, the songs Poor Miner's Farewell and Bring Him Back Home both raised awareness about human rights violations. Well, that doesn't sound like a contrast. That's like a similarity, right? So that's wrong. So again, strong words are in both the question and the choices. While, that's more of a contrast word. While both are protest songs, Poor Miner's Farewell is about coal miners in Kentucky, whereas Bring Him Back Home is about the anti-apartheid leader Nelson Mandela. Yeah, that sounds like a contrast. Now, I can't just pick that and move on because maybe this stuff is wrong. Maybe these facts are wrong. Maybe there's a better contrast somewhere else. I don't know, but it's at least something I'm going to keep. Let's look at C. Hugh Masekela's song Bring Him Back Home, released in 1987, called on the South African government to free Nelson Mandela. Well, there's no contrast because this is only about one song, right? So it needs to contrast two of them. It didn't even name the other song. Oh, got to move my microphone here. There we go. Released in 1932 by Aunt Molly Jackson, the song Poor Miner's Farewell was a protest song against the unlivable wages and dangerous working conditions faced by Kentucky coal miners. Again, it's only that one song. So there you go. B is the answer. So notice, I'm not going to the outline here. If multiple answers seem to accomplish the goal, find a thing that separates them, a wedge that you can use to wedge them apart. But often, these questions will only have one answer that's even remotely related to the initial goal. So that's good for us. We don't need to look at these bullet points at all. This is why we skip them. So just move on. Yeah, B is the answer. Let's just double check. Yeah, obviously B is the answer. All right. The student wants to present the conclusion, it's a specific word, of Zhen Wang and colleagues' study. Okay, so the conclusion is, I guess, the findings, but maybe not. That doesn't say that. So we're just looking at anything that sounds like it's a conclusion of a study. Like Tibetan Mastiffs, Tibetan wolves can withstand hypoxic conditions at high altitude. Well, maybe that's the conclusion. I mean, I wish they would just say the conclusion. I wish they would tell me that this was about a study. So I don't know. I don't know enough about these things to make a decision here. This is the downside of not reading the bullets, is I know nothing about even what we're talking about, but that's okay. I think it's okay to be confused if you know that the confusion is just part of the strategy. So let's leave it. B, both Tibetan Mastiffs and Tibetan wolves have mutations in their EPAS1 and HBB genes, which prevent excess hemoglobin production and boost hemoglobin's oxygen-carrying ability, respectively. This really doesn't sound like a conclusion. This just sounds like almost like the setup, like something that they were testing. I don't know. Maybe this is the conclusion, though. Again, I don't love it, but let's move on. In addition to preventing excess hemoglobin production, a mutation in Tibetan Mastiff's HBB gene boosts hemoglobin's oxygen-carrying ability. Again, maybe that's some sort of conclusion. Maybe that's the thing they found. I don't know. Let's look at D. By interbreeding with Tibetan wolves around 24,000 years ago, Tibetan Mastiffs acquired the genetic mutations that enabled them to withstand hypoxic conditions. Again, I don't know if this is a conclusion. What was this study even about? So the reason I went through all that is basically to show you that, yeah, this is a strategy that I rely on. But sometimes this happens. Sometimes it doesn't quite work the way we want. But I'd rather now go to the bullets and read them here, where we had a bit of a problem with the choices, than worry about reading the bullets every single time for things that we don't need to, right? So this would have been a waste of time to read the bullets here. Here, we're just going to need to do it, but that's okay. We discovered that. So we want to do a conclusion of these studies. So here I see the study, right? So we can kind of skim. So in the study, they noted that Tibetan wolves' DNA is the same EPAS1 and HBB mutations. Wang and colleagues determined, right, sounds like a conclusion, the dogs first acquired these mutations by interbreeding with Tibetan wolves around 24,000 years ago. So that sounds like D. So what about these other ones? We could look at them again. Both of these things can withstand these conditions, right? Yeah, Tibetan Mastiffs. These mutations enable the dogs to withstand that. Even large dogs. So the wolves don't even come up till later. Yeah, Tibetan wolves. So this isn't a conclusion. This just seems like kind of a thing that's true. Like, so that's not a conclusion. Both of them have these things which prevents excess hemoglobin production and boost hemoglobin's oxygen carrying ability. Yeah, okay. They noted that they have the same thing. Yeah, maybe. But is it really about that gene? I don't think so. Yeah, in addition to preventing excess hemoglobin and mutation, right. Here's a good example of like, you got to just know the language of the SAT, right? The conclusion of the study, this is a strong word, right? Strong word, the conclusion. What they determined is their conclusion. So they're studying all this stuff. They're studying these mutations. They're studying what this does. They're studying all these things. But notice the bullet point that says determined, concluded, is talking about when it happened, right? When did they first acquire it? 24,000 years ago. So they're studying all these things, but really the study seems to be about trying to find when this happened. Only choice D is about that. The College Board, that is the answer. The College Board considers a medium question. I'd consider this a hard question because I think most people are not going to be able to make that connection. That conclusion and determined are basically saying the same thing. For me, someone who has a lot of practice with this, it's so obvious that once I get to that last bullet point, I'm like, oh, this is the SAT just like screaming at me that D is the answer. It's so obvious. But I think for a lot of people, especially because a lot of this is very sciencey, it's going to feel like any of these choices, maybe including A, could be the answer. So you're just kind of reading it as like a question about science. But I'm reading it as a question about the conclusion of an experiment. And so I'm looking for something that clicks that in. And this is a strategy we're going to use for the passages especially, is like, and the vocab as well, is how can we connect matching ideas? And so usually they're going to use different words that have basically the same meaning or orbit the same idea. And they're going to expect us to be like, oh, these two things match, right? Connect the dots. So for me, this is very obvious. But I would be curious if you have a thought. I think this is a case where a lot of people are going to struggle because all of these choices sound very like science-y. And so you're thinking the question is just asking to give you a science answer. But no, it's asking for a very specific thing. So there you go. Let's move on. This is a tough one. All right, last one here. The student wants to compare some disadvantages, right? So compare disadvantages of docked and dockless bike share programs. So, okay, I know what this means. Dockless programs can be disorganized. Docked programs, on the other hand, offer order and consistency. Well, I like that there's a comparison, right? So on the other hand is a comparison phrase, right? So let's do this, yeah. But offer order and consistency, that doesn't sound like a disadvantage. That sounds like an advantage. So maybe we keep it. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question, but I don't think I am, right? You got to tell me bad things about the docked and dockless bike share programs. This is comparing them, but you're telling me one downside, one disadvantage, but then an advantage. So this isn't quite right. B, worth noting is that while dockless programs are relatively easy and inexpensive to implement, they are less flexible than docked programs. Well, again, we have a comparison, right? But dockless programs are relatively easy and inexpensive. So that sounds like a positive thing. They are less flexible than docked programs. So what's the problem with docked programs? What's the disadvantage with docked programs? Am I supposed to infer that docked programs are not easy and inexpensive? Maybe. So I like this better than A, at least B. Maybe I can twist it to show some sort of disadvantage with docked programs, but let's keep going. C, docked programs are more resource intensive than dockless programs. So yeah, that's a disadvantage. So I like that. That seems good. But that's a contrast. They avoid some of the latter's organizational challenges. So what is the disadvantage of docked programs, right? Docked programs are resource intensive, right? So that's bad for the docked programs. What is a disadvantage of the dockless programs? Well, dockless programs have organizational challenges. How do I know that? Well, they're saying that docked programs avoid those challenges, right? So the docked programs have an advantage, but it's that they don't have the same disadvantage as the dockless ones. And this is the word ladder. I should just make a video about this at some point, but the word ladder is a kind of a word that we use when we have lists to kind of direct to things, right? So the two words that you actually have to know are former and latter, right? So former means first and latter means last. Obviously, this is easy to memorize. Look, FFLL, right? So if I said, I have two pets, a dog and a cat. I love the former, but secretly hate the latter, right? This is a good example of me being able to talk about that dog and that cat in a clear way without having to say them again, right? So I love the former. Former means first. So of the two things I listed, I love the dog because it's the first thing I listed, but I secretly hate the latter, the cat, the last thing I listed. So we're using the word, there we go. We're using the word latter here. We've listed two things. First, we've listed the docked, then we've listed the dockless. So the latter is the dockless, the second thing in the list. So the dockless has these organizational challenges. The dock programs are resource intensive. This feels like the answer, right? It's a disadvantage of two things. There's clearly a comparison. This feels better. Let's look at D though. Though dockless programs offer flexibility, so I do have a contrast, docked bike share programs provide bicycles for shared use. Well, these are advantages, not disadvantages. So this is clearly wrong. So there are ways I maybe could have twisted B into being right, but this is a good example of like when you do have like, two choices that are close or that could work. The wedge in a lot of cases is just to be like, well, which one's easier for me to prove? Here, this is me really twisting it. So C is definitely the answer, and it is. Let's double check. There we go. It is the answer, but to me that's obvious. But I hope I helped you with the word ladder. This is what you get for the grind mode here, is this little deep dive into some very specific words that you can see in lots of places in the SAT that if you don't know them, you might just be very confused what you're talking about. But they're just kind of helping us stay organized in a complicated sentence. So there we go. All right, next thing is we're going to go back to one. We're going to go back to question one where the vocab is. So let's do that. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here and then we'll do the vocab questions. All right, switching over to the vocabulary part of our trainer here. When you start vocab questions, just read the paragraph, right? We don't have to worry about what these words mean. Whether we know them or not, it's not going to have an effect on our strategy here. So we do want to look for strong words that relate to the blank. Pay attention to connotations, repetitions, and contrasts. Essentially, in some way, they're going to tell us what that blank is supposed to mean. So our job is just kind of notice any sort of patterns in the sentence that can help us. So let's just see what we get. Botanist Al Kovalevsky has pointed out that maple trees already thrive in a wide variety of climates, and thus, so that thus means so, of wide variety, kind of notice is strong, may blank changes in climate better than some other tree species do. The alterations maples may undergo in response to a changing climate are likely to be relatively small and easily achieved. This feels like a very clear case where I can just come up with my own simple word and as much as possible steal the strong word in the paragraph. I feel like I've got it, right? This guy pointed out that maple trees already thrive in a wide variety of climates and thus may, I don't know, how about just like respond to changes in climate better than some other species do. The alterations maples may undergo in response to a changing climate. Like, notice how like they're clearly just repeating themselves, right? So maybe that's not obvious to you, but if you practice enough and you practice in this way with this particular strategy, I hope it does become obvious when they're just repeating things, because it's so much easier when you don't have to think that hard because you can kind of just like copy what they're already saying, right? So notice I changed the word slightly, but this is about as easy as it gets. So now I'm just saying, all right, let's make a match, right? Is there a phrase here that kind of means that? Well, relocate means to change location. So no, it's a tree. It's not relocating. Referring to, that's not responding to, like, I don't even know what that means. Originate from, it's not coming from somewhere. Adapt to, right? You adapt to something, you respond to it. Yeah, perfect. This is a clear case where just like we're looking for a synonym for something they already said. So maybe you would have gotten choice D anyway, but the point of this strategy is it's going to be very, very helpful as things get harder as well, because the sentences will get more confusing, but the patterns the SAT is using really don't. They're going to repeat themselves. Maybe they'll flip something and do some sort of contrast. So we'll see those as we do, more of these, even in the hard module. But this skill, if you can do it on the easy ones, is going to be much stronger for you as you get to the hard ones. So let's look at number 2. This is a slightly different type of vocab question. Notice the blank is already filled, essentially. So we're just trying to define this word. So you might be just like, oh, I know what clear means. Clear means simple. Or wait, does it mean understandable? Or obvious? Or transparent? Well, it could mean any of those things, right? That's kind of the point of this type of question, is the context is going to matter. So you do need to read everything. But, you could kind of still do the same thing. Pretend the clear is a blank and you're trying to fill it out because they are going to give you some clues that make it make sense here. So the water, this is describing a boat. The water was so clear that it was almost invisible. And so invisible, you can't see it. And when we were floated slowly out over the plants and fishes, we seemed to be miraculously sustained in the air while exploring a veritable fairyland. So transparent is going to be the answer. It just happened to be the last one I clicked before. But yeah, right? The water was so transparent, was so invisible, right? And transparent just means you can see through something. So this is perfect. This is easy. Yeah, that's the answer. And I have nothing else to say here. This should be a clear, obvious answer, but there you go. All right, now we're back to the normal ones. So same thing, just give it a read. The recently observed gamma ray burst, whatever, lasted for 200 seconds for a burst generated, blank for a burst generated by the merger of neutron stars. Bursts caused by neutron mergers typically, always focus on a word like that, last fewer than 2 seconds. So it's usually 2 seconds, but this one is 200. So this feels like a contrast. So I want to say almost something like, this is untypical. I don't even know if that's a word, but we're going to say it anyway, right? A dumb summary is untypical. Is that a word? Oh, it doesn't have a spell check here. Atypical is kind of actually what we would say, but it's fine. Point is, you don't even need to make, this is the best part of the dumb summary strategy. You don't even need to use actual words. You can make up your own word. As long as it captures the meaning for you in some dumb, simple way, that's good. Now, why am I getting that? Well, basically, it typically is 2 seconds, but this one is 200. That is just clearly some sort of contrast. So this time, instead of repeating the exact word, I'm flipping it, right? I'm making it, I'm saying something like unusual. So is a coincidence something not typical? No. Coincidence, a reprieve. A reprieve means a kind of a rest from something, a break from something. So no, incident just means a situation, an occurrence, an event. An oddity. Right now, even if you've never seen the word oddity before, the word odd you've seen, that's in there. I would hope you'd be like, oh, something odd is unusual. Seems like a good fit. So there you go. That is the answer. This is very obvious to me. But I, again, notice I'm very almost like excited when I get these situations where my dumb summary can be very, very, very dumb. And I think that's something that in your practice, you should try to challenge yourself to do. You might not need to do it to kind of get a feel for the right answer. But if you can do it on these easy ones, that means you can do it on the hard ones too. All right, here we go. In 1776, the United States sent Benjamin Franklin to France to try to win the country's support in the United States' fight for independence from Great Britain. Franklin was very popular in France. Ooh, okay. This blank surely helped him to convince France to assist the United States. So an important thing to note on these, again, there's patterns, right? So the word this is a very common way on these vocab questions to show some sort of repetition, right? Because this is a pronoun that's referring back to something we just said, right? So what did we just say, right? We just said he's very popular. That's another strong word. So I'm literally just going to say my dumb summary here is this popularity, right? So another case where I'm being very stupid with what I'm saying. I'm maybe changing the word slightly so that the form of the word fits the blank. This requires very little thinking on my part. This is almost automatic. So what's a synonym for popularity? Thoughtfulness just means you think through things. No. Esteem means respect. So could respect be popularity? They like him, maybe. Controversy, definitely not. That's when you disagree with things and argue with things. And sincerity, if you're sincere, you tell the truth. That has nothing to do with popularity. So there you go. Again, maybe you would have just plugged all four of these in and that would have sounded best. And you'd be like, oh yeah, I think that's what they want to say. But I love it if you can take advantage of these kind of very simple patterns. It's the hard ones are going to do the same thing, I promise. All right, and let's just confirm that's the answer. Yes, it is. There we go. And now we're on to the passages. Okay, so with passages, we got a lot more going on, right? There's a lot more complexity. But it starts with follow the instructions, right? So what do they want us to do? Describe the function of this underlined sentence. So yes, we are focused here, but we do want to read everything. You want to get a sense of what's going on. And as we read, we're looking for strong words. Focus on adjectives and verbs, not nouns. I don't necessarily care what the sentence is, what the passage is about in terms of topic. I care about the relationships between things. Main ideas are repeated ideas. And here we go. That was what I just said. Relationships matter. And the strongest word in any passage is but. I see one right after our blank. That's probably going to matter. In the 1950s, scientists didn't know much about the ocean floor. So they didn't know very much. It's kind of strong. Many scientists at the time believed that the ocean floor was mostly flat. But geologist Marie Tharp and her research partner Bruce Hazine proved that this idea was wrong. Okay, that seems important. Using sonar data collected from the Atlantic Ocean, Tharp and Hazine showed that the floor was filled with canyons, mountains, and valleys. So what is the function? My dumb summary here is that the function is to, I don't know, show wrong thing. Idea. Right? Idea was wrong. I don't know. Well, so that's my dumb summary, right? So notice I do have some sample dumb summaries here. But you don't have to use those. You just need to, kind of like, these are just there as a guide, right? The point is be dumb. Try to keep it simple. So let's try to do this. So A, it identifies a scientific belief that Tharp and Hazine showed to be wrong. Like, it's like the same thing I just said. B, it describes the design of their experiment. No, it does not, right? There's no experiment in this underline. It emphasizes a disagreement. No, they might disagree with other scientists who had a different belief, but they don't disagree with each other. They're working together. It presents data to support a claim that they made. Okay, this is tempting because you're like, oh, they made this other claim later and they showed the ocean floor was filled with canyons, valleys, etc. But does the underlined portion do that? Right? Where is the data? If it presents data, you better see it in the underline. Right? It just says that other scientists believe it was flat. There's no data in there at all. Right? So this isn't really tempting, but I think it's a good example of just like, turn the choice into a question. If there's data to support the claim, where's the data? What's the data? So yeah, it's definitely A, no doubt here. This is very obvious, but just like with the vocab, we are using very important strategies to get an easy question that we might have gotten right anyway, with just kind of winging it, but we're using those strategies on the easy ones so that we have that muscle get nice and strong, right, for when we need it for the hard ones. So you got to notice the word but. It's going to matter, things like that. All right, moving on. Function the underlined sentence. Okay, so same thing. In the early days of television, the 1940s, many people thought, they thought one thing, but maybe it was wrong, that U.S. television programs would rely on the financial support of ad agencies and commercial sponsors, much like radio did. But advertisers hesitated to jump into a new space, particularly at a time when the manufacturing of new television sets was stalled due to the U.S.'s involvement in World War II. Broadcasters like the National Broadcasting Company needed to persuade advertisers to support their programming despite not knowing whether there would be a robust television audience to begin with. So despite is kind of like a but, so we might want to highlight that. So what's the function? Well, it's kind of like an example, right? Like particularly we think about our transition words, that was kind of a for example word, particularly. So I don't know, it's an example of why they hesitated. It's kind of my guess, right? Don't think too hard about a dumb summary. That's the whole point. Example of why hesitant, right? So if I were trying to use one of these, I might say like X matters, right? The hesitancy matters, Y, or the war matters, something like that. I don't know. Let's just look at the choices. It compares the beginnings of radio programming with the beginnings of television programming in the United States. Does it? Comparing is an important idea, right? So this is now we're getting into these trap answer wedges. There are certain words I notice in passages, and more often those words are going to be very important when I get to the choices. So a comparison is a big deal, right? If they're comparing something in the choice, we better make sure that same comparison is happening in the passage. So is it comparing with the beginning of radio to the beginning of television? I don't think so. This is more about TV here, right? I mean, they do talk about radio early or later, I guess. Or no, here, much like radio did, right? But notice that we have a but, and we're moving into something else. So if anything, this is maybe like a difference between radio and television. So I just don't like this choice. It doesn't feel like this underlying portion is doing the comparison. It's kind of moving into a different example. It identifies a specific reason behind some advertisers' hesitance to support television. I mean, a specific reason, a specific example of why they're hesitant. I mean, I'm not cheating, guys. I did not look at that choice when I wrote this dumb summary, but oh my God, it's like spot on. So there you go. C, it describes how broadcasters attempted to convince advertisers to support television. Well, okay. Anytime you see a question word in a choice, that's a huge opportunity for you to turn that choice into a question. So if this underline describes how broadcasters tried to convince advertisers to support television, flip it around. How did they convince them, right? Does it say that here? No, right? They didn't convince them because of the war, right? The war is the problem. That's what's making them hesitant. So that's not how they convinced them, right? The how they convinced them isn't here. It says later that they needed to do that convincing. I still don't think we get the way they did it, right? They needed to persuade them, but it doesn't say how they persuaded them. It just says that that's what they needed to do. So I don't even think C is right if we take into account this end part. But yeah, it's definitely not what the blank is, the underline is doing. D, it explains why, there's another question word, a type of television programming was popular at the time. So there's no type of television programming. It's not explaining why it's popular. This is very obviously wrong. So again, I thought it was B, but you got to read every choice. It's just part of it. Yes, it is B. This is very obvious, but this is a great example of how, notice the words I'm highlighting. Notice what words I didn't highlight. I did not highlight the word television. I did not highlight the phrase National Broadcasting Company, right? Everything I'm highlighting is a word that could have existed in any passage about any topic. There are things that help me understand the relationships, the feelings, right? Hesitant, right? What they thought. The word but is a relationship word, despite. So particularly as a for example word, it's very similar to a transition word. So these are the things you're noticing. These are what I'm highlighting. And that's really what's guiding my dumb summary and my answer choice. Moving on. Main purpose. For main purpose questions, just read. Just same thing we just did in the last one. Anything that matters in terms of relationships is probably going to be helpful. So we're still looking for strong words. Pteropods are small swimming snails with thin, delicate calcium carbonate shells. These animals are thought to be especially vulnerable to ocean acidification due to calcium carbonate's susceptibility, if you're susceptible, you're vulnerable, to dissolution at lower pH values. These people recently found that the periostracum, a protective coating on pteropods' outer shells, prevents this dissolution when intact. Moreover, the team was surprised to discover that even when the periosteum is breached, pteropods can still mitigate, it's a good word, damage by rebuilding the inner shell wall. So mitigate means lessen the severity of something. So mitigate damage, you're making it, it's less damaging. So the main purpose of the text, I guess, to me, is to do some sort of problem, right? So there's some sort of problem, I don't know, problem, not solution, but like problem isn't a problem is maybe the best way to put it, right? There's something that prevents, there's something that mitigates damage, right? They thought these pteropods are going to die, I guess, but they don't, right? They thought one thing, but they're actually not, right? So I don't get a but here. But it feels like there's a but, even when there's no but word, right? It feels like there's some sort of contrast. I don't know. Let's just see. The good part of a dumb summary is it doesn't need to capture everything that's happening. The choices are summaries, right? So you could either try to write a summary of the passage and be very detailed, and then hope that your specific summary is an answer choice. That's been happening on the easier questions. But as they get harder, that's less and less likely to happen. So the better approach is to write the dumbest summary you can, and then remember that the answer choices are also just summaries. And rather than coming up with one out of nowhere, you're using the choices as a thing to test. So let's test the summary they give me an A. To call for additional research, I don't think that's right, on biological mechanisms that improve pteropod survival rates. No, they're not like being like, oh my God, we gotta save the pteropods. The whole point is it seems like they discovered that the thing can help itself, right? So it doesn't seem like we need additional research. B, to discuss a conclusion drawn in a study of calcium carbonate's role in protecting the periosteum of pteropods. I don't know, maybe. I like that it says protecting, right? Protecting, preventing, mitigating, all those words seem to match. So maybe, I don't know. Let's look at C. To address some of the ways ocean acidification has altered pteropod behavior over time. So this is a great example of a thing that I'm just on the lookout for, right here, time. Time is one of these potential trap ideas. It's not always wrong. I'm not going to cross out C because it includes the word time. But the concept of time is an important concept. It's one that they better talk about in the passage if they're talking about it in the summary and the choice, right? Is this about changes over time? No, this pteropod thing is doing what it's doing. The little snail is swimming around for probably millions of years. They're just maybe discovering something. They're not saying that the snail has changed. So no, this is just wrong. D, to present findings that suggest that a concern about the effects of ocean acidification on pteropod shells may be unwarranted. Unwarranted is a very good SAT word. If something is warranted, it means that it is justified, right? A police officer shows up at your house with a warrant and says, I have the right by a judge to come in and search your house, right? That's what a warrant is. It's a justification for the police to come in your house. So if something is unwarranted, it's unjustified, meaning the problem probably isn't a problem. So I kind of like this choice. I'd love to talk more about B, but I'm leaning towards D here. So let's just make sure to present findings. There are findings that suggest a concern. What is the concern? That they're going to be susceptible or vulnerable. About the effects of ocean acidification. Yeah, they talked about that. Maybe unwarranted. Why is it unwarranted? Because there's a protective coating. And then even when the coating is gone, the pteropods can do something to save themselves. So I like D better, but let's try to see if we can prove B wrong. The ideal situation on any SAT passage is that we do two things. We prove the right answer right, and we prove all of the wrong answers wrong. Because of time and you're just understanding, you might not be able to do both of those things, but this is grind mode. Let's do both of those things. So B, to discuss a conclusion drawn in a study of calcium carbonate's role in protecting the periosteum of pteropods. Okay, so calcium carbonate, we talked about that? Yes, we did, right here, okay. So calcium carbonate is susceptible to the dissolution at lower pH values. Okay. So the calcium carbonate is the shell, right? But they found that the periosteum prevents the shell from coming apart. So the calcium carbonate isn't protecting the periosteum. The periosteum is protecting the calcium carbonate. It's backwards, right? So there you go. That's the proof. I would never have noticed that on just a first reading of the passage or first reading of B, right? I didn't necessarily like B. I didn't dislike it though either, right? It seemed to have some things that I liked. I liked D better because it hit the, this is actually a very good point. I liked D better because it was less about the sciencey words that the passage was about. It was more about words like concern, right? Effect, right? Unwarranted, unjustified, right? It isn't a problem. So I like that D was more about those kind of bigger relationship ideas. B seemed fine at first. It had a little bit of that with the word protecting, but it was very sciencey. And just again, my knowledge of the SAT, I know that they're not really asking us to understand the science in any sort of deep way. So I kind of was a little hesitant with B already because I'm just like, this feels like it's copy pasting. There's something I often call a copy paste trap, which is when a answer choice copies a lot of words you've never seen before, or phrases that are very unique to the passage. They copy those and they paste them in a wrong answer choice, knowing that you're going to be like, oh, I see it here, I see it there, good enough. But notice that the words that they used in the correct answer are words that are synonyms, are similar to some of the words we highlighted in the passage, but not quite the same, right? So that's more about how the SAT comes up with a wrong or a correct answer, is they change it slightly, right? It's the same idea, but a slightly different word. And they know that they can use that strategy to make a correct answer less appealing to you. If they use the same exact words, then you're more likely to notice the connection. So they're actually going to use these same exact words more often in wrong answer choices, but they know that most people aren't going to understand the science enough to really understand that choice B is flipping the relationship. I didn't notice it at first either. I didn't pay attention to that as I read. I'm not memorizing the science. But once I see that that's important to a choice, I can go back to the passage and check those very specific ideas. Here it fails, but wow, that's a very common thing they do on all sorts of questions. This is a hard question. This is the College Board considers this a hard question. I kind of agree. I think a lot of people are going to pick B and never consider D. They're just going to pick B and kind of just like lock into that. So yeah, I think this is a very big trap. Most people are not going to notice the flip, but it's there. It's in the passage. But don't try to memorize it the first way through, right? The point is I didn't pick B the first way through either. I didn't eliminate it. I was like, good enough. But when I found D, I was much more connected to that choice. And then I was able to go back to B and prove it wrong. So a lot of great things in this question. Let's move on. But yeah, very good question. Okay. We're in the first module. So timing for most people is not going to be an issue. Pacing is not going to be an issue. But even in the first module, I do think you should think about pacing. And this would be a question I'd probably skip if I first saw it. I'm going to do it now just to keep the order. But if I first saw this, I would just be like, well, this has the danger of taking a lot of time. Right? We have longer text. We have longer answer choices. Plus these double text questions, these cross text connections ones are a little harder sometimes. So I wouldn't want to spend like 5 minutes on something like this and then run out of time for the other passages. So we will do it now just to keep the video flowing. But this is a good example of something that, even in the first module, you want to be making decisions about pacing. Skip questions that look like they're going to be a time suck. Save them for last. You'll probably still have time, but it's better to be sure. So another thing I'm going to do here is how would the author of text 2 respond to what some researchers contend in text 1? I'm going to read text 2 first because I like to get a sense of what they're going for so that when I'm reading text 1, I kind of already know what text 2 would say. So you don't have to do this, but I like doing this. So let's just create there we go. I just want one of these. There we go. Okay. So what does text 2 say? Let's see. Ultimately, any plausible claim about the inception of tectonic movement must rest on empirical evidence from the geological record. So must rest on evidence. Okay. Researcher whatever and his team analyzed the geochemistry of zircon crystals to gain insight into the chemical composition of the magma from which the crystals formed, and based on the data, it's about evidence, compellingly argue that plate tectonics may have been occurring as early as 4.2 million years ago. So I'm going to use one of my simple ones here. I'm going to say X matters. It seems like they're repeating the idea that it's got to be based on data. So this guy in number 2 says the data matters or the evidence matters, right? So either of those, right? Now notice that's not a summary about the geology. Maybe that will matter, but I don't know. Let's go to text 1 and see what we get. Little is known about how plate tectonics, wherein slabs of Earth's crust move over, under, away from, and against one another, began. Some researchers contend that tectonic movements began around 3 billion years ago, often noting that computer models of Earth's mantle temperature at the time indicate that the mantle would have been sufficiently molten to enable the plates to move. So this is saying computers, right? Some computer models, right? Now, maybe this is a good moment to, before I forget, go back to that word empirical. Empirical. That's a word you might see on an SAT. Good word to know. What does empirical mean? Empirical means kind of it's based on the senses. So in other words, it's things we can see, touch, I don't know, smell, I guess, things like that, right? It's not a computer model. It's not a formula that's telling us this. It is stuff we can look at, right? And in this case, they're looking at it with, geochemistry, right? So they're using sort of microscope or chemical analysis tool, but it's physical, right? Maybe that's the key. Physical evidence, right, is empirical evidence. So that feels like the difference, right? Computers versus the actual stuff, right? So how would text 2 respond? Well, he'd respond, go out and look at the rocks. Don't look at a computer, look at the rocks. So let's see if there's something about that. By suggesting that the temperature of Earth's mantle 3 billion years ago was likely insufficient to allow for the level of tectonic movement predicted by computer models. Well, in a dumb way, this is saying the computer is wrong. So I'm okay with that, right? They're giving different years. I might keep this choice. I don't know. By distinguishing between computer models of Earth's mantle temperature that reliably predict the onset of plate tectonics and those that do not. No, he's saying it's not the computers, right? Go look at the things. Empirical evidence. So this is just comparing two types of computer models, right? The computer's bad no matter what. C, by indicating that computer models of Earth's mantle temperature are still being improved such that new models tend to be much more reliable than their predecessors. Again, this is all computers. I don't care about computers. D, by asserting that a more definitive form of evidence than the computer models suggests a different timeline. Yes, right? Notice this isn't getting into the years. This is another maybe case where this is a bit of a copy-paste trap. But let's take a look at these in more detail. A more definitive form of evidence. What would that be? Well, that would be things that you can touch, right? That would be empirical evidence. It must rest on empirical evidence, right? So that's more definitive in his eyes, right? It's based on the data. You're looking at the crystals. And it's a different timeline, right? This says 4.2, this says 3, right? So that's different. So there's nothing wrong with D, right? Maybe it doesn't summarize it completely in the way that you would, but there's nothing wrong with D. Let's look at A again. By suggesting that the temperature of Earth's mantle 3 billion years ago, the temperature, was likely insufficient to allow for the level of tectonic movement predicted by computer models. So is this guy talking about the temperature? The chemical composition? No, nothing. The temperature is not talked about at all. So this is just completely random. But notice how I didn't know that temperature wasn't talked about at all because I'm not really paying attention to that as I read. I just know that that's the kind of thing that if it matters in a choice, I'll be able to go back and find it. I don't really care about it as I read. So this is very obviously D. There we go. And there you go. Yep, that's it. So there you go. That's the answer. Very obvious to me. So notice we keep coming across a theme here of what matters, what counts when we're reading. What should we be paying attention to? All right, so this is just a generic kind of main idea question in my mind. All right, what statement about M. robustus in the octopus garden is best supported? I have a feeling this is just going to be about M. robustus and the octopus garden. So let's see what it says. In 2018, scientists discovered an immense aggregation of this thing along a hydrothermal vent 3,200 meters beneath the ocean surface. Water temperatures at this site, named the Octopus Garden, climb as high as 11 degrees Celsius. Much warmer, comparison, much warmer than the ambient 1.6 degrees Celsius typical at this depth, right? Okay, so typical, another word we've highlighted in the past. Based on observations made over 3 years, scientists concluded that temperatures at this site likely confer reproductive benefits and that the site is used exclusively for reproduction. So main ideas are repeated ideas, right? It's good, right? Something is good, and reproductive has been repeated. 6,000 of these adults, hatchlings, and eggs were observed at the garden, but no juveniles were present. Now look, this is a good example of just like once you start doing SATs and watch my grind mode videos and think about these passages in the extreme detail that I do, these things become obvious. I'm taking you 5 minutes to explain something that to me would take 5 seconds because once you practice, it becomes so obvious. But this piece at the end, which seems just like a throwaway, I'm pretty sure that that's important because there's a but right before it. And I know that the strongest word in any passage is but. Right? Now, maybe it has to do with the reproduction. This garden is for that. That's important, but no juveniles are present. This is the SAT's way of telling you, like, hey, pay attention. Let's see what it says. M. robustus leave the octopus garden upon reaching an intermediary stage of development. Well, could an intermediary stage be a juvenile stage? A juvenile is like you, right? Like a teenager, essentially, right? Not an egg, not a baby, or not an adult, right? This middle thing. Maybe, right? I mean, this seems random in a sense, right? Does this summarize the passage? It doesn't talk about the temperature at all. Doesn't talk about the fact that it's much warmer. It has nothing to do with any of that, right? So this feels like it's not a main idea, but is it supported by the text? Well, if no juveniles are present, maybe it's because they leave. Maybe. I don't know. Let's look at B. The M. robustus population of the octopus garden remains stable despite variations in water temperature. Well, is the water temperature varying? Right? They climb as high as 11. It's warmer than the outside, but it's not saying it's varying, right? They climb as high. I don't know. Does it climb as high as 11 compared to 10, compared to 9? That's not really a variation, right? So it doesn't really seem like it's varying, right? And the population, do we know that? So this is a good example of like quantifiers, right? You're telling me that the number of octopus matter. It just says there's a lot of them, an immense aggregation. It doesn't say how many. It doesn't really talk about that. So no, this is wrong. C. M. robustus nests in the octopus garden contain, on average, fewer, is another quantifier, but larger eggs than nests at similar ocean depths, right? So there's a lot of comparisons and quantifiers here. Are we comparing this to other things? Are we talking about how big the eggs are? I don't think so. That never comes up. D. The octopus garden provides an ideal feeding ground for M. robustus hatchlings. Most of you are going to pick that. It's wrong. It's obviously wrong. But most of you are going to pick that because it feels like it's more about what they're saying here. Oh, they love this octopus garden. It's so warm and cozy. And oh, they love reproducing here and having little babies. So this feels great. But this word stands out to me. Ideal is a strong word. It's probably one of the strongest words you could ever see in a choice, right? Ideal means best. It's kind of a comparison, right? It's a little bit of a quantifier as well, quantity, right? So ideal means it is the best, perfect possible feeding ground. Now, it's good. They say it has benefits. It's nice and warm, right? There's a lot of them there. But is this the best? I don't know. They're never comparing this particular place to others and saying how great this is, right? I really just don't know. So this is a case there, maybe a lot of the things in choice D feel good compared to the passage, but this is definitely wrong. It is not supported, whereas this is, right? And it's supported by a fact that you just kind of probably ignored, but for me, because of that word but, was just so freaking obvious. I love this question. This is what you want to do, is you want to be able to read these passages and know what the SAT is trying to get you to pay attention to for the purposes of the question. And that takes practice, but these are really important words that are standing out to me. So try to get in the habit at least of starting to highlight things the way I do. That's probably a good place to start. So yeah, this is the answer. How much time we got? All right, we got to hustle a bit. Even with me talking with the double time, we still got to hustle. Main idea. Conservationists worldwide are working to protect ecosystems from habitat destruction and biodiversity loss, and in many cases, initiatives that rely on natural features or processes can help address such challenges. So rely is kind of a strong word. In response to a rapidly dwindling population of blueback salmon, the Quinault Indian Nation, a tribe in Washington state, partnered with the conservation organization Wild Salmon Center to restore naturally occurring logjams in the Quinault River. The logjams create shady pools where the blueback salmon can rest and spawn, thus promoting blueback population recovery. Okay. I don't really know. This just feels like an example of something. So what's the main idea? I really don't know. Sometimes we don't need a dumb summary. Sometimes we're just like, okay, they're trying to help salmon. They're trying to help the world. Let's see what we get. A partnership between the Quinault Indian Nation and Wild Salmon Center shows the importance of collaborative approaches to preserving biodiversity. Okay, well, is this passage emphasizing that it needs to be collaborative? Well, they rely on natural features, right? They're trying to rely on natural features or processes, that's not the same as collaborating, right? Working with someone else. So these people did happen to partner with this other organization. But is it very important that they partnered together? I don't think so. Right? They're not emphasizing that, right? Rely is kind of a necessity word. That's why I'm kind of focusing on it here. So it doesn't seem that they have to rely on being collaborative. They just have to rely on dealing with natural features, right? And now I'm kind of starting to notice, right? They are naturally occurring logjams. Okay, let's just keep going. B, nature-based approaches can be effective ways to achieve conservation goals. Natural features, naturally, nature-based, seems pretty good. And effective means just good, right? It doesn't mean it's the best way to do it. It just means it's a good way to do it. So I kind of like that choice. Let's keep it. As indicated by a recent project, logjams help the blueback salmon thrive and reproduce. Okay, so let's keep that too. Let's just move to D for a second. Scientists now realize that nature-based conservation methods offer better long-term solutions to environmental issues than methods that are not nature-based. It does not say that. And this is a good example of training yourself to notice the right things. Comparison. This is not a comparison that is saying that the natural conservation is better than some other method, right? It just says that that's what they're doing, right? To say that it's good is one thing. To say that it's better than something else is a different claim. And so this claim is not here. It is not doing that kind of contrast. So this is wrong. Now between B and C, this is a great example of, you got to be really careful. C is focusing on the specifics, right? This is a good example of the idea of a wedge, right? I'm looking at these two choices and thinking, what makes them different, right? They both have things that make them look good. But B is more about the general conservation. C is very specifically about the salmon. Now, in terms of word count, more of this passage seems to be about the salmon. So you say, okay, well, that means C is right because it's more about that. But no, not really. It's B. Because how does this kind of start, right? We're talking about natural processes. We rely on those. So the word rely is really helping me here. That's what's important. And so why is this example being brought up? Because it's a naturally occurring thing. That's basically it. I also want to, logjams help them thrive and reproduce. Yeah, so that's true. But this is the rare case where I'm going to say that B is the right answer because it's a better answer than C. Usually we don't want to do that. There's one right answer and there's 3 wrong answers, and the 3 wrong answers are provably wrong. Here, C is kind of just true, right? It does say that it's helping them, right? But the point of the passage is to just use this logjam thing as a example to highlight the larger idea that nature-based approaches are more effective. This is not something that I'm going to get except by comparing the two choices that remain. And it is the answer. B is the answer here. But it's a good example of something that if I had to come up with this on my own, I'd probably want to include the salmon. But when I'm kind of forced into thinking about it is either exclusively about the salmon or exclusively about the conservation, I kind of okay, yeah, I see what the point of this passage is. So it's very good, this multiple choice test, is it forces us to kind of work with what we're given, essentially. Okay, I might mark this one. This one's got some interest. All right, this is another case where I am probably skipping a question at first because look at how long those answer choices are. This is a graph. These can be kind of difficult. I don't like these questions generally. So this is one that I'm probably skipping on the real test and then leaving for later. We're going to, come back to it, but this is new. This didn't used to be there. But we're going to do it anyway. So let's just kind of see what we got here. My advice for these is the same as anything else. Start with the question. What do we need to do? We need to support the researcher's conclusion. My guess is there's going to be something like a conclusion here, but we got to read everything. Don't try to understand this chart. We don't really know what's going on. So just just focus on the graph first, or the paragraph first. These people presented study participants with vignettes about fictive political candidates. Fictive means fictional. Portraying them as embodying a personality trait widely considered admirable, agreeableness, or one considered ignoble, cynicism. So good or bad, right? So ignoble, admirable, I see what's going on here. A survey recorded participants' ratings of the candidates' likability and showed that across participants, ignoble trait candidates were less likable, so ignoble, was less likable than admirable trait candidates. However, strongest word in any passage is but, when the researchers factored in the participants' own personality trait scores on a scale of 1 to 7, they concluded that his relative ranking of candidates persisted except among the participants with high ignobility scores. So this is a fancy way of saying bad people liked bad people, right? And we can kind of see that, right? So ignoble trait score of participant, right? So 7 is the most bad, ignoble. They seem to like the bad people, right? Whereas the admirable people are kind of across the board considered likable to the same degree. But the more, the worse of a person you are, the more you like other bad people. I don't know if this is a true study. This is interesting, but there you go. So do I have a dumb summary here, I guess? Like what supports that? I guess, yeah, like I don't even need to type a dumb summary, right? So except is kind of a but word, right? High ignobility score, relative ranking, yeah. That basically this pink is all kind of my dumb summary, right? Ignoble trait people are less likable, except if you are also unlikable. That's kind of it. Let's take a look at the choices and see what we get here. There was a strong positive correlation between participants' ignobility scores and admirable trait candidates' likability ratings. No, we're not really interested in the admirable trait people. But there was no correlation between ignobility scores and ignoble trait candidates' likability. No, this is just wrong. This is just backwards, right? Because there's no correlation between the score and the admirable people, right? It's flat. So it doesn't matter how bad you are or good you are. The way you think about the admirable people is the same, right? So when they say there's a strong positive correlation between the participants' ignobility scores and admirable trait candidates, this is just factually incorrect. This is not true. There is a positive correlation between their ignobility scores and the ignoble trait candidates. That's this line with the squares. So this is just wrong. B, participants with an ignobility score of 5 or less, rated admirable trait candidates as more likable than ignoble trait candidates. That is true, right? The triangle is above the square. Whereas participants with an ignobility score of 6 or more rated ignoble trait candidates as equally likable, yeah, or or even more likable than admirable trait candidates. That's true. That's just true. And it's saying kind of what we were summarizing before, is that like if you are ignoble, you like the ignoble people. So I think that might be right, but let's look at C. Overall, participants rated admirable trait candidates as quite likable. Yeah, that's true. And that rating was not significantly affected by the participants' ignobility score. That's true. So this is a true statement, but notice it's not getting in the but, right? That your ignobility matters. So this is just missing the point. This is a true statement, but at least this one is getting in the fact that like how likable you are matters for how likable you think the unlikable people are. D, unlike participants with an ignobility score of 6, participants with an ignobility score either greater or less than 6 gave admirable trait candidates and ignoble trait candidates different. Yeah, they're different, but I want to emphasize the point that B emphasizes, that the people who are a 7 liked the bad people more. This is just kind of saying they're different, but I want them to be different in this very specific way, that if you're unlikable, you are liking the unlikable people. So this is just missing the point. So B is the answer, I believe. Yes. This is a hard question, though. I would consider this hard. College Board does as well. But this gets to why we would skip it. Really, the best strategy for a question like this is to leave it for last. To me, this is a lot of back and forth, right? So this is also very rare, I think, for these. Well, maybe not. No. So the trouble with these graph questions is we have to balance a lot of different things, right? We have to understand the passage. We have to understand the graph. We have to understand the choices. Some of the choices will be wrong because they miss the point. They miss our dumb summary, like C, right? They're just kind of missing the idea that we need to convey. But C is still factually true. Sometimes, though, we might get something more like A, where maybe it hits on the idea in a good way, but it's missing the data, right? The facts, the numbers are wrong, right? It's misinterpreting the graph. So that's kind of tricky to have to use different parts of your brain to analyze the choices. Typically, I like to actually focus on the summary, the dumb summary part first. The idea usually matters more. The reason I didn't quite do this here is I don't know. I was just kind of like, something about these choices allowed me to kind of read them piece by piece and check the pieces as I went. So something about these choices was just easy for me to understand with the graph. So that's the thing with these is like there's infinite variety. You got to be comfortable adjusting your strategy for the specific graph and choices and passages that you get. So, that's difficult. That's why I would leave these for last, is there's a lot of things going on here. Let's move on. Okay, this looks good. This is the kind of question I would skip to if I could, because this looks easier than the other ones that came before it, the graph. Which finding, if true, would weaken the underlying claim. So weaken matters. Puerto Rico is an island in the Caribbean Sea. Indigenous people there started raising guinea pigs about 1,700 years ago. Guinea pigs had originally been domesticated much earlier in both Colombia and Peru. So were guinea pigs brought to Puerto Rico from Colombia or from Peru? Okay, that seems to matter. Ancient Caribbean trade routes connected Puerto Rico with Colombia, but not with Peru. Okay. Therefore, guinea pigs in Puerto Rico probably came from Colombia and descended from Colombian guinea pigs. This is so obvious. Just how do we weaken this? Well, what are they saying? They're saying that the guinea pigs are in Puerto Rico probably came from Colombia. So yeah, they're Colombia. So how do we weaken that? I don't know. Just, God, I can't spell. Weaken. Just they're not from Colombia. Right? So maybe that means they're from Peru, because that's the other place. But just flip it. Just flip the dumb summary, right? They say Colombia. Maybe they're not from Colombia. I don't know. So ancient guinea pigs in Puerto Rico were genetically less similar to ancient guinea pigs in Colombia than to ancient guinea pigs in Peru. That's a weird way of saying that, but that sounds like they're saying they're not similar to the Colombian ones. They're similar to the Peruvian ones. So that seems like it's hitting the idea of it's not being Colombia. So let's look though. Guinea pigs are common in ancient Puerto Rican art, especially in pottery. Doesn't answer the question. Modern breeds of guinea pigs don't look like images of guinea pigs in ancient art from Puerto Rico, Colombia, and Peru. This is a good example of like them introducing the idea of time. I don't care about the modern ones. We're not talking about that. Where'd they come from? 1,700 years ago. I don't care about the modern ones. You're flipping the time. The guinea pig population of ancient Colombia was much larger than the guinea pig population of ancient Peru. Well, I don't care how many they had. I care about even if you had 2 and you shipped them over to Puerto Rico, that's enough for them to be from that place. So this is definitely A. This basically just says it, but notice it says it in a very weird way. I think that's all on purpose, just to confuse you. But A is the answer. But yeah, I don't know. This to me is obvious, mostly because my dumb summary was so simple that I was able to just, maybe that's a clear point to make. The reason I understand A is because I knew what I wanted the right answer to say. Instead of asking the more general question is like, what does A mean? I'm asking the more simple question, is A saying they're not from Colombia? Then when I had that question, I'm able to kind of be like, oh yeah, it does seem that that's what they're saying. So the dumb summary is also a way to kind of help you understand the answer choices, because sometimes it keeps you focused on one idea. Let's move on. All right, 3 more. Support the hypothesis. So this time we're supporting it, and at some point they're just going to say the hypothesis. Ad recall measures how memorable an advertising campaign is. To provide advertisers with information about their ads' memorability, a social media site regularly surveys users about whether they remember ads they had recently interacted with on the site. In a study that drew on the survey, advertising researcher Kristen Sussman and colleagues noted that different kinds of social media interactions involve different levels of cognitive engagement. So there's a difference. Commenting on or sharing a post is more cognitively demanding than is clicking on embedded links or on a like button. So they're making some sort of comparison. The researchers hypothesized, here's the part that matters, that interactions indicating high levels of cognitive engagement with ad content would result in relatively high levels of ad recall. So this is a good example of just like one of our kind of more mathematical dumb summaries here. So let's just do that. So support, boom. So my dumb summary here is you have more engagement, more cognitive engagement equals high recall, more recall, right? 2 arrows, that's what those are supposed to be, up arrows. Okay, and let's just see. So what do they say? Users who interacted with an ad were much more likely to do so by clicking on the ad's like button than they were to interact with the ad in any other way. This is just talking about how they interacted, how they engaged. How does that affect the recall? That's all I care about. This doesn't talk about that at all. B. Users who interacted with an ad were significantly more likely to purchase the advertised product at the time they saw the ad than were users who saw the ad but did not interact with it. Well, if we're talking about recall, why do I care if they purchased it at the time they saw the ad? Right? Does that have anything to do with recalling it, remembering it? If it's happening right then and there's no memory involved. So I think this is wrong because it doesn't seem to talk about the thing we need to talk about, but I'll keep it. Compared with users who, I already love that. Users who clicked on links in an ad, users who commented on that same ad were significantly more likely to remember seeing the ad when surveyed 2 days later, right? So here we have an increase in recall, right? So more likely to remember, right? So this is choice C. We have an increase in recall. Why? What caused that, right? Did they say? Users who interacted with an ad were significantly more likely. Oh, I'm reading the wrong one. Compared with users who clicked on links in an ad, users who commented on that same ad were significantly more likely. So comment, why does it keep doing that? Comment is better than click, right? This is very weird, but I get what I'm saying here, right? The comment is leading to more recall than the click. Why would that happen? Well, they talked about different kinds of social media here, right? Commenting is more cognitively engaging. So commenting is more engagement. This is matching with my original dumb summary, right? More cognitively demanding than it's clicking. So I really like C. I think that's going to be the answer. Let's look at D. Although users who shared an ad were highly likely to remember details from the ad when surveyed 2 days later, those same users tended to forget those details when surveyed a week later. Well, this is, I guess, about recall, but we're comparing the time, right? This is 2 days later versus a week later. I don't really think the passage gets into how long they're supposed to remember it. So this just seems random. So it's definitely C. I was right. This is not about recall either. So it's definitely C. And notice they're talking in the choice about cognitive engagement, the exact thing we wanted our answer choice to say. But they're doing it in code. Right? This is that, again, kind of evolving that copy paste trap idea that I talked about earlier. Is they're not going to just say the thing you need them to say. They're going to say it in a different way, but they told us how they were going to say it, right? They told us what these different ways of interacting with an ad were going to be. It's just up to us to go back. I didn't remember the specifics here. I didn't bother to remember those things because if they matter, they don't run away. The passage is still there. I can still go back. So don't try to make yourself memorize all these details. The highlighting is perfect for all of this, but notice the things I'm highlighting, they're all very relationship based. That's what you want to pay attention to. So is C the answer? Let's just be sure. Yeah. Cool. And is this the last one? 2 more. Okay. So this is another graph question. You might skip this, but these choices seem shorter. This seems easier to understand. There's less going on here, so maybe this is a better one to do. So let's just see. A student is going to complete the statement. A student is researching rotating radio transients, a subclass of pulsar stars characterized by short pulses of radio waves. The time between consecutive pulses of RRAT is referred to as a period. Looking at the table, the student determines that. Okay, so I don't know. Period? Is it about that? I don't know. Notice how crazy the names of these things is, though. Like that's they're doing that on purpose. They want you to be confused. So J061403, this guy, has the shortest amount of time between consecutive pulses of all the RRATs. So that's the period. Is that the shortest? Yeah. Right? I think so. So that seems true. I don't know. That seems true. Let's just keep going, though. I don't know what we're going for here. 0545 and 012. So these ones, this one and this one, have the same amount of time. No, they do not. Right? Because notice the time between consecutive pulses, right? So maybe I should highlight that too. They're just telling you what this means. So no, these are all different. 1/6 whatever has the longest amount of time. No, clearly not. This is the longest, so no. And D, 0103, which is here, and 0121, which is next to it, both have more than 1 second of time. No, this one doesn't. So it's A. This was easy, right? This is purely about looking at the things. We do need to know what column to go to, but this is why so much of the SAT is just following instructions. It's like they just told me to go there. Like that's all they're doing. So again, they could have just used the word period in these choices to keep telling us go to that spot, but they made it a little harder just by using a different word. And they tell us the word. They tell you the definition. So it's all there. Yeah, this is a medium question, which feels right. And A is the answer. All right, last one. And this looks like a good example of why you want to skip around, even in the first module. Because if you run out of time, this feels like an easy question. Look at how short those answer choices are. Completes the text. Let's do it. Narwhals are shy whales that live in the remote Arctic Ocean. Some of them have a long tusk like a unicorn horn with sensitive nerves. Narwhals are known for this tusk, but many actually don't have one, and its purpose is unknown. One group of scientists came up with a possible purpose in 2014. The scientists suggested that the tusk may help narwhals determine when the water around them is likely to start freezing and become dangerous for them. Okay, so freezing, dangerous, okay. Marine biologist Kristen Later disagrees. Okay, that's like a but. With that idea though. She reasons that if the narwhal's tusk serves such an important purpose, then it's most likely that. Okay, well, this is a great example of go back to your original but, right? This is an awesome example. It's kind of like the juvenile's octopus thing, right? The but, if you have a but, right, you have two pieces. You have the part before the but, you have the part after the but. Most of the time, the part after the but is going to be more important than the part before it, right? So they're known for the tusk, great, but the fact that many don't have one is the thing they're emphasizing here, right? So I feel like this is the SAT code for telling me like, hey, pay attention to this. This is probably the important thing, right? So she reasons that if the narwhal tusk serves an important purpose, if it was so important that this tusk saved them from freezing to death, then it's most likely that, I think this is just going to say something like, all narwhals would have one, right? Because you told me before that many don't have one. But if it's so important, then they should all have one, right? Otherwise, why the ones that don't have one would be frozen little popsicle whales, right? So what does it say that, right? Some narwhals would seek a new habitat. No, it's not about where they live. Fewer marine animals would also have tusks. No, I don't care about. I care about the narwhals. More narwhals would have a tusk. Narwhals would become less shy over time. No, this is obviously the answer. And maybe you would have gotten that just by kind of like looking at the other answers. The other answers are so obviously wrong that I would hope you would get to choice C anyway. College Board considers this a medium question. I think the only reason this is medium is most people are getting it wrong because they're not saving time for something like this. They're running out of time and they're guessing randomly. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that, but this feels like an obvious answer. This is an easy question in my opinion, and all the more reason that no matter how confident you are in your pacing ability, your reading comprehension ability, in the first module, you should still be, once you get to those passages, skipping around and doing them in the order that probably is going to be the easiest. Usually I look at the answer choices. The shorter the answer choices, the more likely it's going to be an easy question. Not always, but that's a useful way of thinking about it. There are certain types of questions that I find easier and harder, so that helps me as well. But generally speaking, they're not in order of difficulty. So just because this is our last passage, right? Last passage does not mean that it is the hardest passage. And so you need to keep that in mind and just make sure that you're not running out of time and missing out on some very easy points on something like this. All right, very thorough, and we're going to go into the hard module. We'll have to pick up the pace a bit, but we will also still use this trainer and go very thoroughly as much as we can through each of the questions. So I'm going to take a break, and then we'll do that later. Okay, so because I checked off extra breaks, I get an extra break here between the two reading modules. But remember, during the real test, most of you will not get this because you don't get these accommodations. But we're just going to hit resume testing. Now we're in the hard module. Let's increase the font size a bit. And just like before, we're going to try to find the first grammar question. Usually it's number 15. Let's see. Okay, that's grammar, and that's a passage. So we're going to start with 15. Okay, so same process as before. We're going to use the choices to predict the rule. Colon is kind of top of my list, though I do know that if I have a dash, that could be a colon as well. Kind of a single dash is going to behave like a colon. So that's already not really looking good for these two choices because they basically are doing the exact same thing. But let's still test it out. In order to use a colon, we need a sentence before it. Her portrait of novelist Zadie Smith. Well, that's not a sentence. That just stops. So that means this is wrong. And it does mean B is wrong as well. It's kind of the same problem. So what would we say here? Her portrait of novelist Zadie Smith is displayed in the National Portrait Gallery in London. So I don't think I need a break here at all, right? There's no reason for a comma. This is just kind of the same sentence. It's just kind of a flow. So C seems like the right answer. And yeah, this is a medium question somehow. I don't know why. I don't know why anyone would pick anything other than C here, but C is the answer. So I don't know. This just feels easy. It is the first module, it is the second. It is the hard module, but it is going to also have some easier questions. Not everything is the hardest thing ever. So, I don't know. They think this is a medium question. So I don't know. Let's just move on. Cool. This is a great example of something that I recognize right away. So these are answer choices that look very different from most of the other grammar questions that we get, but it's a very clear kind of one of these other rules, the rule on modifiers. And you can see here in the strategy trainer, I say, what is the modifier question going to look like? It's going to have long answers with big changes in the word order. These are long answers. The words are kind of moving all over the place, right? Plus, the sentence itself, usually there'll be more to it. This entire sentence so far is a modifier. It is a intro clause that kind of leads into the main sentence, right? And so the strategy here is to turn this into a question. So a government body officially known as the all thing. So my question that I'm basically asking is, what is a government body known as the all thing, right? Just basically repeat it in as clear of a way as you can without trimming too much, without really rewording it, right? Just kind of turn it into the most simple question you can. And essentially the answer to that question is what needs to be the beginning of the blank, right? It's a modifier. What are we modifying? What are we describing? That's what we got to start the sentence with. So is the world's oldest parliaments a government body known as the all thing? No, maybe one of the world's oldest parliaments is, but not all of them, right? So this is starting with kind of parliaments. That's not what we want to say. Iceland's parliament, is that a government body known as the all thing? Probably. So I kind of like this. This feels right, but we got to check everything else. The first meeting is definitely not this, right? It maybe the first meeting of the all thing is what we're kind of hitting on here, but we need to start with basically another way of talking about the all thing, and the first meeting of it is not the same thing. So this just doesn't really seem to be relevant, and definitely a year is not a government body known as the all thing, so that's wrong too. So B is the answer, and notice as I was reading this, I wasn't really reading anything other than just the first few words, because that's how this modifier rule works, is we are supposed to kind of really just start off with the thing we're talking about. So in a way, this is actually involving a trap that comes up on other questions, not here, but Iceland, in a way, is kind of like the first thing that we see after the comma. But the apostrophe affects what we're really talking about. It basically turns Iceland into kind of like an adjective describing something else. And the parliament is the something else. And this Iceland's parliament is a government body officially known as the all thing, right? So that makes sense. You could read the whole choice just to be sure. A government body officially known as the all thing. Iceland's parliament is one of the oldest in the world, first meeting in 930 CE. But notice as I'm answering this, I'm not really thinking about the rest of that sentence. It's really those first few words that really matter to me. And so that's just a key piece of this question, right? This is very important for being able to answer modifier questions quickly and confidently, because these could take a long time if you're just reading all four choices and kind of listening to how they sound. That's not the task here. This is a great example of how we can use the SAT strategy here for grammar to both identify the rule very quickly using the choices and follow a procedure that's very repetitive for getting the answer right. So yeah, B is the answer here. Okay, what do I see? I see a semicolon and a period. I know that those are basically the same, right? So semicolon and period are basically the same. Basically all four of the things in this first column or this first row are the same, maybe with the exception of the colon. So I'm going to cross these both out. If they're both the same, the words aren't changing, it's very unlikely that either of those will be right. Now we go to the sentence, which starts here. These include overseeing the Library of Congress's collections, which boast more than 162 million items. managing the U.S. Copyright Office, which registers copyright claims and advises Congress on copyright law, and then, oh boy, there's something interesting, and appointing the U.S. Poet Laureate. I love this question because everything I just told you about C and D is wrong. In this case, right? So I still would have crossed them out to start, but now I can bring back C, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be the answer. And the reason is, well, there's a semicolon in the passage already. And so why is it there? Well, we say normally that semicolons and periods are the same thing. But if I try to apply that logic to the semicolon that's already there, that would be like saying this yellow part here is a sentence that could stand on its own. And appointing the U.S. Poet Laureate. That's clearly not a sentence, right? This is clearly a list. And so this gets to a common exception that we have to think about for semicolons, which is that most of the time, a semicolon and a period are the same thing. But about 2% of the time, and this includes the SAT, the semicolon is going to be used for complicated lists. And so I can tell as I'm reading that that's what's going on here because there's another semicolon. This feels like a list. And, it's just kind of obvious that this is the exception to the normal rule that would have gotten me to cross out C and D right away. So that's the great thing about that rule with semicolons and periods is we can cross them out. And there is an exception where maybe we shouldn't be crossing them out. But the exception is so obvious that when you encounter it, it's easy to bring the semicolon back from the dead and think about it. So let's get rid of all these highlights here so you can see what's really going on, right? There's a list. These include, and then there's three things in the list: overseeing, managing, and appointing. Three things. But notice that some of those things involve commas, right? So if we highlight the more of this yellow, the Library of Congress's collections, which boast more than 162 million items, right? Okay, then we get managing the U.S. Copyright Office, which registers copyright claims and advises on copyright law. So if we continue the blue, we see again, we have a comma within that thing. Now the pink doesn't have that, right? The pink is just kind of short and sweet. The reason we're using the semicolon then is normally we use commas to separate items in lists. But sometimes the items in the list have commas in them. In this case, just because they wanted to add this extra information with these which clauses. So it would be very confusing to separate the which clauses with commas and to then separate the items in the list with commas. It would just be a lot of commas and your reader would kind of get confused to like what they're even reading and what goes where. So this is why we then bring in the semicolon, is it allows us to do something visually different to separate the items in the list and allowing the commas to do what they normally do, kind of adding extra clauses into the sentence. So it's a, in my opinion, very obvious thing. The College Board considers this a hard question, but to me, this is very easy if you know the rule. Even though the first rule we applied had us crossing out C, it's very easy to bring it back. You cannot get something like this wrong. I mean, for any high-scoring student, you really can't get any grammar questions wrong. But this, to me, is a great example of kind of like how we have a process we need to follow. And if we just kind of follow that process, the answer is fairly obvious. So, an exception, but not one that can bother you. All right, moving on. All right, same thing. Look, semicolon period, right? So again, even though we just had an exception where we couldn't cross them both out, I'm doing it again. I'm crossing them both out. I'm following my rules. So that means, again, we're kind of thinking comma versus nothing. Where does this sentence start? Oh my God, it starts all the way at the beginning. Okay, so this is hard. There's a lot of clauses here. So recently unearthed Neronian tools in France dating to 54,000 years ago and attributed to Homo sapiens may provide evidence that interactions between Neanderthals and modern humans occurred 10,000 years earlier than was previously supposed. A finding that, if true, would overturn current theories about Homo sapiens migration during the Upper Paleolithic. So I'm pretty sure it's D. My reason is I basically have this long sentence here. Then we have a that clause that's kind of adding on more. Interactions between Neanderthals and modern humans occurred 10,000 years earlier than was previously supposed. Right? So that's kind of like the end of a thought here. And then this if true is very clearly inserted in the middle. And so kind of starting with I have another kind of extra clause that's interrupted by an extra clause, but that provides this extra information. Ooh, highlighting isn't working. There we go. So There's a lot of ways to think about this. But essentially, let's start here. Okay. Technically, everything that I haven't highlighted and everything in blue is a complete sentence. We could end the blue with a period, right? Where this, oh my God, this is so annoying. Where this comma is, that could be a period, right? Recently unearthed Neronian tools in France dating to 54,000 years ago and attributed to Homo sapiens may provide evidence that interactions between Neanderthals and modern humans occurred 10,000 years earlier than was previously supposed, period. Then we're adding on this extra clause that's describing this kind of finding, or that this first sentence is kind of getting to. And so that's why this comma is there. The reason I'm kind of cutting it off at the word that is that's the word that can sometimes be another way to kind of continue a sentence, add on an extra clause, but notice that there's no punctuation. In fact, I often say, or that, when we're dealing with commas, we can often say that the word that is one of these words that in English just does not get a comma, as opposed to the word which very often does get a comma in English, right? To add on an extra clause. They do very similar things, but which gets a comma, that doesn't. However, you can see within this very sentence, the word that is getting a comma, but it's not because of the word that. It's because of the if true part interrupting it. So that's the problem with commas, and that's why they're kind of last on our list, is every time you try to come up with a rule about commas, it's very easy to find exceptions to that rule, because you want to say things like, this word always gets a comma, this word never gets a comma. But you really can't do that with commas, because comma isn't about the word, it's about the context of the sentence. It's about how the sentence is put together and where clauses are. And essentially, you can interrupt a sentence at any point you want and throw something in there and just put commas around it to show that you're interrupting. And so that's why words like that maybe do get commas occasionally. And it's just because of the way the sentence was built. And the SAT kind of knows that you have these things memorized, and then it's finding ways to kind of mess with you. So you basically just have to think about commas as I've said before, a place where the color changes. And so that's essentially what's happening here. This is a hard question, I believe. Yeah, this is something that the College Board considers hard. I think this is very easy, especially because we have no reason to bring back A and B, right? Some of you might want to think of this yellow part as a sentence because it's kind of long, but it really isn't a sentence. And so I don't really even consider that, because I've eliminated A and B, because as we've said, semicolons and periods are the same in 98% of cases. But if you were considering that, this is just a long description of a finding that would overturn current theories about Homo sapiens migration during the Upper Paleolithic. There's no actual verb there. It's just a long description of a finding, in the same way that here we're talking about the tools, and we have a long description of the tools. Recently unearthed tools in France dating to 54,000 years ago and attributed to Homo sapiens, right? This is just a long description of the tools. So this is this is not a sentence. It just sounds that way to me. I'm talking a lot about this question because I think this is something a lot of people are going to get wrong. But again, if we're following the strategy, it's very obviously D here. You got to rely a little bit on your instinct of how things sound. But I would hope that if you were between C and D, you would be like, okay, there's very clearly a break here. And that's what a comma does, is it adds a break. So yeah, I'm not bookmarking this. There's no doubt to me. All right, so this is very clearly what I think of as the connector placement rule. This is where we have transition words interacting with the surrounding sentences, and we have to think about where that transition goes. But the first thing I notice is we have a semicolon, right, in C and D. So I can essentially do the same thing I always do with semicolons, is there a sentence before, is there a sentence after, right? So kind of reading up to the word work, right? That would be my first test. Now, the word though is kind of separated out from the sentence no matter what I do with it. So I'm going to kind of ignore that at first. To manifest the warm and welcoming atmospheres that are a signature of her work, not a sentence, right? Because it sounds like I'm about to say what she's about to do, right? To manifest them, she occasionally relies on more traditional art techniques, right? I haven't gotten to my point. And so I can't break this sentence off with a semicolon. So both of these are wrong. That makes me think it's probably going to be A, because though would kind of have to be this extra clause in here. And so I'm basically going to skip the though for a second, just be like, does this sound like a sentence? To manifest the warm and welcoming atmospheres that are a signature of her work, she occasionally relies on more traditional art techniques. Yeah, so this part here is the sentence. And then we do have this yellow behaving like an intro clause, and normally we would have a comma after work, regardless of whether the though was there. But having the though there in B means there's no comma separating the though from the pink, so then it would just be more kind of extra clauses, right? To manifest the warm and welcoming atmospheres that are signature for her work, though she occasionally relies on more traditional art techniques, and then we'd want to say, like, she does something else, right? We still need to kind of get to the point of the sentence, but now we just have this extra clause, such as painting with watercolors. There's clearly no like sentence there. So thinking more about how A is working, I'm essentially thinking if the though is in this yellow-pink sentence, then what it's really doing, even though it's in the middle of that, it's behaving as a but that kind of joins this unhighlighted part to the yellow. So that's now where I'd go back. And connector placement sometimes is thinking about the placement of that transition word around the surrounding sentences. Where does the though, where does the but actually happen? So let's see if we can understand it. Digital artist Jung Lulu Chen primarily uses a suite of software tools to create illustrations for children's books. But she occasionally relies on more traditional art techniques to manifest the warm and welcoming atmospheres that are a signature of her work. And so this, I'm ignoring this part, but that's basically what it's saying, is she primarily uses a suite of software, right? But she occasionally relies on more traditional things. So the though is kind of weirdly in the middle of all this, but it's behaving as if it's here. And I'm also moving this yellow part out of the way for a second because it's kind of distracting me from the main sentence. This is something that takes practice, but once you get good at this and once you recognize the patterns in even a hard rule like the connector placement, this becomes very routine. Again, there's no doubt here. I'm not unsure of this answer. I'm not marking it for review. This is one I'd be getting in like 30 seconds and moving on. So let's move on. And oh boy, now to me, it's not a coincidence that this is very similar looking, because if whatever you just did here, you're going to want to repeat it. It's natural for you to go like, oh, here, the double comma was right. So maybe here, the double comma is right again, right? Or you get to this one and you're like, oh no, now I need a semicolon or something, right? So then you go back to this one or you change your answer. You're like, maybe I was wrong about this one. Let me bring the semicolon back. This is maybe just random chance that these two questions follow each other. But I think sometimes the SAT is putting similar questions near each other in the same section, knowing that you can't help yourself. You can't separate each question and treat it like it's a separate puzzle. You want to put those pieces together and kind of use the same logic. It's the same reason sometimes people are like, oh, I picked the letter B 3 times in a row. I'm not going to pick B a 4th time. That doesn't happen. Those thoughts never enter my head. I don't think about that SAT in any way like that. Each question is its own thing. If I get an answer B 5, 6, 7 times in a row, okay, like I don't even notice. It just doesn't, the previous questions have no impact on the current question. So here, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm going to approach it the same way I did before. I have 2 semicolons, so I'm going to think about sentences. They are hardly pristine. Is that a sentence? Yes. Okay. Now, the word though is a little interesting here because it doesn't have a comma, but I'm still going to kind of think about what's going on here. Many chondrites experience aqueous alteration as a result of exposure to fluids, as well as fracturing, veining, and localized melting due to collisions with other objects. So the part in blue is its own sentence. Many chondrites experience aqueous alteration as a result of exposure to fluids. So that makes me want to pick B or C. The word though is a little different from the word however, because of the punctuation can get a little wacky. So maybe we should look at C a little more closely. If we had C, this last part would kind of become an extra clause again. They are hardly pristine. That's still a sentence. Though many chondrites experience aqueous alteration as a result of exposure to fluids, as well as fracturing, veining, and localized melting due to collisions with other objects. You hear how my voice is building, 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 and then it never gets anywhere? That's kind of why C is wrong. I think it's going to be B. And the reason is I think that this though is doing the same thing it was doing before. Even though it's at the end of this yellow sentence, it's actually going to contrast with this initial sentence, why does this happen? It's going to go to here and be part of the pink, essentially. So let's see why. Why would this happen? Chondrites are stony meteorites that are undifferentiated. That is, their contents have not melted and separated into distinct layers. So they're mixed. They're mixed, undifferentiated, mixed. They are hardly pristine, though. So they are mixed together. They're not. I don't know what's going on. Sorry. They are undifferentiated. So they're kind of the same, I guess. But they are hardly pristine. They are hardly perfect, right? So they haven't separated into layers, but they are hardly perfect. They are not perfect. Many chondrites experience aqueous alteration, as well as fracturing, veining, and localized melting. So essentially, this blue part, including this other part at the end, is an example of how they are not pristine. They are not perfect, right? They are not, they have problems. They have mixing, right? They are fracturing, veining, melting, whatever. So this blue is an example of the yellow. So we don't want the though to be between the yellow and the blue, essentially. We don't want to show a contrast between the yellow and the blue. The blue is supporting the yellow. It is kind of an example of the yellow. The yellow, however, is a contrast with the pink. It's very hard to see that contrast because the vocabulary here is very difficult. But yeah, B is the answer here. I can understand this very well because honestly, none of these other ones really make any sense. For structural reasons, we really can't have D or A because we have two sentences, yellow and blue. And then C gets messy even with that because there's no comma here. So it starts to make it not a sentence anymore. So it gets very sneaky. There's a world in which A could be right. They are hardly pristine, though many chondrites experience aqueous alteration as a result of exposure to fluids. The problem with A is it's doing the same thing that I'm kind of talking about with C, is it's putting the contrast between the yellow and the blue. It's really the yellow and the pink, and that's the only one that does that is B. So even though is at the end of the yellow, it's unlike the word but, it's behaving, it can move throughout the sentence, but it's still behaving like the word but, as if the word but were right here between the yellow and the pink. Again, I'm not bookmarking this, but now we're getting into a zone where, like, if this was the only grammar question you got wrong, that's not great. You don't want to get any wrong, but at least I understand it. This is kind of tricky. So watch my lesson on connector placement if you need more information on this rule. But to me, this is still following the same process that I've always followed for these. Moving on. All right, more grammar. I'm going to start with D because this is the most kind of like understandable of the ideas for punctuation, right? Is it's got a semicolon. So there are two sentences. That the geographic center of North America lay in the state of North Dakota was conceded by all involved. Oof. I would have to read that multiple times, but that is a sentence. And then the other part, establishing its precise coordinates proved more divisive. That's also a sentence. Now, the reason both of these are hard to understand as sentences is it's very weird. The subject of the sentence is that. That being this idea that the geographic center of North America lay in the state of North Dakota, and then that was conceded by all involved is kind of like the heart of the sentence. So notice this description in the middle is very long, but essentially it's just filling in the blank that kind of sets for us, right? So that idea was conceded by all involved is basically the first sentence. And there, I think it's easier to hear. It's just very weird when it's got so many extra words. The second sentence is also weird because you are used to the idea of an ing word following a comma. So many of you might kind of gravitate towards B here, but that's not what's happening. Establishing the coordinates proved more divisive. Again, we have a subject and a verb. The difference is this subject, this noun, isn't. It kind of looks like a verb, but it's a noun in the same way that, like, if we said like running is fun, running is a thing. It's an idea, but it's a thing. It's a concept, and so it behaves like a noun, even though it has like this kind of like verb quality to it. So hopefully you can just hear those things. Now, the fact that it's two sentences means we need a strong punctuation mark. So it can't be the comma. It can't be nothing. And many of you, I think, are going to pick D here just because you're like, well, 2 sentences, it's got to be a semicolon. The problem is it could still be a colon, because even though a colon only requires a sentence before the colon, the yellow, it could have a sentence after. It doesn't need to, but it could. So technically, the colon hasn't been proven wrong. It could still work. So this is very rare. In fact, this is the only official SAT question I've seen where we end up having to choose between a semicolon and a colon based on the kind of stylistic reason that we use a colon. Essentially, a colon is going to involve us kind of answering a question that's posed by the first part. So let me just give you an example just to kind of have something. I often say, I have one fear, spiders, right? So this is a clear case where the second part is answering a question that is implied by the first, right? I have one fear. What's that fear? Spiders. Does that happen here, right? That the geographic center of North America lay in the state of North Dakota was conceded by all. What would be the question I would ask? Like, how did they concede it? Why did they concede it, right? Those feel like questions I could get, but they're not as easy to get as the one with this example I gave, right? And then what's the answer to those questions? Why did they concede it? I don't know. Establishing its precise coordinates proved more divisive. You could say it both ways, right? So moving away from like the sentences a bit, right? Think about our meaning. Concede means to give in, to accept something as true, maybe reluctantly, but you're agreeing to it. Whereas if something is divisive, it's dividing us, right? So that seems like you don't agree on something. So that's a kind of reason why the colon wouldn't work here, is we're not actually setting up some sort of like question and answer. We're not giving more information about something. We're creating a contrast. And you really wouldn't use a colon for a contrast. The semicolon can do that in the same way that you could have 2 contrasting sentences and just have a period. It doesn't matter. You kind of would want the word however maybe to follow this colon, the semicolon, but they just don't do that because that would make it a little bit more obvious. So yeah, this is sneaky. This is rare. I'd probably bookmark this during the test, not because I'm unsure, but because I'm like, wow, I've never seen a question that makes us think about this particular aspect of these rules. So it's weird for me. And so maybe, that's good for you if you're also noticing like weird things, even if you're proving your answer, because it means you understand the patterns really, really well. So sometimes when I'm getting really good at stuff, like I might use my bookmarks more as like a teaching tool of like, I've never seen anything like this before. I feel like I get it, but maybe I would come back to it if I had extra time just because it's doing something I've never really seen. But there you go. That's how the SAT works, is 90% of stuff just follows the rules in very predictable ways. This still kind of does, but it's doing something I've just never seen in all my practice. So you have to be flexible and be willing to kind of think about it a little bit more deeply. All right, now we're into transitions. So let's switch over to this. We're gonna do the same thing we did before. We're gonna classify our words. So we have A is a for example in particular, for example. B is alternatively, that can kind of be a but, maybe like an or, which is a little maybe different. By comparison is a but. And second of all is kind of just like a sequence thing. So sequence. So this is probably the easiest one to understand, because if there's a first of all, there's probably going to be a second of all. But I don't know. Let's just see what we get. I'm already not really liking B and C because they both mean but I don't know. Let's just see what we get. Following the American Revolutionary War, North American foodways underwent a radical transformation, fueled in large part by spiking consumer demand for certain grains. The cultivation, trade, and transportation of maize and wheat reconfigured the continent's existing regional foodways into a globally oriented food system. So I see, there's a radical transformation, and then something is reconfigured. That seems like we're repeating the same thing, right? So does this seem like a but? I don't think so. It definitely seems, there's no second of all, right? This is not an ordering of events, right? I know that they talk a little bit about time here following the American Revolutionary War, but this isn't like the next thing to happen. This is just like maybe repeating the same idea. So I don't think it's this. And again, what are we comparing? Where's the contrast? It seems like we're saying the same thing. So in particular is a good example. This feels like we're getting more specific, more particular about what we're saying here. So I could read this a different way. I can put the for example here and see how it sounds. Essentially, this is similar to those connector placement questions we did in grammar, where we're putting a transition word in the middle of a sentence and it gets kind of confusing, but we can move it back to the front and kind of treat it the way we would write the sentence and see, how does that sound? So, following the American Revolutionary War, North American foodways underwent a radical transformation, fueled in large part by spiking consumer demand for certain grains. For example, the cultivation, trade, and transportation of maize and wheat reconfigured the continent's existing regional foodways into a globally oriented food system, right? So there's a spiking demand for certain grains. For example, maize is one of those grains, right? This feels perfect. This is obvious to me. I'm definitely getting this right. This would be, so the College Board considers a medium question. And I kind of agree. I think this is pretty straightforward. But it helps to see these as kind of both buts here. Yeah. Moving on. All right, same thing, same process. Specifically is, for example, that said is but. Is that in here? No, but that's a good one to know. That said is but. I like ice cream. That said makes me sick every time I eat it. C is obviously for example, so that's not a good sign. And moreover is and. Okay. So I'm probably not picking either of these because they basically mean the same thing. And moreover, remember, and words are kind of our last resort. So I don't really want to pick them unless I've proven the other things wrong. So I'm kind of starting with B and going like, well, hopefully there's a but here. If not, I'm kind of picking D, but let's see what we get. When printing paper money for the colony of Pennsylvania in the 1730s, Benjamin Franklin, then a Philadelphia shop owner, took steps to combat the circulation of counterfeit notes, such as weaving blue threads and muscovite, a reflective mineral, into the paper he used. But he stamped the notes with detailed imprints of sage leaves that can prove difficult for forgers to replicate. That just sounds wrong, right? He's trying to combat counterfeit notes, and this is some things he's doing. And then he's doing something else that's proving difficult for forgers to replicate. A forger, someone who forges something, is someone who counterfeits it, who makes a fake, right? So again, this doesn't feel like a but. This feels like we're continuing the same idea, maybe with two examples, right? One example is the sage leaves, and the other is the threads and the muscovite that he's weaving in there, right? So these are two examples. So a couple things are happening here. I know it's not B, and I'm not bringing A and C back, because even though these are examples and this entire passage is an example or are several examples of things that Benjamin Franklin did to prevent counterfeit notes, the last sentence is not an example of the thing here, right? So stamping the notes with sage is not an example of weaving in these threads. Those are different examples. But I could see the trap. They want me to pick A or C because they want me to summarize the passage as a series of examples and pick a choice that has to do with examples. But that's not our task. Our task for transition questions is not to summarize what the entire passage is doing. It's to put a specific word in this spot. And this sentence here at the end is not an example of the sentence before. Both of them are examples of the larger point of combating counterfeit notes. So it's just an and, it's a second example. This is a perfect example for our perspective of the strategies really helping us. If you picked A or C here, you could have been saved by just kind of following the dumb summary strategy, recognizing that you had two, for example, words, and knowing that it's very, very, very unlikely that either of them is right because they mean the same thing. And so that trap, I think, is easy to fall for, but it's very easy to avoid if you just use our strategy and think that way. So College Board considers it a hard question. This is very predictable. You got to get this right. Moving on. All right, now we're into these things, outlines. So remember, even in the hard module, some of these are going to be really simple. So the student wants to identify what type of scientist Chowdhury is. Okay. So turn this into a question. What type of scientist is he? Chalk is a type of sedimentary rock. Doesn't answer the question. Some scientists study shale, chalk, and sandstone. Doesn't answer the question. There are scientists who study sedimentary rocks. Okay, is Chowdhury one of them? Chowdhury is a sedimentologist. This has got to be an easy question. Yes. So even in the hard module, you are going to get easy questions. And this is why, even in the hard module, we don't read the bullets. Don't waste your time. Sometimes they're really easy. There's no doubt that this is the answer just going through these. But they're going to get harder, so let's keep going. Okay. The student wants to indicate the year Yosemite Falls was completed. So again, we can turn that into an actual question. What year was it completed? While living in California, Obata created black ink paints. Doesn't say the year. Obata, Japanese artist, created a notable painting. Doesn't say the year. Yosemite Falls was completed in 1930. Obata used a Japanese painting method called whatever. Yeah, again, obviously C. Yeah, and this is also an easy question. So I'm just double checking. Yeah, I don't. So sometimes when you get to the hard module, and at least on a practice test, and you see a very easy question, it sometimes is the what are called the pretest questions, the ones that don't really count for your score. So on the real test, I think that the pretest questions are not going to always be the easy ones. They'll be hard ones, medium ones, whatever. But they're basically in every module, there's 2 questions that don't count for your score. On the practice tests, in the past at least, and this is still kind of an older practice test at this point, they used to just like slot in some very easy kind of unhelpful question. And so, certain times you'll be like, oh, this is a really easy question, and it just like doesn't even count. So that's good for us, right? Is that we don't waste a lot of time on something that doesn't count. But these are not, these are ones that count as far as I can tell. I don't see the little tag I have here. So it just means that, yeah, even in the hard module, you're going to get easy questions. So take advantage. Okay. Student wants to present an overview of the study's findings. So overview, findings, maybe that's one goal. Maybe that's 2 goals. Findings is the stronger word for me, right? So strong words filter. If it doesn't sound like a finding of a study, I'm not gonna keep it. So the 2021 study found the information rate IR of 17 languages and bits of information conveyed per second. So maybe, I don't know, I'm not actually picking it. It selects when I click it. Researchers found, oh boy, that information was conveyed more quickly in Spanish at 7.7 syllables per second than in Vietnamese at 5.3. Okay, so these both sound like they could be findings. Now you might be like, oh, I like B better because it's more specific. But first of all, they wanted an overview. So I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know what the study was about. I didn't read the bullets yet, whether that's good or bad. Plus, I don't want to pick something unless it's an objective reason that it's better. I don't want to pick it because I think it would be a better sentence or I think it would be a more helpful sentence. So that doesn't accomplish the goal. So maybe this being more general is better. I really don't know at this point. C, Vietnamese had the 16th fastest syllable rate, lower than that of Spanish, which had the 2nd fastest. However, Spanish had the lower information rate of the 2. Now, this doesn't use the word found or determined, but it feels like it could be a finding. It's just, again, it's very specific. So I don't know. I don't know if I like this or not. D, though some of the languages differed in number of syllables spoken per second, all 17 conveyed information at roughly the same rate. Again, just the word differed here makes it sound like the result of a study. They found that they differed, right? So most of you are probably leaning towards A and B because they involve words that really closely match this. Knowing that I'm in the hard module, though, that makes me even more suspicious of something like B because it's a little too on the nose. Now, notice, though, these were really on the nose, but there was no chance anything else could be right. So if you feel like there's a chance that these other ones could be right, and then you're using your own opinion to determine which one is best, that's bad. For something like this, there wasn't any opinion involved. A, B, and D were just so obviously not doing what they needed to do, right? So there's a difference between it being really easy and trusting our instincts on something like this one, and here being like, well, B is too easy, or B is really good for what I want, and me now being suspicious that that's probably wrong. So this is a case where I actually think it's probably going to be something like D, maybe A, because I feel like these are better overviews. These look very specific. But let's see what the study said. Researchers in a 2021 study wanted to determine the rate at which 17 languages conveyed both information and syllables. They calculated the bits of information conveyed per second. The IR was found to be approximately consistent. So this sounds like a finding. And it's consistent across the 17 languages. They calculated the number of syllables spoken. The Spanish had the 2nd fastest, Vietnamese had the 16th. So notice this is just very specific data that we're getting. The overall finding is much more broad. It's about all 17 languages, right? And that it's consistent. So I think C is not hitting an overview. I think B is closer, but it's missing the real finding here. A, the study determined the information rate of 17 languages. But notice that that's just telling me like the type of thing they found, but not giving me the like result in a way, right? It's not telling me they found that they were consistent. Whereas D, though some of the languages differed in number of syllables spoken, right? So it's referencing the Spanish versus the Vietnamese thing. All 17 conveyed information at roughly the same rate, right? So this is my kind of my overview here that matches with the bullet point. So D is the answer, I'm pretty sure. Let's double check. Yep. And this is one that I feel very confident in. And I don't feel like I have to redo my strategy. A lot of people are going to look at this and be like, well, I picked B or I picked A. And the reason I got it wrong is I didn't read the bullets. So I should have read the bullets first. No. That's the wrong conclusion. You should continue to go through. You just need to be a better judge of whether or not you're picking a choice because of your feelings and opinions or based on the actual instructions given to us in the question. All four, in some vague way, seemed like findings. So I realized that any decision I was making about keeping them or not was about my opinion. And at that point, that's when I'm like, all right, well, the bullets will just settle this for me. I shouldn't be about my opinion. So you just have to be good at recognizing when you're answering based on your opinion versus when you're answering based on fact. Once I get to this bullet point, it's very obvious that D is just matching. I'm not thinking again. I'm just like, yeah, that's what they wanted. All right. The student wants to place Einstein's argument within its historical context. Oof. Okay, so what are my goals here? Maybe we got to mention Einstein's argument and then somehow talk about historical context. I don't know what this is without reading the bullets. I'm not going to read the bullets though. And I don't know. This could be anything. This is kind of like the word overview before. It's like, ooh, that's a goal, but it's a vague goal. So let's see. Did they talk about the argument? Did they in some way put it in context? Let's see. During the dawn of quantum theory, Einstein maintained the independent reality of subatomic entities, although Bohr's opposing interpretation became the widely accepted view. Well, this first part sounds like historical context, right? During the dawn of quantum theory. So it's kind of putting it in an era, I guess, and maybe, contrasting with someone else is context. And it certainly has Einstein's argument. So we'll keep it. I don't know if it's right, but I'll keep it. At the 1927 Solvay Conference on Physics, so that sounds kind of historical context, Einstein disagreed with Bohr's argument that subatomic entities like electrons had a reality independent of observation. So again, seems to be telling me what Einstein believed. So I don't know. Which one do I like better? I don't care. Doesn't matter. The attendees of the 1927 Solvay Conference were among the preeminent scientists of their era, including Einstein, who opposed Bohr's proposal. Okay, so they're talking about that conference again. This is where I'm starting to let my opinion creep in a little bit. It's saying Einstein. It's saying he opposed Bohr. But notice it's leaving out the argument itself, right? I don't know what Bohr's proposal is. Whereas at least in B, right, electrons had a reality independent of observation, right? That's a specific claim, right? It's getting the specifics of what that argument might be. So I don't love C, but I also notice that it might just be my opinion here and not that it's actually wrong. So let's see. In 1927, Einstein and Bohr engaged in a famous debate. Okay, so that sounds like context. You get a year. You get kind of the idea that there was like a debate going on. Bohr's argument, later called the Copenhagen interpretation, would remain popular decades after. So that's saying Einstein's argument? Maybe we're stretching it, right? We're stretching that Einstein is there, because if they debated, it's suggesting that Einstein and Bohr would disagree. So if you're telling me Bohr's argument, then in theory, Einstein is the opposite. But notice it doesn't even tell me Bohr's argument. It tells me it's called the Copenhagen interpretation, but it never says what it is. So now I'm going to have to start making choices. I'm pretty sure D is wrong. This one even goes further than C to just be like, we're not getting anyone's opinion here. So I feel comfortable getting rid of that. I don't love C, but now I can kind of be like, all right, well, what's the difference between all these choices, right? So this says Einstein opposed Bohr's proposal. That might just be true. Here we're getting the same thing, right? Disagreed. But Bohr's argument that subatomic entities, so Bohr, what does Bohr say? Bohr says there's a reality independent of observation, right? So that's my dumb summary of that argument. It's just highlighting that piece. A, Einstein maintained the independent reality, right? So notice they're using the same words, but Einstein believed in the independent reality, Here, Bohr believed in the independent reality. So this is getting to this piece of the outline strategy that we almost never talk about, right? Is we need some sort of wedge. If multiple answers seem to accomplish the goal, find something that's different that separates them. Normally, or at least at first, I'm reading those answer choices and I'm not paying attention to who believes what. I'm not listening to the science because odds are it's not going to matter. In the same way that the specifics don't really matter on these kinds of questions, right? Like these ones were not about that, right? So I'm not paying attention to the specifics unless I need to. But now I need to, and now I have some sense of what's going on is what does Einstein believe? That's my wedge, right? I can go check that fact. Einstein argued that some atomic entities like electrons had a reality independent of observation. That sounds like A, right? Is this all true? This seems like historical context. It's, putting it in the beginning of the idea of quantum theory, I guess. Einstein maintained the independent reality of subatomic entities. Yep, that's what this says. Although Bohr's opposing interpretation became the widely accepted view. Is that true? So Bohr's position, later called the Copenhagen interpretation, remains the most widely accepted theory. Right. And Bohr proposed that subatomic entities like electrons had only probable realities. Right? So they disagree. This seems right. Bohr's argument that subatomic entities like electrons had a reality independent of observation. This is just literally wrong. Right? That's not what it says here in this bullet point. And I'm now even more convinced that C is wrong because it doesn't tell me what either one believed. So I like that this one actually puts the argument in some sort of context and gives it to me. So this one would be hard. I'd probably bookmark and be like, oh, wow, this kind of bothered me a little bit. This required more time and effort than usual for an outline question. But this is just how they go. A is the answer. But it'd be something I'm going to look back at later and be like, did I think about this the right way? As I'm reviewing the test, just to make sure I had a good process, because usually these don't take as long. Cool. All right. Now we go back to the beginning and we're going to do some vocab. And we know how to do these, right? We're just going to read and hopefully get some strong words in the question here. I'm going to take a quick sip of water. I'm already losing my voice. At the turn of the 20th century, Black residents of Richmond, Virginia had few formal options for banking and other financial services. There's a little bit of a quantifier there. To blank this situation, Maggie Lena Walker chartered the St. Luke Penny Savings Bank in 1903. The bank went on to provide home loans and saving opportunities for thousands of Black families. So they had few options, and so someone created a thing. So I want to say something here like, I don't know, my dumb summary would be like, to fix this situation. There's a problem, and they fixed it, right? So yeah, notice in the past we've talked about for vocabulary, like stealing a word. There's not really a word I'm particularly looking at and saying, oh, I'm just going to copy that. But I understand the overall structure here. So for me, it's not so bad. And I know that rectify means fix. Now, that's probably the hardest of the four words here. I would hope that, prolong means to make something go on longer. Retain means to keep, and highlight means to emphasize. So none of those mean fix. So you're kind of stuck with rectify by default. So you got to be careful. Remember the thing with vocab words is you don't need to know all four. You need to know three. If you know three of the four, you should still get the question right every time, because then you should say, all right, well, it's either one of the three that I know, and you can just pick it. Or if it's none of those, then it's the one that's left over, and you just pick that as well, because you've proven the other one's wrong. So ideally, though, if you know all four words, you're even more confident. So if you're starting to get these wrong because you don't know the words, that is a problem. You got to start learning words. So there you go. Rectify means fix, to solve, to improve. All right. More hard words. And to be clear, maybe I should say this too as a pacing strategy. When you look at this and you're like, oh crap, I don't know any of these words. How am I going to get this question? I still think you should do it. I think you probably, know words a little bit better than you give yourself credit for, because if you're reading books for school, you're encountering these words all over the place. You're maybe never taking the moment to open a dictionary or look it up on your phone and look up the word. I would think you should get in that habit. I think it's really, really important to be in the habit of every time you encounter a new word in your life, look it up, and you're much more likely to learn more words. But I think you've encountered these words enough and have a vague sense of the context that if you kind of know what you're looking for in that blank, you might be like, oh, I feel like I've heard this word and I think it does mean that. And so it can be reassuring in that way. So let me show you what I mean. I think it's a good example of this actually. The creation of this person's animated film, The Adventures of Prince Ahmed, was blank process. Right? So don't try to fill the blank in yet. We don't know. They haven't said anything of value that would help us fill a blank, but they're about to, right? Over the course of 3 years, Reiniger and her collaborators painstakingly made more than 250,000 individual images of hand-cut paper silhouettes and repeatedly had to invent entirely new methods and tools to create the special effects this person envisioned. So what do we want to say here? This is a case where I'm stealing. It was a painstaking process. And if you don't know that word, just look at the word, right? Like we can just divide it right here. Painstaking, right? It's painful. It takes pain to do this process. That's what painstaking means. Painstaking, right? We're, even if you didn't know that exactly, the word pain is in there. Things repeated. They're doing more than 250,000 individual hand-cut silhouettes. Like you should just know that this sounds like a giant pain in the ass. So it's a pain in the ass process. Pain in the ass. A pain in the ass process, right? So what kind of sounds like that? Well, maybe you've heard some of these words before and you're like, oh, I feel like I've heard that, like, oh, something that's kind of difficult is arduous. Yeah, that's going to be the answer. These other ones are kind of close though. Haphazard means kind of, it's all over the place, right? It's chaotic, right? Haphazard is chaotic. Contentious, if you're contending with someone, you're fighting with them, right? So contentious is you're quarreling, you're kind of arguing. And ineffectual, just look at the word effect is in there, right? So effect, if it's not effectual, it's not having an effect. So this just means it doesn't, it's a pointless process maybe. Arduous just means difficult. So it's difficult, it's a pain in the ass, it's fine. So that's a perfect fit. This is the kind of question though that for me takes 2 seconds. If you knew what you were looking for, if you had a good dumb summary, but you still didn't know these words, that's where you have to be able to say, all right, I don't know the definitions. I'm going to have to answer based on instinct. And when you get to that point, you just have to realize there's no reasoning it out. It's just go with the thing that feels right and move on, because the magic vocab fairy isn't going to come down and whisper any of these words into your ear, right, during the test. So you have to know that you have reached the limit of your own knowledge, and you don't want to try to break these words apart. This is why I don't like doing like, what's it called? Roots of words, and thinking about like, oh, this is a Greek word and this root means this, and just you either know it or you don't. You either have it or you don't. Don't solve it a puzzle. Don't try to solve a puzzle. Sometimes you get something like effect or pain that's in the word that you can kind of really latch onto. But if you don't see those things quickly, don't waste time trying to solve the word. If you want to learn vocab, it's something you do before you take the test by just taking time to study. You can't do it during the test. You're not going to learn words during the test. Moving on. Okay. Diadromous fish migrate between freshwater and marine biomes during their life cycle. The migration's obligate nature, so they're obligated to do it, is why diadromous fish can be blank those that are merely euryhaline, able to tolerate high salinity. So here's a colon, and I know that colons are telling me they're going to repeat something in some way. So what's going on here? The euryhaline black-chin tilapia can survive high salinity, but its life cycle does not involve relocation to a different biome, as does that of the diadromous wild salmon. This is what I would call a twisted relationship. I don't understand this sentence very well. The words are hard, but it's the sentences that are bothering me. So I got to really think about this. This is where I'm going to have to do some work. So let's do this. This is a twisted relationship here. So the diadromous fish migrate. The migration's obligate nature is why diadromous can be blank, those that are merely haline. So diadromous, dyad equals obligate. You need to do it. So euryhaline are able to tolerate high salinity. The euryhaline black-chin tilapia can survive high salinity, but its life cycle does not involve relocation. So diadromous need to migrate, right? The Urahalian ones does not involve relocation. Right? So, and then they're just comparing again, right? So there's a contrast. No need migrate. So they're contrasting the two, right? So something about the blank might have to do with that. So demarcated from, it's a weird word. Demarcate, you demarcate something, you kind of draw a border between it. So maybe that fits. Maybe you're drawing a border between these types of fish and saying they're different types. Reconstitute means to create again, to build it back together. So the diadromous fish can be reconstituted as those that are merely Urahalian. No, we're trying to say these things are different. We're not trying to mix them. So I don't think that's right. Conflate is a tough word. Conflate means to say two things are similar. So this is a good example of a tough word, but also one where we might, even if we knew the definition, we might pick it because we might not understand the sentence, right? The sentence is very twisted. So you might be thinking here that they're trying to just say all these fish are doing cool fish things, and so that they want to be similar. But no, this is in a way a little bit of a trap. It's the opposite meaning of what we want. This is saying the diadromous and Urahalian fish are the same, can be conflated, can be confused, can be mixed together. No. And derived from means they come from. So this is saying the diadromous fish can come from these other type of fish. We're not talking about evolution here. We're not talking about one evolving from the other. So I don't love this, but it makes sense. And it makes sense because I was able to kind of piece together this relationship that is not obvious. But I'm doing the same thing I'm going to be doing for the passages. There are strong words that I notice as I read. Obligate is a slightly weirder version of the idea of obligation. And so if I kind of skip ahead a little bit to my passages drop down in the strategy trainer, anytime they talk about necessity, I'm kind of interested, right? That's a thing I care about for the passages. So it's also something I care about here, right? That the word obligated is not in this list that I have. This is not a complete list. It's just a way to give you a sense of what we're looking for. But notice, if you're obligated to do something, you must do it. You need to do it. It's necessary, right? You're required to do it, right? It's impossible that you don't do it, right? So we're seeing similar things. We're seeing comparison in but, they're making some sort of comparison here. The fact that there's a colon is really helpful for me because I know with vocabulary questions, there are certain things that allow me to see when they are, where is it here? Repeating themselves. And notice here, twisted relationships. How do I know that's what's happening here? I just kind of sense it. There's a colon, there's a but. There's words I don't know. There's a lot of things that tell me that this passage is meant to be hard to understand. So this is one I would take a little bit more time on using my scratch paper to kind of try to understand that relationship as best I can, because I don't think I'm going to understand this blank without knowing that relationship. And, there you go. It's a tough one. Moving on. Okay. One popular theory of the origin of the moon, the Big Whack, posits that a protoplanet called Theia collided with Earth, flinging debris into orbit that eventually coalesced into the moon. Until recently, Theia was blank, but this person now claims to have identified pieces of the protoplanet in the lowermost section of Earth's mantle. So it's somehow contrasting with, there's pieces of it. I don't know. So Theia was. This is great. This is a good dumb summary. Theia was unidentified, right? Look at how stupid I'm being here, right? I have a but. The only thing I really get out of this second piece here, where I know I'm making a contrast, is that they have identified it. They now have identified pieces of it. So the dumbest summary here is that it was unidentified. I don't even know what that would mean, but I'm trusting my dumb summary. So desultory, spurious, veritable, notional. I don't have a great definition of these three. I mean, I know them, but of the four, I know what a notion is, right? A notion is an idea, right? You have a feeling of something. You have a notion. You have an idea. You have a a sense of something, right? So it was an idea. It wasn't proven, but now they've found evidence of it. They've identified pieces. So it was just a thought, but now they've got evidence of it. I feel like that works. This would be a case, yeah, where I kind of pick this and be like, yeah. So let's go back. So veritable is maybe the other one that I understand the most. Is if to verify something is to show it to be true. So veritable is provable. But that's kind of not hitting the idea of a contrast, right? Thea was veritable, there was evidence of it, there was proof of it, but now we've claimed to identify it, right? There's no contrast. That's reinforcing the idea that it would be something we can prove. So this is, even if you knew what veritable meant, this would be missing the point of the but. Spurious means that you're lying about it. So it's like it just doesn't make sense. This isn't something that we have like a lie, or it's not untrue. It's not like it was some sort of misconception or something like that. It's not. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense here. But if you don't know what spurious means, like, I don't know. You're kind of just, there's no reason you would eliminate it either. And desultory means something like we saw before, the word haphazard. I think that those are synonyms. Haphazard, desultory. It's kind of like something kind of just thrown in there. Desultory remarks is sometimes how you hear it. And so desultory kind of means like, yeah, like careless and kind of thrown in. And so, again, that doesn't really have anything to do with what we're talking about. The only, I would say C and D are relevant to what we're doing, but only D makes sense. But I think this is a common theme with some of these questions that are really about the hardest words that you might see on an SAT, is that most of the wrong answers won't even make any sense. There's not like a trap per se. It's just like they don't work. They wouldn't, you can't even come up with a situation which they'd be right. And so it's really just about knowing the words. Veritable maybe is a little bit of a kind of choice that makes some sense if you missed the word but I don't know. To me, it's just like notional just fits. It just kind of matches what we have. And so I'm kind of picking that because I just know it works. This is a hard one. I'd probably be a little unsure, but I don't know. D is the answer here, but there you go. All right. Passages. Okay, so the first thing we need to think about, especially in the hard module with passages, is this one I should do? Right, so I like the passage is short. I actually like that it's a poem because poems are short and you don't need to understand too much here. I don't love the choices are long, but honestly, this is one I'd probably trust myself to do during the moment. So in the poem, the speaker is on a path in an outdoor setting, and we're trying to figure out the underlined portion. Okay. A slight wind shakes the seed pods. My thoughts are spent as the black seeds. My thoughts tear me. So spent, tear me, right? Thoughts. I dread their fever. I am scattered in its whirl. I am scattered like hot shriveled seeds. So look, this is bad, right? What's my dumb summary here? What's the point of this underlined portion? It's something bad, right? Bad, thoughts, maybe. The thoughts are bad, something about that. So I don't know. Look, notice this is the point of a dumb summary. So we don't want to think too hard. So let's see what the choices say and see if they can make us understand this poem even better. It illustrates a change in the natural environment that the speaker implies is responsible for the growing misgivings described in the text. So where's the change? The wind is the change? Do you see any positive here? This just seems like, it seems bad all the way through. So I don't know if it's a change. Growing misgivings. Well, a misgiving is like an uncertainty. So dread, scattered thoughts. Okay, maybe. I don't know if this is right or wrong. I don't love the word change, but I'm okay with this piece. Let's look at B. It establishes an example of consistency in the natural landscape that the speaker then contrasts with the unpredictability of human emotions. What makes them unpredictable? Right? They don't seem unpredictable, right? So, and plus, is it contrasting the seeds with emotions? A slight wind shakes the seed pods. Blah, 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 blah. I am scattered like the seeds, right? That doesn't sound like a contrast. That sounds like the seeds are the same as the person. It's the same as human emotions. So I don't like this at all, right? So that seems bad. Let's keep going. It presents an observation of an occurrence in the natural world, yeah, wind shaking a seed, that the speaker then expands on to convey a sense of turbulent interior state. I really like this, turbulent, right? I'm scattered, right? Turbulent means chaos. Wind is shaking things. Yeah. I like that. And is the speaker expanding on it? Yeah, this is all continuous, right? We're just hitting the same idea again and again. Nothing's changing, right? I really like this. Is it an interior state? Well, what are thoughts? What your interior state? So yeah, D, it evokes the ordinariness. That's very specific of an event in nature to suggest that the critical self-evaluation the speaker engages in is a common pursuit. Where does it say it's common? This seems to be about one person and one analogy. I do not think anything that says it's about other people as well, right? So this is me kind of bringing in this idea of like almost like small big confusion, right? Is this a narrow example, or does a narrow example justify a broad conclusion? Does the choice mention other examples beyond what's in the passage? In a sense, right? This is a poem about one person's experience. Is it bringing in bigger things? Is it making an entire statement about human nature? Maybe your English teacher would say yes, but the poem does not say yes. I don't see that here. So I really like C. I think that's going to be the answer. I just don't see a change here. So let me just make sure I'm right. Yes, I am. There you go. I wouldn't bookmark this, by the way. I feel like, okay, this is a big enough problem that I'm okay getting rid of it. And I really like the stuff in C. So yeah. This is probably another one I would do, right? Shorter passage, shorter choices. I'd probably continue and just do this one. I don't know how to say this, but I'm going to say Bayeux. The Bayeux tapestry from 11th century France depicts 75 scenes over 250 feet of fabric. It was likely produced by workers embroidering in sections and then joining the resulting panels together. It's plausible that the workshop that produced the tapestry had never produced one so large, and some researchers claim that a close examination of the joins, the places where the panels are stitched together, suggests that the workers developed and refined their joining process over the course of production. So this is a case where I'm thinking about some other ideas that I often see in choices, but right, something happened over time, so they refined it over time, right? The places where I suggest the workers developed, yeah, okay. They had never produced one so large, right? That's kind of specific. For example, well, okay. The first join the workers completed exhibits a clear misalignment of the borders of the two panels, but the later joins are virtually invisible. So this is just an example, literally, of their change over time. So what is the function? The function is an example. I don't even need a dumb summary here. This is my dumb summary, is the word example. It identifies the people and events depicted in the tapestry. No, it does not. Right? Who's in it? I don't know. It supports an argument about the workers who produced the Bayeux tapestry. Well, what would be the argument? Right? And just generally though, right? What does an example do? It supports an argument, right? So that I like. What is the argument? The argument is that they developed and refined their joining process over the course of production. And this shows that, right? They started out with a misalignment and later it's really good, right? So sounds like they're showing that they developed it over time. I like that. C, it compares the tapestry with other tapestries. No, it does not. Other, right? This is kind of getting to here, the same thing I said before. Small versus big, right? This is about one particular tapestry, not about others. It describes how researchers determined where the tapestry was produced. No, it does not, right? How did they determine it? I don't know. It's definitely B. This has got to be an easy question. No, medium. Medium. I don't know how anyone would get this wrong. If you got in the hard module and you get this wrong, it's probably a pacing issue. You're getting this wrong because you just do not have enough time to answer these questions. So you got to fix that. This is a great example of, the points in the passages in the hard modules are going to be hard. You're going to have to work for those. So you got to find the opportunities like this one where you can definitely get them right. There's no reason to rush through this either. You got to spend enough time to make sure you get this right. This is an obvious answer based on what we're given. Moving on. Okay. Now this one I might skip, right? Literature can sometimes be a little sneaky, right? 1924 isn't that old. So that's, 100 years. Usually you're talking in normal English, but okay, maybe not. But look at these choices. These are kind of long. So this might be one I would skip in reality, but obviously we're going to just do it here for the sake of continuity. So the following text is, so what does the text most strongly suggest about the story of Hans Castorp? Okay. The story of Hans Castorp that we intend to tell here, not for his sake, for the reader will come to know him as a perfectly ordinary if engaging young man, but for the sake of the story itself, which seems to us to be very much worth telling. Although in Hans Castorp's favor, it should be noted that it is his story, and that not every story happens to everybody. So here's another but. It's a story that took place long ago, and is, so to speak, covered with the patina of history, and must necessarily be told with verbs, whose tense is that of the deepest past. So what am I understanding? Very, very little. What am I highlighting? The same thing I always highlight, relationships, right? So what does it suggest about the story? That the story is worth telling, right? So it's not about him, it's about the story. And not every story happens. I don't really understand what this means. It's a story that took place long ago. So maybe we're emphasizing the idea of it like happening in the past, history, long ago, deepest past, here, like that. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see what the choice say. Though it is true that stories of even the most uninteresting people, ordinary people, are themselves interesting because all people are unique. Ooh, right there. That's a problem. The reason the story is interesting is nonetheless difficult to understand because of the passage of time. No. Okay. The most obvious wrong answer is all. All people are unique. That is a huge, huge claim, right? We're using a quantifier. This is about one guy. Now, are you saying anywhere in this passage that all people are unique? Well, it doesn't even seem like you're saying that this guy is unique, right? Hans Castorp is a perfectly ordinary man, right? So that doesn't sound unique at all, right? It maybe gets into some things about like it's his story. Not every story happens to everybody, but is that the same as saying that all people are unique? I don't think so. That's a very big claim. I also don't know that it says it's difficult to understand, right? That's a pretty big claim. They do talk about it being in the past, but does that are they saying that it's difficult to understand because of that? I don't think so. It's just saying it's in the past. So I would be very confident getting rid of A almost entirely because of this word all. Let's keep going. Even though it is a story of a person of no particular importance, right? He's ordinary. Okay. Its age and the manner in which it therefore must be told, are both indicators that the story itself is important. Maybe. They do talk about it being in the past. We do get that he's of no particular importance, so that seems supported. The manner in which it must be told, well, it necessarily is told in the past tense. Maybe. I don't know. I like, there's a lot of matching here, so I like it, but let's keep going. Ooh, like all stories about the lives of inconsequential people, the story must necessarily be related in a particular way if the reason the story is consequential is to be made evidence to the audience. All stories about the lives of inconsequential people. Are we saying that? It's worth telling. It says this story is worth telling. I don't see that it says all stories are worth telling. I really don't like this all. I really don't like it. The story is consequential. The reason the story is consequential is to be made evident. Again, I don't like this. Maybe it's a little bit better because it seems to be more about the story than about the guy, and it seems like this passage is kind of about the story, so I don't know. I still like be better. It is a remarkable story that happened to an unremarkable person, maybe, though one could plausibly argue that because the story is valuable, some of its value accrues to the person at its center. Okay. All right. Is a remarkable story that happened to an unremarkable person. Yes, he's unremarkable. They say that. He's ordinary. Is it a remarkable story? It says it's worth telling. Okay. One could plausibly argue that because the story is valuable, some of its value accrues to the person at its center. Although in Hans Castorp's favor, it should be noted that it is his story and not every story happens to everybody. Yeah, this would be difficult. I would mostly be debating between B and D. The real question, right? So this is where I get to wedges, right? I'm pretty sure C is wrong because of the same reason. So the difference here is like, well, what's different between these choices, right? So this word must is very interesting to me. It's very strong. Its age and the manner in which it therefore must be told are both indicators that the story is important. So is the story important because it's a story about the past? It is a remarkable story that happened to an unremarkable person, though one could possibly argue that because the story is valuable, some of its value accrues to the person at its center. So this is just kind of saying that it's valuable without saying why. This is saying it's valuable because of the way it needs to be told. And this is kind of putting some value on the person, on Hans Castorp. This one is saying he's not of particular importance. Although here, right, it kind of says Hans Castorp, there's something in his favor, right? Not everything happens to everybody. Is it a story that is valuable precisely because it's told in the past? It needs to be told that way, but is that what makes it worth telling? I don't think so. I would absolutely be bookmarking this. At this point, I've got to move on. I would have to basically be guessing. The answer is D. I don't remember if the first time I did this test, I got it right or wrong. You might actually be able to find that out by going to my regular, timed version of this exam and seeing. I just forget. But this is a tricky question. This is very hard. So this is why, maybe it's a good skip. Is even if you take all the time to do it, the right answer is not like so very different from the wrong answers. I think you got to be able to notice A and C, and that word all needs to stand out. I'm not just eliminating A and C because of the word all, but if especially if I were guessing, those would be reasons I wouldn't pick it. Is that I just really don't see anything in this passage that's emphasizing that word. In the same way that the word must here is bothering me. Now notice I have a match with that, but then when I'm drawn to that match, it's kind of like, well, they were using the same idea of something being necessity, but are they giving the same reason for the necessity? No, not really. And so that's tricky, but that's kind of similar to a lot of science passages where like, okay, the passage is making some sort of comparison. There are going to be plenty of wrong answers that also make a comparison. But is it the same comparison, right? That's kind of what we're always asking. So all of these trap answer wedges are meant to give us things to think about and examine more closely. I just think this is a very hard passage where it's not really super clear what we need to care about. But yeah, I can back this one up more than I can back up this one. This one goes off the rails at the end. That's basically it. We don't have to tell the story because it's in the past. We just have to use past tense verbs to tell it because it's a story in the past. It's not valuable because of the past. It's just valuable for some reason they don't ever say. Oof, rough question. Bookmark for sure. All right, there's another one you might skip. Look at how long those choices are. But of course, we're going to do it. Support the passage. Support the conclusion, rather. So that just reminds me, right? Remember here, they're going to say the conclusion somewhere in here, right? They're going to say it. And so I can read everything, but there's a point where I'm going to really kind of pay more attention. Early Earth is thought to have been characterized by a stagnant lid tectonic regime in which the upper lithosphere, the outer rocky layer, was essentially immobile, and there was no interaction between the lithosphere and the underlying mantle. Researchers investigated the timing of the transition from a stagnant lid regime to a tectonic plate regime, in which the lithosphere is fractured into dynamic plates that in turn allow lithospheric and mantle material to mix. Examining chemical data from lithospheric and mantle-derived rocks ranging from 285 million to 3.8 billion years old, the researchers dated the transition to 3.2 billion years ago. So, that's the conclusion. Okay, so that's what we have to support. What are we doing here? I don't even know. This might be one where I quickly go back and like, okay, the strong words we're thinking about being stagnant versus dynamic, right? So at some point, so stagnant, then it goes to being, then at 3.2 billion years, it goes to being dynamic, right? They mix. I don't know. I don't know where we're going. Stagnant. Okay, let's hope for the best. Among rocks known to be older than 3.2 billion years, significantly more are mantle-derived than lithospheric, but the opposite is true for the rocks younger than 3.2 billion. So what, right? We're talking about mantle-derived lithospheric. I know they talked about that, so we can go back. The stagnant one is there's no interaction between those, right? Then they mix, right? Okay, so older than 3.2, significantly more are mantle-derived than lithospheric. So are we comparing those two and saying there's more of one type than another? And then that's switching? Is that the same as mixing? I don't think so. I don't know if I understand this choice enough to eliminate it, but this seems to be comparing, this is where I might do dumb summaries. This seems to be comparing like the quantity of lithosphere versus mantle, where I don't want them separate and one being more or less. I want them together, right? So this feels kind of off. Let's look at B. Mantle-derived rocks older than 3.2 billion years show significantly more compositional diversity than lithospheric rocks older than 3.2, right? So this is comparing the lithospheric versus mantle. So there's more diversity, right? So basically though, look, right? This is a good example of how my timeline is helping me. It seems like what I want to compare is before the 3.2 and after the 3.2, right? Because that's what the change is. This is talking about older than 3.2 compared to older than 3.2. So again, this is M versus L, but they're both old, right? I want the old versus new. That's kind of now my dumb summary is kind of coming together here, old versus new, right? So you see how you kind of learn as you go? I don't think this is right. C, there's a positive correlation between the age of the lithospheric rocks and their chemical similarity to mantle-derived rocks, and that correlation increases significantly in strength at around 3.2 billion years old. So positive correlation means as one thing goes up, the other thing goes up. So as you increase the age, you get an increase in the similarity. So what does that mean? That means as you decrease the age, you get an increase in the mixing, right? So you see how I'm kind of like trying to force it in, right? So if younger rocks are going to have more mixing. Is that kind of what that's saying? Lower age, right? Maybe I'm misinterpreting that though. So I'd be like, oh, okay, I don't know. D, mantle-derived rocks younger than 3.2 billion years contain some material that is not found in older mantle-derived rocks because maybe there's more mixing, right? Younger would be this side here, but is found in older and contemporaneous lithospheric rocks, right? So the mantle that's younger, right, over here, is going to have some material that's not found in the older ones because it's going to be mixing more. But that material is found in the older lithospheric rocks, meaning that that is what a lithospheric rock is. So before they weren't mixing, and the old lithospheric ones were just lithospheric, now they're mixing. I kind of like this one. I actually forget what the answer is here. Yeah, it is D. And I think the reason for C, and you can go to my video that specifically talks about this question. I go into way more detail about it there. But the problem with C is that it's hard to understand this phrase. The positive correlation between the age and the similarity. Right? Because I said as the older it is, the more similarity you have, right? Because if they're similar, right, older ones, right. So the positive correlation between the age of lithospheric rocks and their chemical similarity to mantle-derived rocks, meaning older rocks are going to have more mantle stuff in them. But that means older ones are going to be mixing. We want to say the older ones are not mixing, right? And that increases significantly in strength at around 3.2 billion years old. So essentially, as you get older, essentially what you're saying is you're going to have more and more mixing. So even though I kind of flipped it here, it's purely a misunderstanding of what they're saying. They want to say as the age increases, you get more and more mixing. That's essentially what this is saying. but I was misinterpreting it. And I remember misinterpreting the first time I did it. It's still hard for me to wrap my head around, but because I understand D better, that kind of helps me see C. So this is a constant theme with these hard questions is I'm understanding it maybe on like the second or third reading because I'm getting more information. The other choices are pointing me in other directions, right? Notice I'm not going back to A. I didn't really like it. I didn't think it was part of what we were doing here. I didn't eliminate it because I'm like, well, maybe I have to come back and there'll be more to it than I'm realizing. But once I get to C and D, I'm like, oh, no. These are the ones that are hitting at least the old versus new idea. The problem with C is it's flipping it. It's very weird for me to talk about a positive correlation with age. But if you think about like, yeah, more age, similarity, not similarity to itself, similarity to the other thing. So that's actually, even though it's talking about being similar, you're talking about the mixing. It's very counterintuitive, but that's what makes it hard. Yeah, this would be one I'd be glad I'd skip because it's very hard to think about. Ooh, all right, moving on. How we doing? All right, we gotta hustle. Support, same thing. Again, I don't know, would I do this? Maybe, maybe not. It's kind of long choices. These questions can get kind of out of control. But let's see what we have. Almost all works of fiction contain references to the progression of time, including the time of day when events in a story take place. In a 2020 study, Alan Kim, whatever, blah, 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 claim that an observable pattern in such references reflects a shift in human behavior prompted by the spread of electric lighting in the 19th century. The researchers drew this conclusion from an analysis of more than 50,000 novels spanning many centuries and cultures using software to recognize and tally both specific time references, that is clock phrases such as 7 a.m. or 2:30 p.m., and implied ones, such as mentions of meals typically associated with a particular time of day. So there's two kinds of references, right? There's the time references and these implied ones. So meals associated with a particular time of day. Okay. So if there's a shift in human behavior, presumably there's going to be some difference in those times, in those things. So there's going to be some difference. There's going to be some sort of comparison between the time references versus the implied references. I don't know what it is, but let's see if the choices give me more to think about. It seems like that's the comparison they're going for. Novels published after the year 1800 include the clock phrase 10 a.m. less often than novels published before the year 1800. Right? So that sounds like a shift, right? It sounds like something's changing. So, okay, I'll keep it. The novels published after 1880 contain significantly more references to activities occurring after 10 p.m. than do novels from earlier periods. Okay, same thing. It sounds like now that's an implied reference, right? Like if you're like, well, sleep is an activity occurring after 10 p.m. So that could just be like, yeah, or like, I don't know, going for a nighttime stroll, right? That would be a good example of like an implied reference. These are both showing a shift. So rather than go and back to A and start thinking about them, let me just see what else I got first, right? But this is the filtering. Just kind of get your first pass. Among novels published in the 19th century, implied time references become steadily more common than clock phrases as publication dates approach 1900. So, okay, again, something's shifting. D, the time references of noon and midnight are used with roughly the same frequency in the novels. Okay, so I can get rid of this because if there's roughly the same frequency, then nothing's changing, right? There's no shift. There's no shift, right? So that's got to be wrong. Okay, so what's going on with all these? What's different, right? What's my wedge, right? So one quick thing I see is the year, 1800, 1880, 1900, right? So what was our shift? The spread of electric lighting in the late 19th century. Okay. It's odd for you to have to know this, but I think it's fair game. When is the 19th century, right? The 19th century is the 1800s. You have to know that, right? You should know what century we're in right now. We are in the, right, 21st century, and it is now the year 2026 when I'm making this video. So notice 21, 20, right? It's one off, right? Why do we do this? That's just the way it goes. I don't know. So if the shift is happening in the late 19th century, I'm already kind of drawn to B, right? Because that sounds like the right time. Now, if we look at A, this is maybe a bit of a problem. Novels published after the year 1800 include the clock phrase 10 a.m. less often than novels published before the year 1800. So you're shifting in the wrong century, right? 1800 is the end of the 18th century, essentially. So you're talking about that. The electric lighting is happening in the late 1800s. So this is not even at the right time of just history. So I think we can get rid of that. And then here, maybe we're closer, right? As dates approach 1900 is another way of saying, right? Like, okay, 1880 is approaching 1900s. That seems fine. So what's the other difference? Novels published in 1880 contain significantly more references to activities occurring after 10 p.m., right? C, among novels published in the 19th century, implied time references become steadily more common, right? Whoa, okay, this is sneaky. This feels like B is saying, is it saying more clock phrases or more time or more implied phrases? It's saying more activities after 10. C is saying more implied over time, right? And the implied are the ones associated with a particular time of day, right? But why is this change happening? Electric lights, right? So if you have more lights, why are you getting more of these like ones that are kind of just like, oh, this is when I ate dinner, right? This is when I ate breakfast, right? Whereas, okay, I can see this connection, right? Something occurring after 10 p.m. Why would there be more stuff after 10 p.m. in the middle of the night? Because you have electricity now. You have lights, right? So I believe that's the answer. I'm going to double check. Indeed it is. But that took me a lot of like kind of getting there, right? I had to kind of work my way towards that answer. That was not obvious that I would even be thinking about like, oh, the light bulbs. Literally, I'd have like a light bulb go off in my head, right? Like an idea happened to me where like, okay, that would explain this. So again, that you have to be comfortable discovering things as you read. I understood I needed that comparison. That helped me get rid of D originally. And then I could just focus on different things. I'm looking for wedges. So remember, you're not always coming out of these passages with a clear sense of what you're looking for. I think that's why most people struggle with the passages, is that's how they think it's supposed to go. Very often it's this kind of back and forth that allows me to be like, what matters? Well, what do the choices care about? That's what I want to see in the passage. Yeah, tricky, I'd mark it. Okay. Oh, we gotta hustle here. We're gonna run out of time, even with extended time. So, okay. This is one I would definitely skip, but we're gonna do it as fast as we can, right? We gotta complete the statement. I'd skip it because this is just looking crazy. In a study of urban physical expansion, this person conducted a meta-analysis of more than 300 cities worldwide to determine whether urban land expansion was more strongly influenced by urban population growth or by growth in gross domestic product per capita, a measure of economic activity. So here's a contrast, right? More strongly, this is some sort of shifting, right? Some sort of change. Because efficient national government is necessary to provide urban services and infrastructure that attract economic investment, these people propose that absent other factors, the importance of GDP per capita growth to ULE, the thing we talked about before, would likely increase relative to the importance of population growth as governments become more efficient. So this is really tough. This is a good example of something I'd be like, even if I started reading it, I'd be like, no freaking way am I continuing this, right? So where are we even going here? My best attempt at a dumb summary would be something like here. It's all about this. The importance of GDP per capita growth to ULE would increase relative to the importance of population growth as governments become more efficient. So you increase efficiency, then you're going to have GDP be greater than population. Right? So notice I'm kind of merging a bunch of these common dumb summaries here, right? As you increase efficiency, you have more importance of GDP. So I don't even know what this is saying, right? Percent attribution of ULE to population growth and GDP. So they're kind of splitting it up this way, and there's changes over time. I don't know what's going on. So hope for the best. National governments of countries in Region 1 experienced declines in efficiency from 2000 to 2014 relative to the period there. So we're comparing these two. Why would we see a decline in efficiency, right? That's the opposite of what we kind of had our dumb summary as. So why would there be a decline? That would mean that now we're flipping it. Population is going to be greater than GDP, maybe, something like that. And that seems to be happening, right? GDP is going down, population is going up, right? So we're flipping our initial double summary. Maybe that works. I don't know. B, countries in region 1 experienced a slower rate of economic growth in this second period than countries in region 2 did, despite increasing national government efficiency in region 1. Well, if we're trying to do a change over time, why are we comparing two different regions, right? So what's wrong with choice B? It's just region 1 versus region 2. We're doing other things. I don't know. I don't think that that's right. I feel like I want to compare what's happening over time in one space. C, national governments of most countries in region 2 became more efficient in the period from 2000 to 2014 than they had been in the previous period, but those of several countries in this region did not. Well, what good does that do me, right? Like, why? How would I know that several countries did not do that? Why would that support their view, right? Like, what? I don't know what's going on in either of these regions. I can't separate out country to country. So no, this just seems wrong. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's clearly the importance of GDP is going up. So you would think you've got more efficiency. So that's maybe true, but I don't know whether it's certain countries or not. D, national governments of countries in regions 1 and 2 generally became more efficient in this period from 2000 to 2014 than they had been in the other period, but at different rates. Well, if you have more efficiency, GDP is going to become more important, right? So here's GDP as the black box. It gets more important in region 2, but it gets less important in region 1. So you're telling me that both of these regions became more efficient, right? Well, no. There's clearly something happening if they go in different directions, they have different trends. So this is hard. It is A, like, oh my God, that is hard to think about. And it's noticed that the way I got through it is mostly by my dumb summary, which is kind of what they just say. And flipping it, being able to do that is more easier when you have a thing to flip, right? When you have arrows and stuff like that. But also, it's really just about understanding the idea of a comparison in general. And what are we trying to compare? We're trying to compare one region 2 times, 2 regions same time. You know, I don't know. You got to just kind of think about the comparison and just see if they're doing the right one. Oof, really hard question. I'd be bookmarking this too. All right, another nightmare here. So again, I probably skip this because there's probably better stuff to come, but we're going to do it in order just for the sake of continuity here. Support the conclusion, this assertion. Students researching the Chinese government's 1992 shift to a market economy that emphasizes trade liberalization. One means of trade liberalization involves expanding from ordinary imports into an emphasis on processing imports. So expanding from ordinary to processing. And we see ordinary processing, right, different times, so something's changing, which have 2 types. Processing with assembly, which a firm obtains raw materials from a foreign trading partner without payment and sells the final goods to the partner, charging for assembly. And processing with inputs, which a firm expends capital to buy raw materials from a trading partner, processes them into final goods, and sells those goods to whichever trading partner it chooses. So there's something going on here, right, in the middle here between those 2 things. So assembly versus, where's the other one? With assembly or with inputs. So I'm lost, essentially. The student asserts that while initial efforts at trade liberalization were shaped by Chinese firms' limited capital, the situation resolved during the 2000s. So something changes from 2000 to 2006, right? If you resolve it, something changes. So the limited capital, right? They don't have, that means they have very little money. So without payment, right? So if they have limited capital, right, a firm expends capital. Right? If they don't have capital, then processing with inputs shouldn't be doable, right? Because that's the one that requires capital. So processing with inputs is increasing over time. So if that's the one that requires capital, but they had limited capital, but the situation resolved, feels like, yeah, and I expect the thing that requires capital to increase. I don't know what's going on though. Again, I'm just grasping at anything here and hoping for the best. A, processing imports with inputs, so this one, were greater than both of the ordinary inputs and processing imports with assembly in 2006. Well, that's not true, right? That's just not true. It's not, this box here is not greater than this box here. So factually, that's just wrong. From 2000 to 2006, processing imports with inputs rose much more sharply than processing imports with assembly. I mean, that's true. Now, does that get to the idea of the limited capital? I don't know, but at least I like that it's true. So this is a slow increase. This is a big increase. From 2000 to 2006, neither processing imports with inputs nor processing imports with assembly were greater than ordinary imports. That's true, I guess. So I don't know, maybe that works. D, processing imports with assembly were greater in 2006 than processing imports with inputs in 2000. Okay, so that's true as well, but also I thought the thing that I want to focus on is the inputs thing. Oh wait, is that true? Yes, that is true, but who cares? Why am I comparing one random thing in 2006 with another random thing in 2000? I would want to compare 2000 to 2000, like 2000 to 2000, 2006, 2006. So it's just a random comparison. So at this point, I'd be scrambling looking for whatever answer I can for the sake of time. I like this one because it's indicating this idea of a resolution. Something is fixed, right? The thing that I'm supposed to focus on is rising. That seems really good. This one just seems like it's saying that the inputs thing is bad because it's saying that either way, the ordinary imports were the best. But this thing has seemed to be about the other stuff. So I would say B is probably best because it's almost like saying it's good. It's saying this processing with inputs got better. I like that in terms of connotation with the idea of resolve. So that is the answer. But again, I'm really lost here. These are very tough questions. So let's continue. But like I hope that we'll see as we continue is that 12, 13, 14 probably would have been better uses of our time than really struggling through something like this. Well, I like these. I like these complete the text questions. So let's see. The Uto-Aztecan language family is divided into a northern branch, which includes the Shoshone language of present-day Idaho and Utah, and a southern one, whose best-known representative is Nahuatl, the language of the Aztec Empire in Mexico. Lexical similarities across the family, including botanical terms, confirm the descent from a single language spoken millennia ago, and the family's geographical distribution suggests an origin in what is now the U.S. Southwest. However, strongest word in every passage is but, vocabulary pertaining to maize isn't shared. Okay, so isn't shared between northern and southern branches, despite the crop's universal cultivation among Uto-Aztecan tribes. Given archaeological evidence that maize originated in Mexico and diffused northward into what became the U.S. Southwest, some linguists reason that. Okay, so try your best to predict where this is going, right? So what do I know? I know that they are the same language or same origin, but there's different words for maize, right? So why? I have to explain that, right? I don't know. My thought is it has to do with when they divided, right? The simplest explanation is, right, the languages are the same, they split off, and then they found maize, right? So language split comes before, then maize learning, something like that. So just leave it as maize so it fits in one line, right? It feels like a time issue, right? Like you're talking about when things were learned and things were splitting. So it feels like that we're kind of getting a passage that's about the passage of time. So I feel like that's kind of the easiest explanation. I could be wrong, but that's where my brain goes. I need to explain how these two languages that came from the same place would have a different word for something. A, northern Uto-Aztecan tribes likely obtained the crop directly from a southern Uto-Aztecan tribe rather than from a non-Uto-Aztecan tribe. Well, if they got it from a similar group, then wouldn't they have the same language, right? If you're getting it from your language buddy, then you'd probably have a similar word, but they're saying the words are different. So I don't think they would get it from there, right? It's much more likely that they both got it from a non-Uto-Aztecan tribe because that's what they are. So this just seems like it's wrong, and it's not bringing in the idea of time that I'm hoping for, right? So I don't like this. B, variation in maize-related vocabulary within each branch of the Uto-Aztecan family likely reflects regionally specific methods for cultivating the crop. So it's about the location? That seems wrong, right? Okay, they cultivate it differently, so they came up with different words because they're doing it differently. Maybe that explains it. It says that the crop is universally cultivated, though. Maybe this is another explanation. Let's look at C. Southern Uto-Aztecan tribes likely acquired maize at roughly the same time as northern Uto-Aztecan tribes did, though from different sources. Maybe, right? Different sources might have different words. Okay, roughly the same time, maybe. D, the family's division into northern and southern branches likely preceded the acquisition of the crop by the Udo-Aztecan tribes, right? So this is kind of what I said. The language split, and then they learned it. So to me, that's just the most obvious answer. Let me just double check that it is. It is. And the reason is it just seems to be like what they're emphasizing, right? They're talking about like when this happened, right? Like it's from a single language spoken millennia ago, right? So this is emphasizing time. And so if they have different words, it's going to be because they got it later. The language is the same except for this one thing. So why not C and D? Honestly, this is a tough one. The reason strategically I'm picking D is it just feels like an easier explanation, right? It's talking about when these things divided. It's talking about them getting this crop. It's talking about them spreading. So maybe that has something to do with it, right? Right, they're all over North America, right? Idaho and Utah, and then Mexico, in origin, right? So in the U.S. Southwest, that's kind of in between the two. And then maize originated in Mexico, right? So it's kind of coming from one of these places and diffused northward into what became the U.S. Southwest, right? So it sounds like it's moving up. And so it's going through this Udo-Aztecan area after it's already split. Yeah, I would say this is a good one to maybe go to my video specifically about this because I want to keep moving. But like, this feels like a case where it's just strategically, I'd be like, yeah, this is kind of what I was looking for. We would really need something to say that like they got it at the exact same time, right? Like from different sources that spoke different languages. It doesn't talk about the number of sources, right? So it kind of just says it originated in Mexico. So I don't love that. So plus, how would they get it at the same time, right? If maize is originating in Mexico, and then it diffused northward, right? Why would people who are living in Mexico, the Southerners, get it at the same time as the people in the northern place isn't where it's coming from? It just doesn't seem like this. This just seems like provably wrong. The whole point is that maize started in one area and then went to the other area of the Udo-Aztecan language family. So they wouldn't be getting it at the same time. They're telling us it took time, it diffused. So no. And then we just don't have any, right? If there's regionally specific methods for cultivating the crop, then we would probably only have differences in the words associated with how it's cultivated, but it seems like maybe that's just more general than that. Vocabulary pertaining to maize isn't shared. So if the crop, if they had the same name for it, then presumably, then it would make sense that they could have different words for cultivating it, but we just don't really get this. So I don't know. D just again seems like the easier thing to prove. That's kind of how we're doing it, is like, what's the easiest explanation? I just feel like this is obvious. Yeah. All right, moving on. All right, two more. Good. Completes the text. Long text. Should we do this? I don't know. At least it's about art, not science, and not Shakespeare. For its 1974 work, Instant Mural, the Chicano art collective ASCO taped members Patsy Valdez and Humberto Sandoval to an outdoor wall in East Los Angeles. The work is manifestly a commentary on constraint, but many critics focus on Valdez and the social constraints women faced at the time, which is understandable, but leaves the presence of Valdez's male collaborator Sandoval unexplained. So there's something about men versus women here, and they say it's about men versus women, but then they say kind of it's not. We should instead, there's another but, consider that 1974, the art establishment's recognition of Chicano artists was and had long been restricted to socio-historical muralists, leaving non-muralist Chicano artists like ASCO's members struggling to even exhibit their work. Attending to this context opens an interpretation that accounts for all the evidence, allowing us to conclude, yeah, this is a good example of one of my simple dumb summaries. This would be, you can go two ways with it. Chicano matters, right? It's about being Chicano, and it's about maybe being a muralist or not, but what doesn't matter is gender. right? They're doing that SAT thing where they introduce an idea that's very easy to understand, and then they flip it and they reverse themselves, right? So you're like, oh, men versus women. Yeah, I get that. And then the thing that's it's actually about is a little bit harder to understand because we're not Chicano non-muralists in the 1970s. We don't have that understanding. But, men versus women, that's a much easier thing to understand. Here, that feels like what they're going for. But as soon as they introduce it, right, many critics focus on the women. They completely erase it, but that leaves this presence of the man unexplained. So instead, we should think about it differently, right? So the Chicano thing is what matters to me. Let's see if that helps me understand the choices. Allowing us to conclude that while Valdez's presence in Instant Mural represents the social constraints placed on women at the time, Sandoval's presence represents Chicago muralists' frustration at their lack of recognition. No, right? This is not about women. This is saying the women thing still matters. No, it does not. Kill it. The main subject of Vincent Mural is a female Chicano artist's experience of being doubly constrained by gender role expectations and the marginalization of certain types of art. No, again, this is saying it's about women. It's about gender. No, it's not. Instant Mural is a reflection on the constraining aesthetic expectations placed on Chicano artists, I like that, in general, rather than on the social constraints placed by women. So this is actually saying both. It's about being a Chicano artist, not about being a female artist, right? So it's getting rid of the woman thing. I like that. That's what I want it to do. So I like this choice, but let's look at D. Instant Mural is best understood not as a critique of the social constraints placed on women. So, okay, that's kind of the same thing. But rather as a critique of socio-historical muralists' depictions of Chicano culture. So both of these are hitting that idea. So I like my filter. Filter worked really well here. My filter got rid of two choices. What's the wedge? What's different? This is about Chicano artists in general. Okay. And this is about muralists, depiction of Chicano culture. So is it about artists or muralists? Consider that 1974, the art establishment's recognition of Chicano artists was restricted to muralists, right? Leaving the non-muralists out, right? They're struggling to exhibit their work. Right? So it is a constraint, right? Constraining the artists in general. Not about the muralists' depiction of Chicano. There are no muralists here. That's kind of the point. These guys are not muralists. These guys are something else. So C, I think, is the answer. That's going to be my wedge. And yeah, it is it. So if you were between C and D here, I understand that they're very, very close, and we have to pay attention to something that I completely ignored as I read. That doesn't mean I was wrong to completely ignore that, right? It doesn't mean I failed in failing to notice that the muralist versus non-muralist thing was important. That's not a sign of failure, right? There's only so many things we can focus on at once. What I started with was really helpful for getting rid of two choices without any doubt. So if you're picking A and B, you're completely missing the point. There's a lot of buts in here. And those buts are telling us that it's not about gender, and you have to come away from this passage with that in mind. And that's why every time there's a but word, every time a little contrast, I'm focusing on that. And so that really matters here. If you picked A or B, you just missed the entire thing. You just fell for the biggest trap they set. So if you picked D instead, you got close, good job. But yeah, there is a slight wedge between these. That takes practice to kind of notice it. But once we're between those choices and we notice how similar they are, we can start to kind of refine our eye and be like, well, they say a lot of similar things. What are the things that are different, right? Let's kind of look for that both in the choice and in the passage. All right, last one. Thank God. I am ready to be done with this. Ugh. Okay, so I know this question very well. You're going to need to go to my my video that's specific to this question to get a whole long thing about it, because I'm very bothered by this question. But I'm going to give you the short version in less than 14 minutes. So, yeah, I already know the answer because I've thought about this question so much. So, if I were doing the test, this is what I do, right? I go right into it and be like, oh, I like these questions. Seems pretty good. An analysis of these people's coins minted in Sidon in the 5th and 4th century BCE reveals a change in their composition over time. So change over time. While a coin from circa 450 BCE contains about 98% silver, 1% copper. A coin from 367 BCE, the end of this guy's reign, contains 74.2% silver and 24.7% copper, giving it a relatively yellowish appearance that traders would have noticed. Okay. Because coins with a silver content below 80% were widely considered unsuitable. So below 80 is unsuitable for trade. These people speculate that a crisis in confidence in the currency occurred around 367 BCE, right? So that's when we said there's a change, right? There's a difference. So 98% versus 74%, right? Below 80, right? Which was likely relieved despite, that's a but, Sidon's persistent oppressive financial obligations. So there's something financially wrong. And as a result of this successor's decision to blank. Okay. So my dumb summary, right, would be that this guy, because it's the end of his reign, this Basalem or whatever, why is there a crisis in confidence? Oh God, I hate this question so much. So less silver equals less confidence, right? So keeping that in mind, right, what would be the solution, right? It was relieved, right? So how do you relieve it? I don't know, increase the silver, right? That's kind of my like relieve, right? Because if less silver is bad, then more silver is good, right? So is there something that says like more silver, right? Proclaim that the percentage of silver in coins suitable for trade be raised to a threshold higher than 8%. Hey, sounds like more silver. Sounds pretty good. Keep the amount of silver in Sidonian coins consistent with that in coins minted in 367 BCE, but decrease their weight. Well, that doesn't sound like more silver, right? That sounds like the same amount of silver. Keep it consistent, right? So this is raising the threshold, right? This is saying it's the same. C, begin minting heavier coins with a proportion of silver to copper similar to that minted in 367. No. Right? I don't care if it's heavier. The whole point is when you're keeping the proportion, right? This proportion was bad, right? This was the bad coin, 74.2. So if you keep it the same, you're not fixing the problem. These are the bad coins. You're keeping bad coins. So no. D, fund the mining of some copper deposits that were not available to this person. Again, I don't care about copper. It's about silver, right? The silver is what matters. So on the real test, time is of the essence, right? I got to get through. A very obviously says what I need to say, right? More silver. The problem is that is not the answer. It's B. And I did not bookmark this question when I did it. And this is why the video that I have dedicated to this question is so long, is I was basically like, it's very rare for me to get a question wrong that I don't bookmark. So I often notice when something is really hard in the test, I'm like, ooh, I don't love this. I'm picking my answer for not great reasons, but I'm running out of time. I got to do something. You know, I kind of know when things are going off the rails. This is a rare case where essentially, right, if I'm not bookmarking a question, then I get it wrong. It means I fell for some sort of trap. And I still think that A is a pretty good answer, and I still think B is not a very good answer. And again, watch the longer video for the reason in more detail and more debate about it. You can read the comments too. It's really good, debate in the comments. The thing with A, right, at least according to the College Board, is that proclaiming the percentage of silver in coins suitable for trade be raised to a threshold higher than 80%, right? Essentially, like, they kind of just told us it's fine if it's at 80%, right? It's below 80% that it's a problem. So if you just raise the threshold, what are you really doing? It doesn't matter. We just need to get to 80, right? That's the point. As long as we get to 80, we're fine. And raising the threshold doesn't matter, right? Because you still have all these coins that are not at 80. They're at 74.2. So you can say, I hereby proclaim that all coins need to be above 80, but you still have the coins that aren't. Right? So the problem with this choice is it doesn't really solve the problem. It doesn't really relieve the problem. The other problem with this, right, is let's say you did say, okay, all the coins need to have 85% silver, right? You could do that too. And you could say, okay, now he's the king. And this is where I kind of come in. Like the king is going to say, yes, we're going to get these really silvery coins, right? We're going to make all the silver, go back in the coins. And every coin that's below that, I'm going to take it, I'm going to melt it down, right? We're going to get rid of those coins. So I'm the king, I can do whatever I want. So we're going to make the coins better. The problem is, and this is maybe getting to, something I often say, or I don't need to type it, it's right here. The strongest word in any passage is but, right? Now we have a but right here. And it's in these little kind of double dashes, which are adding emphasis to something, right? Despite Sidon's persistent, oppressive financial obligations. That is a fancy way of saying they have no money. So if you tell me you're going to put more silver in things, where are you getting the money, right? There's no money for more silver. You are poor as a country or as a king, right? You don't have the resources to fix this, right? And to just say, let's put more silver in things. That's what this is supposed to do. And in the same way that in a lot of other passages and other questions we've done, sometimes I focus in on a word and I'm like, this is the SAT's way of saying this thing really, really matters. I think that's kind of what's going on here, is if I were playing by that rule, this double dash thing is the SAT's way of saying you really have to keep in mind that you can't just make more silver. It costs money and they don't have the money. So you have to solve this problem, right, of the fact that there's a lack of confidence in the currency. Right? You have to solve that problem without spending any more money. That's very hard to do. Their argument, the College Board's argument, is that B does that, right? So we keep the amount of silver the same, right? No more silver. We're not spending any more money on silver. But we decrease their weight. Meaning, and this is a short version, again, my other video has more, right? You decrease the copper, you keep the silver the same. So same silver. So if you decrease their weight, what are you really decreasing? Decrease the weight means you really got to decrease the copper. So if you're decreasing the copper, since a coin is a little bit silver, a little bit copper, as you keep decreasing the copper, the way percentages work, even though the amount, the grams of silver is the same, as you have fewer and fewer grams of copper, you have more and more silver as a proportion of this. So you can decrease the copper and keep the silver the same, but as you keep the, let's say, grams of silver the same, you are simultaneously increasing the percent of silver because the amount is the same in terms of weight, but the overall coin weighs less and less. You stopped diluting the silver with copper and you've kind of made it a more silvery coin by decreasing the weight. My problem with B is that if you are giving people smaller coins and you're saying, here you go, it's got the same amount it's worth the same, but it's a smaller coin back at a time when the only reason you had the coin in the first place is because you actually were getting silver or gold or whatever, right? As opposed to today where our coins are just kind of random metals. Back then, it really mattered that you were getting a certain amount. So if you make the coin smaller, are you really solving the crisis in confidence? You're giving people money that is noticeably smaller, noticeably less heavy, right? So decreasing their weight, right? So to me, that doesn't solve the initial problem of like people don't trust the money anymore because you've given them bad coins. So they don't trust the money. So you have to solve that problem. So that's kind of why I liked A, because I thought that really focused on the main problem of the passage. But maybe if I'm following kind of some other big picture SAT ideas, this but here is the SAT's way of saying this is the primary thing, right? In the same way that on this past question, right, we have a bunch of buts, but it's kind of the last one that matters the most, right? The last one that says it's about the artist, it's about the murals versus non-murals, right? So that's kind of a similar idea, but to me, I don't know, this is a question that involves a lot of thinking, and I don't like that. But I will say that this is very rare. So as much as this question bothers me, the reason it bothers me is they never really do stuff like this. So if I got this wrong, and to be clear, again, B is the answer. If I got this wrong on the test, I wouldn't be too upset. I wouldn't get an 800 probably, but I'd still be like, okay, I did pretty well. I got a 790, 780, whatever it was. And so you have to keep that in mind, is that even if you do everything right on the passages, sometimes it does come down to just kind of reading the language of the test in that very specific way that they want you to ask it. Everything is still provable, but sometimes you have to kind of realize that like certain kinds of proof count in the SAT's mind and other kinds of proof don't. And that's especially difficult with these logic questions where we kind of have to think beyond the passage and come up with reasons and use our own logic a little bit. So it can get very tricky, but it's very rare. So if you're getting something like this wrong and only something like this wrong, that can be frustrating, but it means you're doing everything else right. That's really good. It means you're going to do well on the SAT. There's going to maybe be one of these questions every once in a while. But if you're getting a lot of the other stuff wrong that I kind of said, this is provable, you have to notice this, you have to see these words, that's where it's a bigger problem. So, on the real test, with a real time limit, I would have had a lot of trouble finishing this section. I think I did the first time I did it. And the reason is much more to do with questions like this than anything else. To me, this is a nightmare. I'd rather do these logic questions, which are kind of annoying, but at least I understand the process of them more than something like this graph where I'm just like, ugh, this is such a nightmare. So regardless, the main strategy for passages always is to skip around, find targets, even if you get something frustrating like number 14 that you get wrong because of the weirdness of the question. At the very least, you're getting it wrong more quickly than you would a graph question where there's just like a lot more going on. So at least think about pacing that way. If you're going to get a bunch of stuff wrong, you kind of want to get it wrong quickly. But the better thing is to spend time to make sure you don't get the predictable stuff wrong. Whew. Yeah. So again, I'll just remind you, I have videos for every single one of these questions that we just did that go into much more detail. Or actually, I wouldn't say much more detail, but this one in particular, just because it's so annoying. But hopefully that's it. Let's take a break and pause here, and then we'll do the math sections. All right, another day, and here we are for the math sections. Let's get resume. Yes. Count in, there we go. And let's increase that font size. There we go. Let's get to strategy training mode for math. And remember, our main math strategy is plug points into equations. So again and again, we are going to keep seeing points in equations, hopefully. I see equations here. So let's see how that helps us in this question. And remember, for math, we're just going to go in order. Even in the first module, we're going to go in order roughly around to question 15, and then you can start to skip around based on timing. In the first module, you really don't want to be having any sort of timing issues. So if you do, that's not a great sign, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Lorenzo purchased a box of cereal and some strawberries at the grocery store. Lorenzo paid $2 for the box of cereal and $1.90 per pound for the strawberries. If Lorenzo paid a total of $9.60 for the box of cereal and the strawberries, which of the following equations can be used to find P, the number of pounds of strawberries Lorenzo purchased? All right, so this is just a guess and check situation, right? Because we have these equations. You hopefully recognize that they're basically linear equations. It's not really necessary for this question, but you're kind of want to look at them and just kind of compare things, right? So first of all, I see this P. Is this P supposed to be attached to the 190 or the 2, right? Let's just think about that. Well, what is P, right? Go back there. Treat the SAT like you are following instructions, right? And that's a key piece, is that at the end of the day, plug points into equations is an instruction. I don't have any points to plug in here, but I can think about this equation in those terms, right? So it's a linear equation, y equals mx plus b. So the P is the number of pounds of strawberries. And they tell me that $1.90 per pound of strawberries, right? So those things should go together, and you should hopefully recognize that whenever we have some sort of rate, that's going to be usually multiplied by some sort of variable. So that's going to get rid of C and D. And then the question is are we adding 2 or subtracting 2? Well, again, go to the story and just think, what is this 2, right? $2 is for the box of cereal. So does the total include that, right? A total of $9.60 for the box of cereal and the strawberries. Yeah, so we should add that in, right? We're not subtracting that out. That $2 is part of the total plus whatever Lorenzo spends on the strawberries, right? So this is the answer. I still have my answer key next to me though, just to verify. And yeah, there you go. It's perfect. It's choice A. And remember, like I said, the math section is organized by difficulty. So the first few questions in both modules should be pretty easy. I think that's true here. You just got to be able to work through the choices, and main thing is guess and check, right? Don't feel like you got to come up with this equation out of nowhere. Just look at the ones you're given and compare them. All right. Right away, I think of plug points into equations because I have an equation, f of x equals 25x plus 30, and I have a point, x equals 2, right? And they're just saying that this x is going to go in this equation, right? So you could use scratch paper, you could use it in your head. Actually, let's just do it in my head. 25 times 2 plus 30, so 50 plus 30 is 80. right? But just why not? We got tons of time here. Might as well just take our time, right? And show you what something that Desmos does, right? So if I do f of x equals 25x plus 30, Desmos handles my functions very well, right? So I can just type it in, and then I can type in f of 2, which is the instruction of plugging 2 in for x, which is essentially what we're told here, right? So they're not writing it that way. They sometimes do, but that is what we're being told. So this is a good example of us having points, even though maybe they don't quite look like points. We have to understand function notation and kind of remember how it works. So this is another kind of 2-second question. There we go. That's all I would do. Let's move on. Let's get rid of this. Move on. C is the answer. Confirmed. All right, now we've got some sort of graph. The graph shown gives the estimated value in dollars of a tablet as a function of the number of months since it was purchased. What is the best interpretation of the y-intercept of the graph in this context? Well, in terms of points and equations, intercepts are up there in terms of things we need to think about and be aware of. And usually a y-intercept is some sort of starting point when we have a story. Mostly because, right, we very rarely have x values that are negative, so usually the first x value that we get is 0. So you think of it as a starting point. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of as I read. I'm just like, all right, is there something here in the choices that sounds like a starting point? Ignore the graph for a second, just kind of like go with that. The estimated value of the tablet was $225 when it was purchased, right? So that's the value at the start is $225. So that seems like it could be an answer. The estimated value of the tablet 24 months after it was purchased was $225. Well, that sounds like down here, that's not a starting point, right? That we want to talk about it being purchased, right? Because what is the x? The number of months after purchase. So we want that x to be 0. So yeah, no, this doesn't make any sense. C, the estimated value of the tablet had decreased by $225 in the 24 months after it was purchased. Again, this doesn't sound like a point. This sounds like a change. This sounds like maybe some sort of rate. It's not quite a slope, but it's kind of got those vibes. So no, this doesn't work. And then D, the estimated value of the tablet decreased by approximately 2.25% each year after it was purchased. Again, that may be true, but that doesn't sound like a starting point. That sounds like some sort of slope or rate, something that we would see in a different place in the equation. So this doesn't make any sense. And now I might just double check and let's just confirm, right? The value at the start is 225. Yeah, that's where that point is. So that seems fine. So that is the answer. Actually, I should double check before I say, yes, it is. There you go. Very nice and easy. But notice how we've had 2 story questions so far, and both of them are about things that have nothing to do with the story. A y-intercept, in the first case, a y-intercept and a slope. So you just got to be able to recognize the underlying concept when there's a story, because the story is going to change every time you get a new question, but the underlying concept doesn't. So it's almost like a trigger, right? As soon as they talk about intercepts, you got to be like kind of triggered, be like, okay, that y-intercept is a starting point. What sounds like that? All right. This feels like a plug points into equations, right? I have an equation and I have some points, right? Solutions would just be values that could be in there for P, right? So this is a great example. Normally I'd probably just use a regular calculator, but for the sake of keeping more on the screen for you guys, let's do that. I'm just going to start with choice A. P is equal to 65 over 61, and just do the absolute value, and I'll show you where that is, right? That's this button right here. So the absolute value of P plus 61, and it's got to be 65, right? So that didn't work, right? So that's wrong. 4, that seems to work. I mean, you don't really need to try it when you're guessing and checking, right? That doesn't work. And 130 doesn't work, right? So with guess and check, when we know that one of these answers is the answer, you're kind of just able to stop when you get it, but also it doesn't take more than a second to type in the other one. So I don't know, might as well. And yeah, I could have done this in my head, right? The absolute value of 4 is 4, right? If it was the negative 4, it would also be 4, right? That's what absolute value does. But 4 plus 61 is 65. Like, this is literally basic addition. They're just trying to throw you off with the absolute value. So hopefully it doesn't bother you. But if it does, like I said, the calculator takes care of it. So go to the calculator. It's fine. Let's confirm. That is the answer. Moving on. All right. Triangles EFG and JKL are congruent, where E, F, and G correspond to JK and L respectively. The measure of angle E is 45 and the measure of angle F is 20. What is the measure of angle J, right? So this is a case where, even though it's an easy question, I am going to draw a little picture, right? So just can't hurt, right? So might as well. So draw
Let's get that pen. And they're just triangles. So 1, 2, doesn't matter, right? Just label them the same. So E, F, G, and J, K, L, where E, F, and G correspond to J, K, and L. That just means go in the same order. So J, K, L. And so they're telling me E is 45, right? So E down here is 45. 4s are very hard to draw on this stupid tablet. I don't know why, but it doesn't, my 4s are always messed up. And angle F is 20, so that's up here, right? What is the integer of angle J, right? So they're asking essentially for something we already have. They're asking for E, right? Which we were told is 45, right? Now, I would bet, where's my calculator? I would bet, actually, again, see, bad habits, I gotta show you. If we found the value of G, 180 minus 45 minus 20, yeah, 115. Now that's not an answer. Oh, the SAT could have done something really fun here that they chose not to. If they had put 115 as an answer, I would bet at least 10% of people would have picked it. They would have solved for G, they would have solved for L, not because they're being asked to, but just because that's what they've been asked to do in the past, right? And this is such a good example of, how the SAT sometimes uses the skill of following instructions to mess with us, right? They know that a lot of the time you're not following the instructions you're given in the question, you're following the instructions you've been given in the past. Maybe you answered 1,000 questions where you had to find that missing angle in a triangle. And so in the past, you've kind of internalized that as just like, oh, that's what you just do when they're the same, right? But no, they didn't ask for that. So just don't do more of the work than is necessary. So there you go. That's the answer. We didn't even really need to draw the pictures here if we understood what it meant for things to correspond, because if they say E is 45 and then they're asking for J, essentially just by reading, we can see that. But first module, I'm not taking chances. I'm just going to do as much work as possible. So in fact, let's label this as 5 in case for some reason I want to go back. I don't think I'll want to go back, but there we go. All right, moving on. That is an easy question. Basic geometry. All right. Looks like I'm doing something to this graph. During the first part of an experiment, a ball was launched from a 7-foot tall platform. The graph shows the height, y, in feet of the ball X seconds after it was launched during the first part of the experiment. Okay, cool. During the second part of the experiment, the ball was launched the same way, but from a platform that is 2 feet shorter than the first platform. Which of the following graphs could represent the height in y in feet of the ball X seconds after it was launched during the second part? So essentially, again, just kind of like one of those earlier questions, without them doing it, how do I get rid of this? Okay. Without them doing it, they are asking about y-intercepts. They're never using the word. There we go. Why can't I? Ugh. I want to make this bigger. There we go. They are not using the word y-intercept, but they are asking about it, basically, right? Because when they talk about where it's being launched from, that's essentially a starting point, right? That's another y-intercept. You can see the 7 here. So 2 feet shorter means we go from 7 to 5. So you're just looking for a y-intercept of 5. This is not a y-intercept of 5. Gone. That looks good. It looks like a 5. This is bigger. This is 9. So so there's instructions here. I'm kind of ignoring them because they're so obvious to follow to me. But this is the second experiment. The second part of the experiment is the one where it's launched 2 feet shorter, right? So that means I need a 5. But there's a version of this question where C is correct. And they do an annoying thing where they say something like the top graph is the second experiment. And then 2 feet shorter means that if that's the second experiment, we got to add 2 feet to get 9 for the first experiment. So C is a trap that isn't particularly tempting here, but a slightly harder version of the question could actually make that the right answer when most people would pick B instead because they're just like 2 feet shorter. And this is 2 times as tall. I don't know why you would do that, but some people would. So there you go. Again, thinking about this the way the SAT tends to think about things, they could have made this question harder by making a graph where the y-intercept was 2. Because a lot of people are not really reading this instruction. They're going to think of 2 feet not as a change in the distance, right? They're going to see 2 feet as the distance itself, as the y-intercept. So I'm surprised that didn't put a graph where 2 was the y-intercept. That would have been a really nice trap, but it's not there. And so one of the ways that questions get harder on the test sometimes is not so much that they change the question.
It's that they change the answers to make other things more tempting and to make it more likely that if you misread or follow a different instruction, you will get it wrong. So that's not happening here, but it will. It'll happen eventually. All right, let me just make sure that's the right answer. B. Yep, good. All right. Okay. Ooh, this is good. All right. The ratio of x to y is equivalent to the ratio of 9 to 5. If the value of x is 162, what is the value of y? Okay, so this is a great example of like plug points in equations that is best, right? So let's talk about this. If I'm thinking, I should probably add this, but if I'm thinking of, equations, it feels like I don't really have any here, right? I don't see any equal signs, right? But I do see the word equivalent. That's the word version of the equal sign, right? And plus, I'm talking about a ratio, right? So it's not really listed here. It comes up a little bit with similar triangle proportions, but basically, a ratio or a set of ratios is an equation. And so we kind of have to know that this word ratio is code for a type of equation that, we use a lot in math. So let me kind of write this in. So this is question 7. Essentially, if they're saying a ratio x to y, so x to y, right? They're basically telling you make a fraction. And that is equal to the ratio 9 to 5, right? 9 to 5. So now we have an equation, right? And look, now they're giving me a point if the value of x is 162, right? So they're telling me put 162 in here. So let's just erase that and then put that in, 162. And there you go. We can solve for this, right? So I'll do it manually just to show you, right? So this is one of those cases where you kind of want to cross multiply, right? So y times 9, right? Because if we think about how we would make that y out of the bottom of the fraction, you would multiply y on both sides. And then we would do the same thing with the 5 to make it go away here, right? So y goes away, but the 5 carries over, the y carries over. So essentially, a good rule of thumb if you've got fractions is try to make them go away. 5 times 162, I'll write it again since I already started, is equal to 9y. So let's get our calculator here. 5 times 162 is 810. And then how do we get y alone? We divide by 9, divide by 9. So same thing here, because it's all all of multiplication and division. Order doesn't really matter here, so it doesn't matter. So 90 should be the answer. And you can kind of think about whether or not that seems right, because x to y, x is going to be the bigger number, right? Almost double, right? And 162 then was the x, so we want y to kind of be half of that. So yeah, half of 162 is like 81. So yeah, we're pretty darn close. So that feels like the answer. Let me double check with the answer key. And yeah, 90 is the answer. I've taught this test for a long time, and this is actually a question that a surprising number of people get wrong, or more likely just guess randomly on. A lot of people bookmark this question because they don't know what to do. This is a great example of how, if you think in terms of points and equations, your perspective of the SAT changes. Essentially, they're telling you to build this equation. The word ratio is a clear kind of code word for fraction. So there's a lot of stuff here that just kind of gets this set up. There's not really much that I'm remembering other than like once I have an equation, do the kind of most obvious thing and solve for the missing piece. And you can use Desmos for that as well. But like a lot of people get this question wrong, and it surprises me because ratio is one of the most basic kind of words that we need for the SAT and for math in general. So if you're a high school junior and you don't know what a ratio is, you've got to do some major Khan Academy style math review. Obviously, my channel is good for strategies, and I do have lessons on things, but you might need to go back to basics. This is a word you should know by your age. So not to put you down, but that's a big one. All right. Let's see what we got here. It looks like an equation, maybe points. I don't know. I'm already thinking of it, though, before I've read anything. At a state fair, attendees can win tokens that are worth a different number of points depending on the shape. One attendee won S square tokens and C circle tokens worth a total of 1,120 points. This equation represents the situation. How many more points is a circle token worth than a square token, right? So this is a great example of them just kind of asking their own little random
thing, right? This isn't this. There's no like formula I need to memorize. This is just about understanding how equations are built. So essentially, remember, when we have a number in front of a variable, it's essentially like some sort of rate that goes with that variable, right? So 80s, 90c, that's going to be the amount of the worth of those things, right? Because if the total number of points is 1120, then 80 times however many square tokens we have is going to give us the total number of points for the square tokens, right? So the square tokens are worth 80, the circle tokens are worth 90. How many more points is a circle than a square? 90 minus 80 is 10. So that's the whole thing. Again, it's basic kind of algebra, like reading this equation, understanding these are rates. It's not really showing up here, but I'm using a lot of skills that I know for equations and I guess points to kind of think about this. Even though I'm not plugging in, I'm still thinking of it that way. So hopefully, you have enough of a vocabulary around that as well. There you go. That is the answer. All right, perfect. What is the solution to the given equation? So a lot of you are going to go to Desmos, and that's fine. But like, this is a good example of like, remember, this is an equation, and they're giving you points, right? This is a guess and check situation, right? Because these points are in the choice. It's not like we have to do algebra to get X by itself here. We can just like solve it using guess and check. So I'd probably just do that manually on my scratch paper and my calculator. These numbers aren't so bad, but let me show you a kind of neato way to do it in the calculator. We can type this equation, but if we type it with X, actually, no, I'm being stupid. Yeah, just type it with X, Mike. Come on. So we're going to do X plus 9, X minus 9, and we're going to divide by X plus 9. Make sure everything's in the right place. Fractions get weird sometimes with Desmos. And if I just type it as is, essentially what Desmos is going to do is it's going to solve it for me. If I give it an equation with just one variable, and that variable is X, it's going to graph vertical lines wherever the solution is, right? Wherever any solutions are. So we could have multiple vertical lines. So if I zoom out, I see I've got a vertical line here. Now, a lot of times I can tap that point. You might hear my mouse click in the microphone, but I can't tap now. The reason is it gets a little finicky when there's X's in radicals or in fractions, but it doesn't matter for our purposes, right? Let's just zoom in. And it's very clear that that's at 16. Plus, we only have so many options. So that's at 16. So this isn't necessarily a real guess and check here. But if I were to guess and check, I would probably do something more like this, where I would turn this equation into something like, I don't know, let's make them A's. Right, so A plus 9, A minus 9, A plus 9. I would turn this into a tilde, and it'll solve that way. The danger with this method is if there are multiple solutions, you're only going to get one. So another way to do it, especially since we have to guess and check, is just delete this entirely, add a slider, and then do A is 7, and see if you get the thing you want. Right, so I need this, which is the left side of this equation, to equal 7, the right side. At 7, it doesn't. At 9, it doesn't. At 16, it does. And at that point, we would know we're right, but at 63, it doesn't as well. So that's 3 ways to use Desmos to do this in various ways. I also, like I said, would probably have just done it on the regular old handheld calculator, but I basically would have done a guess and check. But I also like the first method I chose, which is just graph it and get those vertical lines. That is here. In the alternatives, right? So if we can't plug points into equations and we have to solve for X, then we can solve for X using the Desmos vertical line method. That is a good little handy tool to know. Cool. All right, so let me just make sure that's right before we move on. Yes, it is. Of course it is. I know what I'm doing. All right. Let's see. The equation 12t plus b equals c, so I'm already thinking equations, relates the variables t, b, and c. Which of the following correctly expresses the value of c minus b in terms of t? So, okay. This is a case where you really shouldn't be doing any strategy. I will show you a strategic method. But at the very least, the thought comes to mind. I have an equation. I don't have points. What do I do when that happens, right? That's a situation where I can maybe make up points myself and arithmetize. And so another clue that that's probably going to work is the phrase in terms of. Notice that this t
is kind of carrying through the question. In a way, C and B are also carrying through the question. They're in the initial thing, they're in the final thing, right? So those are all signs that the values of T, B, and C don't really matter. The reason I wouldn't arithmetize here if I were doing this on the test is that it's actually so freaking easy to do this algebra, right? I'll show it to you. I can do it in my head real easily, but I will show it to you. 12t plus b equals c, right? What do they want, right? They want c minus b. How would we make that happen? We would minus b from both sides. So 12t equals, hey, what do you know? C minus b. So it's about seeing what they want and seeing what you would need to do to give them what they want. But that's it. That's the whole thing. So this is a 5-second question for me. Again, I'm not really going to be writing this down on the test. It's so obvious. But some of you are so bad at algebra that this is hard for you. And so you got to get good enough at algebra that this is easy. But if you needed to do a strategy, essentially what you could do is you could arithmetize. And so you'd want to just kind of make up some numbers, right? So if we said t equals 1 and b equals 2, right? These are random. I could do any number. Then I'd be able to solve for c, right? So c would then be 12t plus b, right? So I'm just taking the equation they gave me to start, and I'm flipping it just so that it sets a value for c. So now, arbitrarily, I have values for all these things, but I could change them, right? I can make b 3, and notice the value of c changes, so it doesn't really matter what you pick. Because essentially now we know c minus b, right? So we can say, all right, c minus b also has a value based on the values we arithmetized, the values we picked, right? Arithmetize. So that c minus b is 12. And so now basically I'm looking for a value of an answer choice that would also give me 12. So this is kind of like my main thing. And I'd be like, all right, what about t divided by 12? Well, that's not right. And basically what Desmos is doing here is it's taking that value of t we started with, and it's reusing it. And it's saying, okay, well, if we use it again and divide by 12, we're supposed to get the same thing we got here. We don't. So I would cross that out. If I just took t by itself, I know it's up top, but if I type it again, it's 1. So that's also not 12. And then here, this would be t plus 1/12. Again, not 12. And then if we went to choice D, which we know is right, 12t is 12. So that would be my way of knowing that this is right. So again, I would not do this here. This is grind mode for a reason. I am showing you some very deep things. So if I were taking the test, the first thought I would have upon reading this question is, I can arithmetize if I want to. So I'm having the thought, right? It's very important that even when you don't use the strategies, you recognize opportunities where you could. Then I would say, all right, I could arithmetize, but the thing they're asking me for is so simple, I'm just going to do it myself. If the thing were not simple, if there were a lot more moving parts here, then yeah, for sure I'm going to arithmetize, because I don't trust myself as algebra gets more and more complicated, because the SAT is deliberately giving me more and more complicated algebra that they know I'm going to mess up. So I'm just always thinking ahead as to where things could go wrong. Here, there's really nowhere for this to go wrong, so I'm comfortable with the algebra. But you've got to recognize your own limits as well. If this question is confusing for you, maybe thinking of it in terms of numbers is easier. But again, you all want to be having the thought of whether that you could do that. So let's move on. That is the answer, by the way, D. All right, what is an x coordinate of an x-intercept of the graph of y equals 3, x minus 14, x plus 5, x plus 4 in the plane? So basically, you can just graph this. This is a good example of, like, some alternatives is just graph equations in Desmos, right? The smarties among you are going to realize that the answers are 14, -5, and -4 without having to do anything. Because this is technically not a quadratic function. It's a cubic function, right? These x's would multiply out to x to the third. But you have to recognize that having things in this kind of like factored version is really, really useful for us, specifically when our task is to find x-intercepts, because y would be 0. So again, we're thinking about points, we're thinking about properties of points. X and y intercepts are very special points. So we have to, every time we see the phrase x-intercept, we have to think instantly y is 0. And so when y is 0, or when one side of an equation is 0, and all we've got is a bunch of these kind of parentheses terms, essentially that's saying each one of them is 0. And then we can solve them individually. So we add, 14, subtract 5, subtract 4. But yeah, if that is all way too confusing for you,
Just graph it. Y equals 3 times x minus 14 times x plus 5 times x plus 4. Did I type it right? 3x minus 14, x plus 5, x plus 4. Speaking of grind mode kind of ideas, anytime you type something in Desmos, you should be checking before you check the graph, check that you typed it right, because the number of points lost there is a very sad number. So here is what it looks like. It's kind of swirling up and down. And where are my x-intercepts? Well, thankfully, I can tap them, right? So -5, -4, and +14, things I said. So let's just put 14. Doesn't matter. All three are correct. If they said something, right, like though they could have, again, thinking like an SAT test writer, how could they have made this question harder? Well, they could have said, what is a negative, what is an x coordinate, what is a negative x coordinate, basically, of an x-intercept? They could have made it so that they're restricting us to negative numbers, positive numbers. They could have done something that basically removes an x-intercept from the answer list, even if it's technically still an x-intercept. So you've got to be careful of that. I've seen them do that, where they just say, like, what is a positive x-intercept? What is a negative x-intercept? That one word suddenly changes the entire question, and people get it wrong because they don't read those words. So yeah, let's move on. Okay. The function f is defined by f of x equals this. What is the value of f of 1/4? So this is classic plug points in equations. They gave me an equation. It's just some random thing. And then points. This is a point, right? This is an x value. So this is a great Desmos thing. Let's just do Desmos. F of x equals 5 times 1/4 minus x squared plus 11/4. Did I type it right? 5 times 1/4 minus x squared plus 11/4. Yes. What is f of 1/4? 2.75. 2.75. Done. The only thing I could mess up here is mistyping this. So I'm double checking that for sure. But otherwise, I got nothing. I guess I could by hand now put it in and just be like, okay, if I put 1/4 in, this actually works out nicely. Because 1/4 minus 1/4 is 0. 0 squared is 0. 0 times 5 is 0. So what is 11/4? That's all that's left, and it's 2.75. So my first instinct here is definitely Desmos. Just plug the point in using function notation. But there you go. And I guess I could have done that too. 11/4. So yeah, easy question. You can't get this wrong. The only reason I think someone would get it wrong is they mistype, or they just don't even know what function notation means. And that's an essential SAT skill. So you need that. All right, moving on. Equation. A circle in the xy plane is the equation x minus 13 squared plus y minus k squared equals 64, which the following gives the center of the circle and its radius. So this is a not quite plug points into equation situation, but extract points from an equation situation. We have a circle, and we have the circle graph equation. That's what this is. Essentially, it's normally, I can draw it, I can write it. So it's normally the equation for a circle that you have to have memorized is x minus h squared plus y minus k squared equals r squared. So the k is conserved. They're keeping that, but they could have chosen any letter. The point is the center of the circle is going to be h comma k. So we have to be careful with this. One like common, I wouldn't say trap, but thing people mess up in the circle equation is that these negative symbols make us think that -13 is going to be the center. We don't have that option here, but there are the cases where it might be, and we might get tempted. So there you go. So this is going to be basically just copying, right? So our actual center in this case is 13 comma k. So yeah, it's annoying or weird that we don't get another number for k, but we don't need it, right? This is the thing with plug points in equations. If we start thinking about everything as points in equations, we stop worrying when the points look a little weird, when the equation looks a little weird. The process is the same no matter what. So, okay, that's the center. So that gets rid of this and this. And here's the thing that most people are going to screw up. They're going to pick D. The answer is A. Because look at the radius, right? It's squared. But notice what happens in the equation, right? Unlike these other two pieces on the left, which stay squared because they're too complicated for us to just kind of simplify, right? They stay squared.
the radius is going to become squared because the radius is a number. So we just square it, right? So you have to think, what radius would give me this, right? So that 8 is the answer, right? 8 squared is 64. Now, if you were unsure, just type this into Desmos, x minus 13 squared plus y minus k squared equals 64. And it's going to say, hey, add a slider because I don't know what k is. That's fine. Just make it a 1. Doesn't matter. As long as it's something that you can now see, right? And now once you make k 1, you can start to think about these things differently, right? First of all, if we do the radius, right, you can see the diameter very easily for a circle just by clicking the top point and the bottom point. Not these points. These are not maximums. These are just intercepts. There's always a top and a bottom, a max and a min. So 9 minus -7 is 16. That's the diameter, the full way across. What is a radius halfway across? So now we have proof of A and B. And how would we get the center? We'll just test them out, right? So if I test it out, 13 comma k, literally it's going to plot that point using the value of k that I chose. So that looks like the center, right? What if I did the opposite? What if I did, what is it, k13? Yeah, k13, so right? So at this point we'd be between A and B. So we would be trying this, and where's that point? Not even in the circle, right? So that doesn't work. So Desmos can help you if you need a kind of visual aid to test your memory of this rule, of this equation. However, that kind of solution is not going to help you when you're in the hard module. There's not going to be enough time for you to check something that's supposed to just be memorized with the calculator. You're going to have to just know it. So if you're stuck at like a 620, 640, it might be because you're relying on Desmos to do the memorization for you for things that you really, in order to get a 700 plus, need to just know. And so keep that in mind as we're going through this and as you take the test yourself. How often are you using Desmos to prove something that you just kind of need to know? My explanations try to always tell you that, you just need to know it, but at a certain point, Desmos isn't going to save you. It might get you the answer, but it won't save the time. So A is the answer here. Let's move on. Okay, a circle has a radius of 2.1 inches. The area of the circle is b pi square inches, where b is a constant. What is the value of b? So this is another plug points into equation situation, even though it doesn't look like it at all. How is that happening? Well, I have an equation, right? So where is my here? Reference chart. I have an equation for the area of a circle. Let's see right here, pi r squared, right? So you should have that memorized by the time you're 17 years old, but if you don't, there it is. And so we can just plug points into equations, right? So just my advice is to make sure you don't screw stuff like this up is just start by writing the equation down, pi r squared. Don't put anything into it. We don't want to do 2 steps at once at any point during our SAT, right? So writing an equation down is a step. Plugging into that equation is a second step. So don't do 2 steps at once. Write it down first, then you can always plug in. So a circle has a radius of 2.1. So, okay, so 2.1, that goes here. It's a 2. The area of the circle is b pi. So b pi, and b is a constant with value b, right? So notice, essentially what they're doing is they're telling us the pi isn't going to affect our answer because these pi's are on both sides. If you were to divide both sides by pi, the pi's would cancel, right? Because it's the same. So all we have to do is square 2.1, right? So let's bring back our calculator. I never use it, but I'll use it here. 2.1 squared. I don't know why it needs to tell you how the scientific calculator works, but there it is. I just never use this. For me, I'd always rather have a handheld scientific calculator on the test, but for our purposes, I'll use it. So 4.41. 4.41. There's nothing else to do here. That's it. That's the answer. That's the whole thing. So yeah, maybe many of you would have gotten that without thinking of it as a plug points into equation situation. But I think, again, as we get to harder questions, recognizing that geometry and the reference sheet specifically is a source of equations, right? We might call them formulas, but they're equations. And a lot of the time, a geometry question is essentially going to be plugging into that formula. And so kind of keeping that process in mind, I think is very helpful. Essentially what we're doing is even on these easy ones, or maybe it's very intuitive of what steps you need to do to solve them, if we can kind of frame those steps in the plug points into equations system, then when it gets harder and it's a little bit more confusing about what to do, our reflex is already built up. We know if I have points and I have equations, I'm plugging them in. If I don't have points, I want to get some. If I don't have equations, I want to get some. So it kind of just like gets as a nice little reminder constantly that that's a reliable step in a lot of math questions. So 4.41, that is our answer. Moving on to question 15. And we get a graph, and this is in the way. During a study, the temperature in degrees Celsius of the air in a chamber was recorded to the nearest integer at certain times. The scatter plot shows the recorded temperature Y in degrees Celsius of the air in the chamber X minutes after the start of the study. Seems good. What was the average rate of change in degrees per minute of the recorded temperature of the air in the chamber from X equals 5 to X equals 7? Okay. This is one of those cases, kind of like with the ratios question, where they're telling you something in code, right? Rate of change. That is a code essentially for slope. So right now I'm already thinking, I probably have a plug points into equations situation because I have an equation for slope that I've memorized that I can use. So in the same vein as what we did in the last one, don't start by plugging in. Start by writing the formula down. Y1 minus Y2 over X1 minus X2, right? So you might have learned it as Y2 minus Y1. It's all the same as long as the first point is first and the second point is second, right? Doesn't matter. Now we can plug in, right? So I know that I've got 7 and 5. We'll try to get rid of the negative numbers here. So 7 minus 5. Those are the two pieces in the bottom. So what is the Y coordinate that goes with that 7? 24, okay? And what is the X coordinate that goes with that 5? 14, right? Okay, so I can do that. 24 minus 14 is 10. 7 minus 5 is 2. 10 divided by 2 is 5. Done. 5. That's it. Again, I've been teaching this test for a long time, and a lot of people get this wrong. A lot of people, I don't even know what they're doing. I've seen all sorts of random answers, and they're not random guesses. They're just like, people kind of just make up their own rules here. I think a lot of people do put 10 because they see that as the change, but they maybe ignore the fact that it's an average rate of change. So I don't know. Maybe that's what the piece is that they're missing. They take the 10, but they don't realize that they divide it by 2. I don't know. Feel free to comment. And again, I have other explanation videos of this, and maybe at the time when I made the explanation video for this one, maybe I remembered some other common traps, but I'm not remembering them now. But I do remember that a lot of people get this one wrong. But this is a good example as well of kind of another big idea on the math is just essentially we're following instructions. So if we can recognize that this is an instruction to use the slope formula, I'm not really thinking too hard here. And that's what plug points into equations really lets me do. It's just kind of mindlessly go through this section. And that reminds me of something I didn't say at the beginning is on the real test, right? We would have had a 10-minute break in between the hard reading module and this easier math module, this first math module. That 10 minutes for me is not enough for me to rest my brain and recuperate from that very difficult, hard reading module. So for me, this first math module where I know timing isn't going to be an issue, where the questions are going to be relatively easy, my kind of pacing strategy is to do as little thinking as possible. So I go to Desmos in lots of places where maybe on the hard module I wouldn't because Desmos is longer. On this module, I'm going to go to Desmos and let it solve. I don't want to think because I just need my brain to recover from all those dense passages because I'm going to need my brain again in the hard math module. So thinking in terms of plug points into equations as like kind of instructions and robotically following them really helps you recover your brain because you're not thinking very deeply about what you're doing. All right, moving on. Got equations. Solution to the given system of equations is xy. What is the value of 39x? So there are definitely ways to do this algebraically, and they're not that hard considering we have a 3y and a negative 3y. We can merge these equations through the elimination method very easily. Like I just said, and I promise I didn't see this question coming. In the first math module, I am doing as little thinking as possible. So I don't want to do that algebra. That algebra is going to cause a couple brain cells to get used up. So I'm just going to let the virtual brain cells of Desmos do all this for me. So negative 3y equals
9x minus 23. Okay. Guess what I get? I get a bunch of equations, right? So a system of equations, in terms of plug points and equations, gets its own kind of bullet point here, right? Because I don't really want to plug points in, right? These are values of 39x. So they're not values of x that I can plug in. I'd have to work it backwards and divide by 39. I'm going to get some sort of fraction. I'd really rather not do that. So with systems of equations, I find that it is better to just graph them in Desmos and find the intersection point. It's going to be a messy number. That's okay, right? So if I zoom just to be sure I'm not getting a y-intercept, there you go. So that's a messy number, right? But we need the value of 39x. So here's what I would do, right? I don't want to retype that. So I'm just going to hit this button, which is going to pop it down here as a point. Let's ditch the y coordinate because I don't care about that. So let's just boom, 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 boom. And there you go. We can just delete the parentheses. If I try to make it a fraction, it's going to not like it because essentially what's happening here is Desmos is rounding this number. It's some weird decimal that probably goes on forever. And Desmos is rounding it off. So when I do my last little piece here, when I follow the final instruction and multiply this by 39, I am not going to get an exact answer. But this is a great example of this. Like if we speak the language of Desmos, it's not such a big deal, right? Because we recognize Desmos, it's going to stop talking at some point, right? It's going to stop talking and cut this off. Unlike me, who never stops talking, this is going to cut it off. And then we need to realize we're dealing with a rounded thing. So even if we didn't have answer choices here, I would want you to put 18 without any decimals as the answer for this question, right? Because you'd have to recognize what it's doing. It's rounding very far away, but it's definitely chopping this in a way that's going to affect the way it looks. But you have to know that and adjust accordingly. So again, this is why Desmos is a great tool, but if you just watch a couple of YouTube videos on how to do it, you might not know enough math and understand enough about how it works to truly use it effectively. And it could get you wrong answers because you trust everything it tells you without being able to really translate it, right? So you got to be careful of that. Big potential source of error is letting Desmos just kind of solve everything for you without using your human brain to kind of understand it. That is the answer though, so let's move on. All right, another equation. The function f of t is 40,000 times 2 to the t over 790. It gives the number of bacteria in a population t minutes after an initial observation. How much time in minutes does it take for the number of bacteria in the population to double? Plug points and equations here, guys. Just, right? Understand this story using, stories, starting points. We don't have a maximum or minimum, but we have an instruction, right? So treat it as following instructions, right? So let's just type the equation. F of t equals 40,000 times 2 to the t divided by 790. Okay. So we want to know how much time it takes it to double, right? So a lot of you are going to know the answer just by looking at this equation. That's fine. But again, let's just make sure we aren't, let's use numbers to prove our answers rather than just relying on our logic to come up with an answer, right? Numbers don't lie. So what I want to do is in order to understand if something is doubling, I need to understand two things, right? The starting point and the ending point, right? How long does it take to double? So you can always do this. You can always do f of 0 to get the starting point, right? So what happens when 0 minutes have passed? Most of you are not going to be surprised to see that 40,000 is that value, right? Because that's how the exponential equations work, is the starting value, the y-intercept is out front usually. So that's their first number. So we need to get to 80,000, right? So what if only 2 minutes have passed? Have we gotten to 80,000? No, right? We're not even close. So that's not right. And then what about 790 minutes, right? So we're guessing and checking here. Hey, look, 80,000, right? So that's it. We have proof now, right? That 790 minutes pass and we go from 40,000 to 80,000. It's obvious to me why mathematically that's happening, right? If I put 790 in here, this becomes a 1, right? 790 over 790. And 2 to the first is 2. So essentially what we're just doing is multiplying 40,000 by 2, right? So that's all that's happening. And if we made this, if we doubled 790 again, we would, turn this into a 2 and then it would be, 2 to the 4th and then we'd end up with another doubling, right? So this is an equation that I understand how it works,
but it doesn't take very long to see it work with the numbers. So again, first module, we're trying to rest our brains. We're really making sure we don't make any careless mistakes. We've probably got time to play with. I would just kind of double check your hunch. Even if you knew it was 790 right away, it does not take very much to check it and just be sure. So again, plug points and equations and Desmos kind of help us. Moving on. All right, what's going on here? Well, I have an equation, right? Do I have a point to plug in? No. And they're asking me essentially for the point, right? Because 2 minus 4x is going to be a specific value. It can only be a specific value if x is a specific value, right? So this is a plug points into equations. If I had answer choices, this would be a guess and check situation where I could kind of test things out. But I don't have that. So for me, this is the vertical line method again, right? Solve for x using the Desmos vertical line method. I have an equation with just one value of x, right? So let's do it, right? And this is my go-to method for these things because I don't have to think about what I'm doing. I just get to type it. And as I do, I am also, or before I check it, right? Before I look at the answer, did I type it right? 5 minus 7 times 2 minus 4x equals 16 minus 8, 2 minus 4x. Okay. And here is my clickable solution, negative 2.25. Right? But be careful. That's not the answer because that's not what they wanted. That's the value of x. This thing is solving for x. We need 2 minus 4x. So just do that, right? Just do 2 minus 4 times negative 2.25. Right? And double check. Is that what it was? Yeah, okay, looks good, right? And plug it in 11, right? So there you go. An alternative is something we did before, right? We can take this equation. We can turn all the x's into a's, right? Because it doesn't like an x when we are trying to use the regression, right? So if I switch that that equal sign into a tilde, which is the top left of your keyboard and also bottom right of this keyboard, now it's going to solve the equation for you and it's going to produce a, meaning that when we want to test out this piece, if we want to finish the job, 2 minus 4a is all we need to type, and it's going to just automatically take that value and pop it in and give us the thing. So there you go. This is a clear case where I know I could do the algebra, right? But I'm trying to rest my brain. I'm trying to get back to normal for the hard math module. So I'm not gonna do the algebra here. A lot of you are going to say like, wait, this is actually really easy because 2 minus 4x is in here. And so if we add the 7 or add the 8 times 2 minus 4x, it's just going to be a regular 2 minus 4x. And that's great. I'm proud of you for knowing that. But the number of times people see those shortcuts and they're fake shortcuts and they get them wrong and they fall for a trap compared to the number of times that those shortcuts succeed, it's much more even than you'd expect. So a lot of times I'm very nervous of the shortcuts that I think I see in a question because I know the SAT is really good at leaving me these fake shortcuts. And so, you might see it and you might trust it, but I would say there's nothing better than just kind of like letting the algebra solve itself and getting the answer that way. So if you have no idea what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. All right, next one. And 11 is the answer. Yes. All right. I see percents, so I'm already kind of thinking maybe we're going to use some open formulas. There's some equations there, but let's see. A scientist studying the life cycle of dragonflies counted the number of dragonflies in a certain habitat each day for 46 days. On February 15th, there were 99 dragonflies in the habitat. The percent increase in the number of dragonflies in the habitat from January 1st to January 15th was 12.50%. How many dragonflies were in the habitat on January 1st? This is a clear plug points into equation situation. However, it's not an equation we're given. It is one we need to memorize. I have lessons on the open formulas. They're very useful formulas. Highly recommend making them part of your procedure. So specifically, there are two open formulas, one that looks like the word open and one that changes it slightly by adding a 1 plus or minus. We're going to use that one because that's the one we use when there's a percent increase or decrease. So now my robot brain kicks in. They say percent increase, so it's a 1 plus. They tell me the percent is 12.5. So we write that as a decimal. This is one little thing we've got to do with this formula is they're going to tell you the percent as a percent,
but the formula uses it as a decimal. Just it's better to do that for all sorts of reasons. That's what we're doing. Now the O and the N stand for the original value and the new value, right? So the new value is 99, right? That's what we were given for February 15th, right? So that goes here. And so the thing I don't know is the original. This is a classic SAT move, right? They take something that you can work through very easily in a forward direction, and they make you work through it backwards, right? You are very good, humans in general are very good at taking percentages of a number. But when we have to reverse a percentage, that's where we screw up. And that's where the SAT gets a lot of careless mistakes. They can rack up your errors very easily with percent questions. They love it. They love nothing more. So I'm being exceedingly careful here because I know that percentage questions in the SAT are inherently dangerous. So maybe, this isn't that bad, but I'm always approaching it with a lot of caution because I know it's hard to notice when I'm making an error. So at this point, this is really easy, right? I can even use Desmos to solve this for me, right? So if let's just use A, 1 plus 0.1250 equals 99. It wants me to add a slider. I could guess and check, but I'm just going to turn this into the little tilde thing. And it's telling me 88, right? Another way to do this is to divide 99 by 1.125, and we get 88 that way, right? That would be solving for X. So there you go. There it is. We could have also guessed and checked here, right? Because this question is giving us possible values for the starting amount. So what we could do is we could say, okay, let's just do a 12.5% increase on all these numbers, right? Let's do the percentage the way we were taught to do percentages. Let's multiply 88 times 1.125. The issue with that is we won't always get those answer choices. We won't always be able to guess and check. So that's why it's very good to know how to do these formulas. Having an equation for percents is extremely important because of the thing that they did here, right? They're making us do it in reverse. If we have an equation to plug into, then we don't need to worry about which pieces of information we're given because the equation doesn't care. We'll always be short one letter and we can just solve for that letter. It doesn't matter whether it's on the left side, the right side, in the middle, doesn't matter, right? But the way we learn percentages in school are very linear, right? There's one direction, we learn how to do it. Reversing it is not something we learn very well. And so we don't have a formula. We just kind of have a process. And that process is hard to reverse without a formula. So hopefully I've scared you into using that. But yeah, there you go. Moving on. One solution to the given equation can be written as 8 minus radical k over 4, where k is a constant. What is the value of k? So a lot of ways to do this. Honestly, my instinct is going to be to do this very manually. I think of it as quadratic, right? I have a quadratic here. And I know quadratic formula is a complicated equation, but still an equation that I can use for quadratics. And I know enough about quadratic formula to look at this and go this kind of looks like something that would be the result of quadratic formula. So my instinct here is to just do that manually because to me, that's very easy to do. The problem will be many of you do not remember quadratic formula. And since I am going to follow my other piece of advice from before and start by writing it out, we won't have to plug in yet, right? So always start by writing the formula out. That's a step, don't plug in. So x is negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. You will not often need quadratic formula on the SAT. We have a calculator. But again, if you want that top score, you need to know it. If you can't memorize this thing, I know it's very weird and kind of seems hard to memorize, but if you can't do that, you cannot get a 750 plus. It's just not going to happen. You don't have a brain for it. So you got to build that brain. You got to memorize the kind of thing. Now, what do I do? Well, the solution is 8 minus radical k over 4. So that's my x. The other side is where I'm going to choose the a, b, and c from this equation. So b is negative 8. So again, don't do two steps at once. Plug in negative 8, right? Now I've got a double negative, but I'd rather see it and not lose it and be careful here. So this is going to be plus or minus still. We don't know where we're going. The square root of b squared, so negative 8 squared minus 4. A is 2, right? The number in front of the x squared. And c is negative 7. So don't forget, these positive and negative signs
come along with the number, right? So that's going to be over 2 times 2. So I already see a couple of good things happening, right? If I were to simplify this, right, I would have 8 minus radical k over 4. And -8 times -8, or -1 times -8 is +8. So that matches with this 8, right? And then on the bottom, 2 times 2 is 4. So that matches with the 4 over here, right? So that's kind of already giving me the idea that I just need to simplify this, right? Whatever that's in that radical is going to work. So I can probably drop the plus at this point and just say, all right, what do I have? I have 64 and then calculator time. Let's go back to this one. I love how it tells me this. I get it. 4 times 2 times 7 is 56, and there's 2 negatives here, so those are going to cancel out to a plus 56. And so now we just add those together. Enter. There we go. 64 plus 56 is 120. So that's going to be my answer. Okay. That is the answer. Now, what if you didn't know quadratic formula? Are you screwed? Well, no, probably not, because we know we can just type this equation, 2x squared minus 8x minus 7. Now, you can put the equal 0, right? And that'll do the vertical line test and give us the solutions like this. If you drop the equal 0, we see the full parabola, but you should know that essentially we're finding the x-intercepts because that's what it means when it equals 0, is that's when the y is. So it doesn't really matter whether you type that, but I do think it's helpful to know, sometimes with Desmos, it's better to see the equation and then know the points, I guess, that we're looking for. Regardless, essentially these two messy numbers are possible values that would come from this entire thing. So at this point, I guess what you would do is you'd kind of maybe copy one of them down. Hopefully you'd be like, it's probably the -1, right? So you'd copy that down, get rid of the extra stuff, right? We don't need this. We don't need this. And this is the solution. So this is supposed to equal, but I'll use the little tilde, 8 minus square root of k, and then we got to put all that over 4. Yeah, so again, you got to speak the language of Desmos, right? What is it doing? It's solving for k. It's giving me that value using a regression. But because this number is a rounded number, right? It's truncated. We're not getting a perfect 120 here. But if you understood that that's how Desmos is talking, you'd be able to say like, okay, it's clearly 120. Now, just from the way that the rounding works on the SAT, this stuff, if you were to round, you would want to, those 9s would kind of cascade forward and turn this whole thing into a 120. So you'd round to 120 anyway. The difference is you don't always have to round, right? You can truncate. So that's kind of what's going on with this 2/3 here, is if you were to round 2/3, you would get 0.667. But if you decided not to and you just truncated, meaning you just kind of stopped typing when you ran out of space, you wouldn't have to turn that last 6 into a 7. You would just leave it as a 6. So if you tried to do that here, you'd be in trouble, right? You'd get 119.9. And that would be wrong. The SAT would mark that wrong. So, Desmos is really helpful, but, you got to speak the language. There's probably other ways to use Desmos to kind of get your way to that K. If we had answer choices, that would be so much easier. We could just guess and check. But this is definitely a question I think that is easier to just do by hand, because it turns out we don't really need to do a whole lot of work. It ends up being simple plug points into equations plus a little bit of arithmetic and simplifying. So I would recommend that. But if you don't know quadratic formula, or you think you know it and then you write it wrong, well, then yeah, you're in a lot of trouble. So it's a hard question. Even in the first module, there will be hard questions. So I don't know, do the best you can. But at a certain point, it's not about strategy. It's not about Desmos knowledge. It's about, knowing the math. All right, number 21. The function f of x is defined as 19 more than 4 times the number x if y equals f of x is graphed in the xy plane. What is the best interpretation of the x-intercept? Well, I've been talking about points and equations this whole time. This is another case where my ears kind of perk up as soon as I get to x-intercept, right? Because that is code. I know that every single x-intercept has a y-coordinate of 0, right? I still have some graphed here. Look, right? That's an x-intercept, y is 0. That's an x-intercept, y is 0. So that's such a simple idea for me to think about that I'm just going to start with that. So in choice A, right, when f of x or y, right, they kind of tell us that, is 0, the number is negative 19/4. So I don't know if this is true, but I know this part is at least talking about an x-intercept because it's a y being 0. So I'm like, okay, well, let's just keep it and see what else we get. B, when the number is 0, f of x equals 19. Well, this is telling me y is 19. Right? Again, that's not how x-intercepts work. The y has to be 0. So this piece, because I can read function notation, I realize is not even remotely close to what an x-intercept could talk about. So this is just wrong. C, the value of x increases by 1 for each increase of 4 in the value of the number. What? This sounds like a slope, right? This is a slope. So no. And for each increase of 1, the value of the number f of x is increased by 4. Again, this is a slope, right? So even without thinking about what this equation looks like, I'm able to get the answer because my brain is like kind of wired to understand everything in terms of points and equations. And so when you tell me x-intercept, right, it's kind of like, we've seen this a couple times. When certain words show up or certain concepts show up in a question, there are ideas that orbit that concept that I'm immediately thinking about, right? That I don't know if I'm going to use, but I'm kind of quick on being like, well, okay, this is the thing I know, right? And thinking of an x-intercept as y being 0 is really helpful because that's kind of a point. So if I have to plug a point in somewhere, a 0 is a great point to plug in. So I'm already kind of thinking in those terms. It turns out this question is just a definition, right? What they're essentially saying too is that f of x would be 19 more than 4 times the number y. So 4x plus 19 is the equation. And so the x-intercept is negative 4.75. And so negative 19 over 4, what do you know, is that number. So there's my proof. You should know how to make these words into this equation. That is a helpful skill for the SAT and other places. But I love this question because we don't actually need it here. It's just purely like understanding the most basic thing about graphs and x-intercepts. So, good for us. But again, a lot of people get this wrong because it sounds intimidating. There was a question way back. Where was it? Here? No. Here? No. Essentially, what we just did is a harder version of this question, right? They don't have a story. They don't have a graph, but they're essentially talking about some basic concept of graphs and making us understand, like, what does that mean, right? So this is that last question is a harder version of this. I love that. I love that the SAT is doing that, and most people would never make that connection. But essentially, this is just a definition of an x-intercept. So simple. Such a great question. All right, last here, a lot of people get this one wrong. So this is tricky because a lot of people are like, oh my God, trigonometry. I don't know anything about that, right? We have SOHCAHTOA, but SOHCAHTOA requires us to have a triangle. We don't really have one here. So this is actually a really good case where, like, you watch a million Desmos videos, but like somehow the idea of a regression and everything having some complicated solution just gets people forgetting that sine of 24 is a number, right? So cosine of 66, right? We're getting numbers. So we can they want to know its equivalent. Let's just start with this. Cosine of 24 and sine of 66. Now, the most important thing first of all, let's just make sure I typed it right? This is so annoying. They tried to make Desmos better, and they've made it worse. Oh, there we go. That's what I want to do, right? Basically, right, what am I trying to say? We need to make sure we typed this right. Sine of 24, cosine 66, plus cosine 24, sine 66. So yes, this is still wrong because for reasons that I've never really understood, every single calculator in existence is basically defaulting to radians mode as their generic thing. Even though in school we learn degrees way before we learn radians, even though when we work with angles and sine and cosine and tangent, we're working with degrees way more than we're working with radians. I don't understand it. It is one of those things that if there's some sort of supreme council of mathematicians, vote against this, change this, degrees. And when we do that, well, a cool thing happens, but even if it didn't happen, we would still now be right. So notice that if it's in the wrong mode, you're gonna get the wrong answer. But if we switch to degrees, because it's in degrees, right? Degrees, you can see the symbol. We now have a value. And now it's equivalent. So just compare the answers, right? So 2 times cosine 66 times sine 24, different number, not equivalent. 2 cosine 66, so this is just different. Let's just delete. Plus 2 cosine, I'll put the parentheses, cosine 24. Did I type it right? Yeah. Is it the right number? No. Cosine 66 squared plus cosine, I keep forgetting the parentheses, cosine 24 squared. Looks good. How would I switch it? Just turn cosine into sine. Different number, right? So there you go. Same thing. There's your answer. Done. And that is the answer. And honestly, that's how I would do this on the test. I know what they're going for here. I know the rule that they want me to follow. I will show it to you. But again, I don't want to think. It's the first math module. I want the calculator to do as much of the thinking for me as possible. This is just an easy case. But I know a lot of people who try this method and don't know the radians versus degrees thing. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I know you guys are working with calculators in school. Think about school. Every calculator is defaulting to radians. So you got to know that's coming. But, an unfortunate thing if you got it wrong for that reason. But let's talk about another way to do it. Because in addition to SOHCAHTOA, there is one more geometry formula or trigonometry formula that we really should know for the SAT. It is very rare to use it. But essentially, the times I know to use it are the times when SOHCAHTOA doesn't work. So I don't have a triangle, so I have no hypotenuse, I have no way to think about any of that. So I'm going to use the other formula because I just feel like I can't use SOHCAHTOA here. So I have a lesson on trigonometry. You should watch it. It goes into more detail about this formula. But essentially, this is 22. The formula takes two versions. There's sine of x is equal to cosine of 90 minus x. And there's cosine of x is equal to sine of 90 minus x. They're the same thing. And the idea here is that x and 90 minus x are two ways of representing the acute angles in a right triangle, right? The two angles that aren't the right angle. And no matter what, they have to add the 90 because that's how many degrees would be left after we take out the 90-degree angle that's part of a right triangle. So this is relating those, but we don't need a triangle to do that relationship. But right away, I'd be like, wait a minute. 66 and 24. What's so special about those numbers, right? So if x were 66, what is 90 minus 66? I wonder. How about 90 minus 66? Hey, it's 24, right? So I already knew that was kind of going to happen, but there's your proof that we're probably working with this formula. Is they're giving us two angle measures that are complementary to each other, that add to 90. And so that's what this formula is all about, is angles measuring to 90. So if I started taking what they gave me originally, which is sine of 24 times cosine of 66 plus cosine of 24 times sine of 66, right? Essentially, I can kind of use these formulas, right? So you got to look at your answer choices first and kind of see where you can end up. So I see cosine of 66. I have that. If sine of 24, right, sine of 24 is equal to cosine of 66, then I can just kind of swap that in. So essentially, sine of 24, because of this formula, is cosine of 66. And so there you go. Cosine of 66 squared is just the simplified version of these two things multiplied together. And then we would do the same thing here. Right? We have cosine of 24. So now we kind of flipped it, right? Maybe this is more like using this one, cosine of 24. And that would mean that sine of 66 is supposed to be that. So we can swap either one for the other, right? And so this is a case where looking at your answer choices and kind of seeing what you've got is important because there's nothing saying we can't
swap in sine of 66 and end up with sine of 66 squared. That's almost choice D. But no, we have to swap in the cosine, so we get cosine of 24. And then this sine of 66 gets swapped in as another cosine of 24. And again, we get a squared because we would just simplify. That's what they want you to do. I would bet that's what the College Board explanation says. I would bet the College Board explanation says nothing about Desmos. This is why we need to have other explanations for these questions. So that is the answer. This is a hard question. In the first module, you will get maybe 2 or 3 that are kind of weird and maybe hitting some unusual topics. The good thing about the first module, though, is everything else should be very straightforward if you're pretty good at math and pretty good at the strategies. So you should have the time to tinker with something like this and play with it in the calculator. And so if you were typing these in and the numbers weren't working because you were still in radians mode, I would hope that you'd be like, let me kind of think about this. Why might there be a problem? And it would kind of dawn on you and you would figure it out. But if this question showed up in the hard module where you won't have as much time to play around, then you're in some trouble. And so the real goals for getting a top score is you cannot get anything wrong in the first module, right? You might be able to get a question wrong or two in the second module and still end up with like a 790, 780. But if you're starting to fall apart here, it's going to only be worse in the second module. So think about your practice tests. Think about where you get stuff wrong. If it's stuff like this, okay, you might need to memorize something. But if it's other stuff earlier on and you're making careless mistakes, that's wrong for its own reason. But regardless, we really want this first module to feel like a kind of break where you're doing math in a very routine, kind of easy way. And it's routine, it's kind of thoughtless, but that doesn't mean careless mistakes are creeping in. Maybe we're taking a few more seconds on certain questions to use Desmos where some algebra would be faster. That's okay. We're going to have a little bit more of a time cushion here. But the goal is that you want to use your first math module as a way to recuperate so that you are ready to go for the hard module. So I'm going to take a break myself, and then we will get into module 2. All right, here we go. Final module. We're like 7 hours in at this point, so we're getting close. Remember, even though we are in the hard module now, the first few questions still should be very easy. So don't feel scared if you start getting easy questions. So this is just telling us we've got a bar graph that summarizes the charge in kilowatt hours a battery received each day for 15 days. For how many of these 15 days did the battery receive a charge of 0 kilowatt hours? So right here, this is a frequency chart, right? So 6 is the answer. This is very easy in and of itself. I don't know why anyone would possibly get this wrong, but my advice here is just recognize this chart because we probably will be asked about similar charts in other questions where we've got to deal with statistics, mean, median, things like that, and understanding what it's telling you that this y-axis is the frequency for the values in the data set. That can be important. So I will check out of humility here. Yes, D is the answer, and we can move on to question 2. Okay. Scatter plot. Line of best fit, which of the following is closest to the slope of the line for the best fit shown. So remember, scatter plots on the SAT are like one of the most classic ways that they make something simple seem harder. The dots rarely matter. Occasionally they do, but most of the time they're asking, like I are here, about the line of best fit. So there is no kind of, weird little twist here. It's just, we got to get the slope of this line. A couple ways to do it. I'm going to be lazy here and just use Desmos. And I'm going to create a table. And I'm going to enter 2 points. So the points that seem most obvious to me are 0, 1.5, right? So that's the y-intercept. And then generally, because I know I'm kind of estimating here, there is always a chance that my actual slope will be different from these. And I think it's very likely that I will get a different slope than one of these answers. But you can mitigate that potential rounding error or a rounding issue by going far away, right? So when you're trying to find a slope, my advice is stick to 2 points that are kind of far from each other. Even if you're estimating slightly wrong with those points, the fact that they're far away will kind of make it not matter. If you get points closer together, the difference in the rounding might start to affect the slope. So we're just going to go all the way out here to 7. And the y-coordinate there is, I don't know, 14.5, something like that. right? Because these are all ones, these boxes. So there you go. And we're going to do this, and it's going to give me the slope is 1.857. So, all right, that's definitely closest to 2. And I can kind of see it, right? It looks like we're going up 2 over 1 here, right? Up 2 boxes is up 2 units over 1 box. There you go. So yeah, and this might bother some of you, but if we think about, again, most of the SAT is following instructions. The instruction here is clear. We're going to have to round. Which of the following is closest to the slope? There you go. So I don't know. Lots of easy things in this question. Let's get rid of this, and I'll confirm that that is the answer. It is. Don't mess up a number 2, guys. Don't mess up a number 2. All right, we got percents in a sample. 80% of the items are faulty. There are 88 faulty items in the sample. How many total items are in the sample? So even though it's question 3, I'm still thinking of plug points into equations. I'm still thinking of my open formulas for percents because I don't know. Percents are tricky. Even when it's number 3, I don't want to mess anything up. So this would be a case where I would just write it down. Let's get the pen facing the right direction. And so 3. 80% are faulty, right? So essentially, this is not a percent change, right? This is 80% of. So that is a traditional open formula situation. 80% tells me 0.80 is my percent. And then what do we know? There are 88 faulty items, right? So that's the new amount, right? We're taking 80% of the total items, right? Of the items. So that's my X here, and 88 is the result. So we end up doing something, again, that I've warned about before. We take a process that's very simple and straightforward, and we are asked for the SAT to reverse it, right? So just be careful with that, but it doesn't really make that much of a difference. We're going to do 88 divided by 0.8, 110, 110, 110. There you go. All is well. So, don't take chances. And so much of the SAT, right? So many of the careless mistakes or trap answers in the SAT come down to being a little too confident in a place where we shouldn't be, right? Taking a little bit too much of a shortcut or making an assumption in a place we shouldn't have. The problem is when you're making that assumption, when you're making that careless mistake, you don't know that you're kind of overconfident. You don't realize at the time that you're above where you really should be. And so my advice is pretty much treat every situation as a potential careless mistake, and you're much less likely to make them because you're going to be playing defense all around. Percentages, I know this is an easy question, but I'm using the formula. I'm writing on my scratch paper because I'm anticipating trouble, and I don't know if I'm going to fall into a trap or not. So I'm behaving as if I might, and I'm doing the work accordingly. Even in the hard module, even where I know time is of the essence. All right, this kind of looks like a plug points into equations situation, right? For the exponential function g, the table shows 4 values of x and their corresponding values of g of x. That's code for points, right? So we have points in a chart. They're kind of a function notation. That's all good. Which equation defines that? G. So that's just telling us which equation matches with that. There are rules for exponentials, but honestly, I would just start with the laziest thing, right? Let's start with 0. And hopefully you can plug 0 in and kind of figure this out yourself, though I will show you something because many of you are going to look at this, and if you realize that 0 as an exponent makes things into 1, you might say, oh, well, A could work. But watch what happens when we put that in Desmos, right? So negative 25 to the 0 is negative 1. Because if we're following PEMDAS, right, or the order of operations, GERMDAS, the E for exponent comes first. And as crazy as this is, that negative sign out in front isn't part of the 25. It's multiplication. It's 25 times negative 1. I know that's weird to think about, but that is true. Desmos is proof of that, right? This is that 0 is not applying to the negative sign. Now, the same thing is going to happen with B, right? So if we raise this to the 0, that's going to be 1, and then the minus is going to affect it, right? So here you might be more inclined to understand that, but just to show you, there is a difference between this negative 25 and putting the negative 25 in parentheses. And if we did that and raise it to the 0, now we have what we would expect, which is a 1. So it's a little bit of a side adventure, but I have seen the SAT basically design questions around that idea of how that negative sign gets affected by an exponent. So it's important to know. But for C and D, if I plug 0 in, I will get 1 for both of these. So that doesn't help me. But then just plug in the next laziest point, right? I can just do this in my head. 1
as an exponent somehow needs to get me 1/25th. Well, that would not happen here, obviously. That would happen here. So there you go. Really no calculator necessary for this question. This is something that takes me 2 seconds. And if you were in any way intimidated by the fact that it's an exponential or it's written in these kind of like g of x formats, these function notations, this is the whole point of plug points into equations, is it reminds us that none of that really matters. If you have points and you have equations, plug them in. And yeah, D is the answer. All right, moving on. All right, same kind of thing maybe. This feels like a case where we might be able to take this value and guess and check it in for x. Unfortunately, though, 72x is what these are representing. So we don't know x. I would imagine it's probably one of these, though actually no, it's not. So a couple ways to do it. If we're going to go to Desmos here, my honest view is just do the simple regression. Right, change that x to an a, so you can do this. A is now 0.75, then just do 72a, and we get 54, and that's that. So done. Even though I'm in the hard module, I know I'm going to have to use my brain more this time around than the first module. I still would prefer not to. I'd still prefer to have the robots do it, so that's kind of what I'm thinking here. And yeah, simple regression with a tilde. You've got to change that x to an a, because I think if you do an x, yeah, it doesn't like that. So there you go. Anyway, let's move on. So 54 is the answer. Okay. Now, these are cases. This is another case. We saw one like this in the first module, where if you just know the memorization and you know the rule, this is very easy to do by hand. If you don't, we can use the calculator to solve. And if this is a hard module, I would rather you use the calculator to solve this and make sure you get this right, rather than, for the sake of speed, go with your gut, trust your instincts about the exponent rules, and maybe make a mistake. So let me show you how easy it is if we just know the rule. If we divide two things that have the same base, you subtract the top exponent from the bottom. So 15 minus 5 is 10. So h to the 10th would be either a or c. And then 7 minus 21 is 14, but negative 14, right? So we need to kind of represent that. And the way that you have negative exponents is you would kind of keep them on the bottom of the fraction in this case. So another way to think of it is like if I crossed out 7 q's from the top, I would be crossing out 7 q's from the bottom, but I'd still have 14 q's left over in the bottom. So that's where they stay. So this is the answer. Again, this is 10 seconds if I know the rules, and I do. But if we are going to arithmetize, which is totally possible, right? Because I have equations, right? These are kind of like equations. But I don't have points, right? So can I make them up myself? Yeah, probably. Desmos sliders are going to be great for this because with exponents, numbers get really wacky. In fact, I'm a little nervous that they're going to be bad. So I'm going to do h is 2. I'm going to do q is 2. And my reason for that is essentially I don't want to use 1 because 1 doesn't do anything when you raise it to an exponent. So if I make h and q 1, nothing's going to happen. This whole thing is just going to be a bunch of 1s. So that doesn't help me. But if I now type in, this might get messy, h to the 15th, q to the 7th, here we get big numbers. It's okay though. Divided by h to the 5th, q to the 21st. All right, that's not such a bad number, right? So 0.0625, right? So we want an equivalent expression, so we better check it. Now, here's honestly the best way to marry your knowledge of the rules and memorization with Desmos, right? Is let's say you did this. Let's say you're picking A, but you're like, oh, I don't know if I'm remembering that rule right. That's okay, then just do this. And if you pick 2, it should work out where if you just do h to the 10th divided by q to the 14th, you realize very quickly you've gotten the same number. That's a very good sign. Now, it's always possible that by picking just the right number, multiple answers could work. So if you want to be really thorough here, what you've got to do is now continue down the line, right? So this is A, but if we did h to the 3rd divided by q to the 3rd, we see we get a different number, right? We're still using the same numbers we started with that are working here and here, but different answer, different results. So that would get rid of B, and then I would continue to C. So that would be h to the 10th times q to the 14th. That is a much bigger number, so that's no good. And we can kind of see the same thing's going to happen if I do h to the 3rd
Q to the third, we get a different number. So there you go. That's now definitive proof that A is correct. Of course, I still think it's best to go through all the choices if you don't really know what you're doing, because I think if you don't know what you're doing, you probably start with H as 1 and Q as 1. And it just so happens that A is the right answer, but you'd basically, if you had H and Q as 1, all of these answers would produce the exact same result. So, you got to be careful. That's just, a little bit of knowledge of exponents, but there you go. But I do think this is a case, again, where it's better to just memorize the formula, memorize the rule, and there you go. All right, moving on. Number 7. All right, looks like a lot, but at the same time, even in the hard module, number 7 is not a question where you want to be skipping. If you are, maybe it's because it's something like margin of error, which is a topic you're not super familiar with, but I would say trust the process. Number 7 is still on the easier side. It's not going to have like lots of crazy twists to it. It's probably going to be fairly simple. So let's see what it says. A company fills boxes with approximately 23 pounds of oranges. To test the accuracy of the filling process, 344 boxes of oranges were selected at random in weight. Based on the sample, it is estimated the average weight of all the boxes of oranges filled by the company in an 8-hour period is 23.1 pounds, with an associated margin of error of 0.19 pounds. Which of the following is the best interpretation of this estimate? So as soon as I see margin of error, before I look at the choices, I know what this means. This is a kind of statistics term that I kind of have a code for. Essentially, it means take whatever the thing is we're talking about, in this case, this 23.1, and add 0.19 and subtract 0.19. So you could do that preemptively. I mean, I don't think we really even need to, but we'll do it. So clear. We would take 23.1 and we would subtract 0.19 to kind of get like the lower range, and then we would do 23.1 and we would add 0.19 to get the upper range, so 23.29. So these are the two kind of values, essentially, that we would expect the actual, average weight of the oranges to be in, right? So they calculated 23.1, but when we say margin of error, we're basically saying, yeah, that's not perfect, but it's almost certain to be within this range. Right? So let's see if there's a choice that kind of says that. Plausible values for the average weight of all boxes of oranges filled by the company are between 22.91 pounds and 23.29 pounds. So that sounds pretty good. Plausible just means possible, right? So that's probably right. We can talk more about that word in a second, but let's continue. Plausible values for the average weight of all boxes of oranges filled by the company are less than 22.91 pounds or greater than 23.29 pounds. So no, right? Because this is kind of saying to go outside of this range. The point of the margin of error is to give us a range that it's likely to be in. Now, to be clear, it is still possible for a margin of error range, for the actual value to be outside the margin of error range. It's been a while since I've done advanced statistics, but there are calculations you can do. And essentially what the margin of error is doing is telling us with very close to perfect certainty what that range is going to be. However, it's still possible, even if it's very unlikely, it's still possible that the actual weight in this case would be something like 23.3 or 23.35, right? Just outside of that range. So it's possible, but very, very, very unlikely. So choice B is wrong because it's using the word plausible to suggest that the likely outcome is that the values will be outside that range, when really what we want to say is the likely outcome, the very likely outcome, is that it's between those ranges. So B is just kind of flipping that. C, the average weight of all boxes of oranges filled by the company is less than 23.01 pounds. I don't even know where 23.01 is coming from. It's not the original weight we started with, so I don't even know if that's like supposed to, like, where that's coming from, what that's supposed to mean. But no, it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, it could be 23.1. It could be 23.29, right? That's the range we have. So it could be less than 23.01, but could also be greater. The whole point of a range is it's on both sides. So yeah, no, this is just wrong. And then the average weight of all boxes of oranges filled by the company is greater than 23.01. Again, maybe that's more inclusive of the range, but like it's also possible it's 23.00, right? I mean, that's within our range as well. So B, C, and D are just completely misunderstanding what margin of error is. I think even if you really never heard of margin of error before, I don't know. I feel like this is kind of like the most common sense answer. So I think most people would work their way to that. I think the reason people don't is they just kind of give up before they start. They see a question that's 6 lines long and they get scared. They see choices that are long. They just kind of get scared. So I don't know. Again, even in the hard module, these first few questions, my advice is just kind of like trust your instincts. So that is the answer, by the way. All right, here we have the thing we've seen a million times already before, right? We have an equation. It is a case where I have no points to plug in and they're asking for the point. So I can't make it up. I can't arithmetize because I could maybe try to guess and check, but that could be forever, right? I don't have answer choices. Instead, I'm going to use the solve for x method, right? Use the Desmos vertical lines to get the answer. So let's just see what we get. Hopefully it works out nicely. So we get 1/3 times x plus 6 minus 1/2 times x plus 6 equals -8. Make sure you type it before you check that thing. 1/3 x plus 6 minus 1/2 x plus 6 equals -8. Yeah, looks good. Now we gotta look for a line. There it is. 42. Cool. Now, if you wanted to check this real fast, right? If you didn't trust yourself, just do the arithmetic. Because once you have the number, it's almost like you've successfully guessed and checked the first time, right? So now do the check. 42 plus 6 is 48. 1/3 of 48, you can use the calculator, but that's 16. A half of 48 is 24. So 16 minus 24 is -8. Right. And again, all that can be done with a calculator, but there you go. Then that to me is proof. I would never need to come back to this question. So there you go. But yeah, there's algebra you can do here. But why, right? We got fractions are risky. We got negatives, which are risky. There's just a lot of risk I can already see in this equation. Desmos just completely eliminates that risk. Is 42 the answer? I should probably check. Yes, good. All right. Points and equations. I see equations. I see potential points. I don't know what this b is. Function f and g are given, and the function f b is a constant if f of x times g of x equals 9x to the 4th minus 26x cubed minus 3x squared was the value b. So yeah, I'm thinking plug points and equations. I'm also thinking guess and check because these are possible points, values of b. B is part of the equation. So I could probably just test these out. The good thing about Desmos is it also lets us kind of understand functions and work with functions really, really easily. So they're giving us an instruction, which is to take the f of x equation and multiply it by the g of x equation. And then in theory, we're supposed to kind of line those up. And I can already see, like, if I multiplied x squared by 9x squared, I'd get 9x to the 4th. So I think what's going to happen is if I do this by hand, I'm going to kind of have to keep track of all the pieces that have a bx in them and then kind of compare that to the result and kind of find the answer that way. But I don't want to do any of that. That sounds like a pain in the ass. So let's do f of x equals x squared plus bx. It's going to have a slider. That's fine. We'll do that. Then do g of x equals 9x squared minus 27x. And you'll see we're starting to get shapes. But honestly, I don't care about these things because I'm told to do something else, right? I'm told to do f of x times g of x. I'm going to turn these off. I don't care about them. But I do care about f of x times g of x. And that gives me a new shape. That looks a little weird. But that shape is supposed to be the same shape I would get if I did 9x to the 4th minus 26x cubed minus 3x squared. So this equal sign here is telling me algebraically, right, I should get the same terms on both sides. So if I did this by hand, I would want the terms that I would get from foiling everything to match the terms on the right. But I'm not doing an algebraic solution. I'm doing a visual graphic solution. So I want to see it. I want to see it work. So I'm going to do 9x to the 4th minus 26x cubed minus 3x squared. And you can see I'm getting a different shape, right? Well, why? Because b is 1, right? That's not even an answer choice. So essentially, if I play with this b, the thing is going to change. And at some point, it's going to, you can see it's almost like lining up. So it looks like 0, maybe 1/9, right? I don't know. But I don't have to know. I can just, let's move this down. And actually, let's move this. Where's this going to go? I just want to test the answers. Okay, yeah, I don't even need to do anything. I just need to look at the b, right? So test the answers. So negative 26 gives me very clearly different, right? The black and the red are different, so that doesn't work. Negative 26 over 9. Again, very different looking. They're supposed to be equal, so no. I think it's going to be 1/9, but let's see. 1/9. Now where'd it go? We'll turn the red on and off and see, right? So red on and off, oh boy, that looks like it's the same, right? So that's pretty good. So that looks good, but let's just try 9 for a second, just be sure. Yeah, completely different. Done. 100% I'm doing it this way on the test, right? And so since this is grind mode, I will show you some of the work, but the only reason I would do the algebra here is as a check. So a lot of times I will mark a question for review kind of aspirationally. I'm like, I like my solution, but I know that there's another way to do it. So if for some miracle reason I have time, I will come back to this question. I'll just do it the other way, right? I'll do it the algebra way, just for the sake of why not, right? I've got the time, might as well use it. That's more true in the first module where I know I will have plenty of time. Here, I doubt it, but I might mark it anyway. But to be clear, this is not a bookmark where I'm unsure of my answer. I know this is right. So I'll unbookmark it, but let me just show you what's going to happen, right? So if we were to follow this instruction, f of x times g of x, we would do, what is this, number 9? We would have f of x is x squared plus bx, and that is multiplied by 9x squared minus 27x. So rather than get cute with all sorts of shortcuts, I would just say FOIL it out, right? So these two multiply, then this, then this, then this. First, outer, inner, last, right? So we get 9x to the 4th minus 27x to the 3rd plus 9bx to the 3rd, right? These two. Then minus 27bx squared. Now it looks like I'm running out of room, so I got to fit that other equation. But honestly, on the real test, I wouldn't write it next to it either. I would write it on top and bottom, right? So 9x to the 4th, that piece lines up. Then minus 26x to the 3rd, right? So this right here has to match with the 3rd, right? So that's this and this, right? So those two need to be combined, but I can't combine them with a b in the way. But that's okay, because now I have another piece, minus 3x squared. So that's a single unit that also matches with a single unit from the top, right? Those are the two x squareds. This is a very common SAT tactic you need to get comfortable with. This idea of kind of like matching up equations and using their structure to understand them. So I would stick with the blue here, and I would just basically drop the x squareds, right? I only care about the coefficients. So negative 27b equals negative 3, right? Drop the x squareds. Solve for b. Divide by negative 27, divide by negative 27. The negatives cancel. 3 reduces with 27 to the tune of 1/9. There you go. Proof. That's not actually that long, right? So that's not so bad. It's not like I'm saving a ton of time with Desmos. In fact, Desmos might even be longer because of all the typing, and there is a chance that you mistype. But yeah, I think there's a bigger chance that I FOIL wrong, that I write something wrong. I'm just always thinking, where am I more likely to make a careless mistake? Maybe if I do it by Desmos, I have a 1% chance of making a careless mistake by typing it wrong. But if I do by hand, I have a 2% chance of making a careless mistake. Okay, well, those are both really, really small chances of a careless mistake. But another way to look at it is that 2% is double 1%, right? So it's twice as likely I'll mess up if I do it this way. And when you're looking for that 750, 800 score, that little difference makes a difference. So you really need to be approaching all the math questions with this mentality of like, what's my safest option? What's going to get me the most likely correct answer with the least amount of time and effort? It's always a balance. There's not always like an ideal, the best way is the fastest way is the most accurate way. You're going to have to make choices. But the students who get the highest scores in the SAT are the ones who are always thinking about those choices. So that's me. There's choice C. That is the answer. Let's move on to question 10. All right, this feels like a plug points into equations question already. I see points, I see an equation. In the xy plane, line S passes through the point 0, 0 and is parallel to the line represented by the equation y equals 18x plus 2. If line S also passes through the point 4D, what is the value of D, right? So this is plug points into equations at its best. I would probably just do this on scratch paper. There are ways I'd probably use Desmos. But I'm already thinking, do I have points? Yeah. Do I have an equation? Yeah, but I don't really want this equation, right? Because the point I'm interested in is 4D. 4D is not on this line, it's on this other line that I don't know yet. But I know that for every line, I have an equation I can start from scratch with, y equals mx plus b. So do I have the slope? Yes. They told it to me because they told me that we're parallel to this other one. And I know that that is code for telling me that those two lines have the same slope. So that's one of those things where they could have just come out and said it, but they're making a question harder by making you work for it a little bit, knowing the code. So my m is 18, right? Do I know the y-intercept of this other line, right? It's not 2, that's this line, but they tell me line S passes to the point 0, 0. Well, 0, 0 is a y-intercept, right? It's a y-intercept. Every y-intercept is where y or x is equal to 0. That is true here. So I'll write it. It doesn't really matter, but essentially my b is 0. And then I have a point, or at least I have half of a point. And that's great because if I have 3 of the 4 pieces for a y equals mx plus b equation, I can solve for the 4th piece. So y is d, so that's the unknown, but x is 4, right? So there you go. And the 0 doesn't matter, so really all we're doing to solve for d is 4 times 18. 4 times 18, 72, done. So yeah, very easy question. I get why it's a number 10 though. A lot of people are going to take this and start to be like, oh, this is starting to get harder, right? Notice that the topic is very simple. It's lines. It's y equals mx plus b. It's the simple properties of a linear equation. However, they're making you work for each of those parts a little harder than they do on the easy questions, right? They're giving you more steps essentially. That's one way the SAT makes things harder, is they just kind of make you work each step a little bit harder. But like that's something to be expected, and it can't intimidate you. You have to look at this and be like, yep, I'm an expert on lines. I know y equals mx plus b like the back of my hand, so we're good to go. And that, to me is how we can move through a harder question more smoothly. They consider this a medium, by the way, a medium question. Now we go to number 11. Again, I may be thinking points and equations. I clearly have some sort of equation. Function f is defined by the given equation. For what value of x does f of x reach its minimum? So some people are going to be able to get this with 2 seconds and know that it's 45. How are they doing that? Well, they know that this is a quadratic. And speaking of like talking in code, this is the form of a quadratic where we get the x-intercepts, right? This is the factored form. So I know this thing is going to have x-intercepts at 44 and 46. And I know that when we talk minimum, we're talking vertex. And the vertex is always halfway between the two x-intercepts, right? So if we've got them, so halfway between 44 and 46 is 45. And specifically, they're asking for the x-coordinate of that minimum. Now, if all of that is too much, or you just don't quite, trust yourself, that's fine. We have a graphing calculator. Just do it, right? So f of x, x equals x minus 44, x minus 46. Find it wherever it may be. There it is. So there's my minimum. And you can also see the trap answer, right? -1, right? That is the minimum value, right? They could have asked a slightly different question. They could have said, what is the minimum value of f of x? That would be -1. But they asked, for what value of x does f of x reach its minimum? So again, we've talked a lot about following instructions. This is a question where they're basically giving you instructions, right? Graph this thing, find the minimum, and then tell us the x-coordinate, right? It's written in a little bit more mathematical of a way, but it's a very simple, straightforward instruction. But what I know is that one of the most common ways that they can kind of mess with us with instructions is really with whenever we're talking about a point, right? Because a point has 2 components, but most of the time they're only going to be asking for 1, right? So do they want the x? Do they want the y? It is a simple way to kind of like make some people get something wrong, right? Is that they may ask for the x, but you're not paying attention, or you don't really read carefully, or you don't know the difference and you just pick the y, right? So if you pick D here, there's lots of reasons that could happen, but all of them kind of come down to the idea that you weren't able to follow the instructions. So there you go. Anytime they're asking for a point or part of a point, in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking like, okay, Mike, don't mess up, right? Make sure, are they asking for the x? Are they asking for the y? Make sure you give them what they want. So yeah, there you go. All right, moving on. Okay, so this is normally
when I am thinking of the strategy for the math hard module, or either of the modules really, I think of 15 as kind of being my first truly hard question. I don't want to stumble or be unsure anywhere before 15. And when I get to 15, I start kind of skipping around and trying to find things that I think are going to be the easiest points to get, right? Because of Desmos or my own personal strengths and weaknesses, whatever it may be. However, if you hit something that feels like a potential problem earlier than 15, maybe between 10 and 15, it's okay to look at it and be like, you know what? I hate geometry. I know I'm going to have to draw a picture. I'm not good at following those instructions and drawing the picture. I want to skip this, right? That's fine. You can definitely take this as like I'm going to come back to it. Mostly because, yes, there's two things, right? We don't want to get stuck on a question where we don't know what to do or where it's hard for us. But even if we do know what to do, there are going to be some questions that just take a lot longer than others. So if this is the kind of question where you anticipate yourself spending 3 minutes, but you've got so many more other questions later to come, you might say, you know what, those 3 minutes aren't worth it. In 3 minutes, I could probably answer 2 other hard questions. And I don't care where you are in the test. There is never going to be a case where 1 question is worth more than 2 questions. 2 questions is always better. So, to make that decision here is fine and just be like, I'll come back to this. I don't want to get sucked into something, and spend 3, 4, 5 minutes on a number 12. That's where you basically just ruined your entire test because you will not recover that time. So think ahead. And if you think something's going to take you several minutes, it's fine to come back to it. We're going to do it in order because we might as well, just for consistency's sake. So let's draw that picture. We got number 12. Triangle XYZ, angle Y is a right angle. Okay, so however you like to draw it. So then I'm just going to draw it this way. Y is a right angle. And then we'll just put X up here and Z down here. Point P lies on XZ, and there's something parallel. So, and point Q lies on YZ, so here and here, such that PQ is parallel to XY, right? So we just basically need something like this. And already I can tell we're probably making similar triangles, but let's see, right? So P lies here, and YZ is here. So this is PQ. Oh, here's Q. Yeah. Q lies in YZ. So they're parallel, right? So this is parallel to this. If the measure of angle XZY, so you got to know how to label angles, XZY, right? So the Z is the middle piece. So here, that's pretty clear, is 63. What is the measure in degrees of angle XPQ? XPQ. So that's this. And XPQ is very different from ZPQ, right? They're different. When we have like what I call an angle puzzle question, which is basically what this is, your task is just basically, obviously to get this angle, but just try to fill things out, right? So one thing I know is that if XYZ is a triangle, they're 180 degrees in a triangle. They tell us that right here in the reference sheet, but you should know that. So I can think about the big triangle if I want, and I could fill in X. But I'm actually going to just kind of come over to, there's a million ways to do this, but I'm going to come over to here, and I'm going to realize that if PQ is parallel to XY, then this angle here is also a right angle. So I don't have to think about the big triangle anymore. I can kind of just get this little angle in here by doing the subtraction that way. So this is be the same as angle X, to be clear. This is the same. They correspond. So I'm going to do 180 minus 90. So, okay, that's easy. Minus the 63. So let's use the calculator. 180 minus, see, you're just kind of mindlessly typing. 27. So that is this. I bet a bunch of people are going to put that as their answer as well, but we need the opposite side of that, right? So these two angles are supplementary. They're both equal 180 together because they're on a line. So now I'm going to do another thing, and I'm going to do 180 minus that 27, and I have 153. So that's this angle here. Another way to have gotten it is to have put the 63 here, and then we actually have a quadrilateral, right? It's not a nice shape, but 1, 2, 3, 4 sides,
and a quadrilateral has 360 degrees. That is not in the reference chart, but it's worth remembering. And so you can minus the 180 here, minus 63 here. We're still going to get 153. Here, I'll just do it. Why not? Right? So 360 minus the 290s minus the, ooh, it's not 63. It's 27. 27. Minus 27. 153, same answer, right? So the quadrilateral thing is useful. I do find that I use that in certain cases. So there you go. So 153, make sure you are answering what they want, because one of the biggest things well, I said it before with when they want a point, right? X and Y are easy to confuse when we're dealing with points on a graph. Geometry loves to ask for something that's slightly different than what you might expect them to ask for. And so you just got to make sure you read that instruction. So yeah, 153 is the answer. Okay, continuing. This is another one that a lot of people are going to want to skip because they just don't understand what's going on. But right away, remember, I'm always thinking points and equations. So I'm seeing equations, right? Now they're inequalities, but there's an X here. And I also know that if X is in the answer choice, and especially if it's only an X, it probably doesn't matter. It's probably a case where if I need to make up points, I can arithmetize, right? So already, before I've even read anything in this question, that's already on my mind because I'm constantly thinking about plug points and equations. So I'm thinking, you know what, this story is probably going to tell me how to build this equation. And I could do it, or I can kind of do more of a guess and check thing as well, where I just kind of look at the differences between these. So the first thing I notice, honestly, is this, 12 times x plus 4 or 12 times x plus 6. Right? So I kind of have like a choice right out of the gate just between that. So let's just see what they say. Let's see if that helps us. In a set of 4 consecutive odd integers where the integers are ordered from least to greatest, the first integer is represented by x. The first integer is represented by x. The product of 12 and the fourth integer, okay, so that sounds like this, is at most 26 less than the sum of the first and third integers. This is where most of you are going to give up on the question because you're like, I don't know what that means, right? But I know what this means. Now, if you don't know product, I would hope that you would be like, 12 times all these things. Maybe that's what product means, right? It means multiply. So let's just focus on that. And let's bring back the scratch paper. And let's pretend, for number 13, that x is equal to 1. Because they're telling me that is a set of 4 consecutive odd integers. So we could do 1, 3, 5, and 7. So to be clear, x is 1, and these others are just following that instruction, right? Now they're telling me another instruction, the product of 12 and the fourth odd integer. So that's 7, right? So let's think, again, x is 1. So if I chose A, that would kind of be like 12 times 1 plus 6, or 12 times 7. That sounds like what I want to do. Same thing with B. But if I chose C, right, that's 12 times 1 plus 4. That's 12 times 5, right? Now, I don't want to do times 5. That's the third integer. I want to do the fourth integer. So just like that, guys, look, without really much effort, you're down to 2 answers. Now, I don't know if x is 1. In fact, my memory of this question is that if you use 1 as x, the equation doesn't make sense. But that's not my task here. I'm not trying to solve the equation. I'm trying to understand the equation. So having a number and kind of putting it in there allows me to understand it. Now I have 2 options. I can think about the ordering of this 26, or I can think about the direction of the inequality. That's probably easier. Because when you tell me something is at most something else, that means that's the biggest it can go. So it's less than that, right? So here's a less than symbol, right? The product of 12 and 7 is at most, is less than this other crazy thing, right? So I'm pretty sure it's A. Maybe I can finish the job here though. 26 less than the sum of the first and third, right? So the sum of the first and third. Here's the first, here's the third, right? So that's going to be an x plus, how do we get 5? X plus 4. So we can see that here, right? X plus 4, x plus 4. So that checks out. So the real thing is, where does that 26 go? Well, this is one of those, like, you just kind of need to remember that when we're describing an equation and we're turning words into an equation, less than is a tricky one. Because essentially, we're going to have to change the order. It's not going to read in words the way it reads in the equation. And that's kind of what's happening here, right? So they say at most 26 less than. So if you don't know what you're doing and you're just kind of reading letters, reading words, that makes B seem really good, right? Because 26 less than the sum of these things, right? It reads left to right. But the way subtraction works, we have to kind of reverse it. And so we actually have to put the other thing first, and then we're less 26, right? So whatever that is, you take 26 away from it, 26 less than it. So the minus is at the end. So that's just another thing to kind of file away for your memory, is that less than as an instruction in terms of building an equation doesn't work as well as we might like. It's a little counterintuitive. We have to adjust. But again, you could solve this question without ever having to think about this, because the other stuff is really straightforward. Basic terminology around inequalities, basic terminology around the idea of a product. You got to know what an integer is. You got to know what an odd number is, what it means for them to be consecutive. These are all basic kind of math terms. It's hard to understand when you try to do it as an equation. But if you just temporarily make some numbers up and arithmetize, plug points into equations, this is so easy. You really can't get this wrong. This would be the kind of thing where if you're getting this wrong, I think 750 is just really not possible for you. 700 might be difficult, because this is what I think of as a very basic SAT strategy question. It's very hard on the surface, but if you know the strategies, this becomes a joke. It becomes really easy. Moving on. All right, this question I remember bothering me the first time I did it because I was a little too methodical. So what should we do here? In the given system of equations, g and k are constants. The system has infinitely many solutions. What is the value of g over k? So we have to know that this is an instruction telling us that these two equations are the same. I know that because these are clearly linear equations. There's no exponent, no x squared, nothing like that. These are lines. And when you tell me two lines have infinitely many solutions, that just means they overlap everywhere. So they're going to be the exact same thing. So my natural instinct is if it's infinite solutions, that means we have to have the same slope and the same y-intercept, because I'm always thinking about lines in terms of y equals mx plus b in terms of slopes and intercepts, right? So that's kind of the way I've memorized it. The problem is this is not written in y equals mx plus b form. Now I could rearrange it. I will, because it's grind mode, and why not? But like, the easiest way to do this is to recognize essentially if they have the same slope and the same y-intercept, then that just means it's the same equation. So you might think, oh, well, then g is 2/5 and k is 7/5. No, it doesn't. If you thought that, you'd still get it right, but no. The reason is that this 5/2 is not the same as this 2/7. So literally everything has to be the same. So we would need to find a way to make 5/2 look like 2/7, which is very difficult to do because of the fractions. It's not intuitive. It's not like we can just double the equation, for example. But if we found that number that allowed us to convert 5/2 into 2/7, or the other way around is fine too, to convert 2/7 into 5/2, essentially we would have to multiply the entire equation by that number. So that number is just going to kind of carry through. And so we'd multiply 2/5 by whatever it is. Let's just say 10, something ridiculous, but 10, then this would be multiplied by 10, this would be multiplied by 10. And so everything would be multiplied by 10. So when we follow the instruction of dividing g by k, the 10 is going to kind of cancel itself out again anyway. So the short way to do this is just to do 2/5, let's do it here, is to just do g over k as if 2/5 is g and k is 7/5. If we do that, we get whatever this is, which Desmos tells us is 2/7, which is the answer, I believe. I'm going to double check before I get into it. I need to know the decimal. Yeah, looks good. So that's the fastest way to do this, for sure. And the reason you might know that that's okay is basically what you're doing is you are recognizing that the ratio of the two, they're not slopes, but the coefficients is going to be the same no matter what we do to the equation. If we multiply a number through everything, it's all going to work out. So that's what you're supposed to know to make this a quick question. If you don't, we can still follow this example here, right? We would have to turn this top equation into
a y equals mx plus b situation. So we could take 2/5 x plus 7/5 y equals 2/7. We would subtract 2/5 x, subtract 2/5 x. We get 7/5 y equals negative 2/5 x plus 2/7. Then you multiply both sides by 5/7, right? By 5/7 to make this go away. And you get y is equal to, now lucky the 5's cancel here, right? These 5's are going to knock each other out. So that's negative 2/7x plus 10/49. Okay, so now I have a slope and I have a y-intercept. And this other equation would need to be in that format. And so same thing, right? So we do, I'm going to kind of skip around a little bit. We would get ky is equal to negative gx equals or plus 5/2, right? So I'm moving the g of x over. Then you got to get rid of the k. So multiply by 1/k, multiply by 1/k. So we get y is equal to negative g/k x plus 5/2k. Now we can compare, right? Same slope, same y-intercept. If we think about y-intercepts, we're going to end up with just the k. But if we think about the thing we're asked in the first place, right? We're not asked for the value of g. We're not asked for the value of k. We're asked for the value of g/k. And other than this negative, right, I have it. Right? So if I just ignore the negative in both of these, g/k is going to be 2/7. To be clear, though, g is not 2, k is not 7. We could figure them out because we have this other equation. I'm not going to bother, but we could figure them out. But that's not what we were asked for. I believe the first time I ever did this question, this is how I did it. And it was because I like to be very robotic about things. And so I see this code, infinitely many solutions, and I'm instantly in that zone of like, okay, let's get y equals mx plus b. Let's make these equations look like each other. It's a lot of algebra, it's a lot of fractions, but it doesn't really bother me. I'm pretty confident in my ability here. But yeah, it is way shorter to just recognize the rule that these are going to kind of be in the same proportion. My nervousness with that, though, is I could see the SAT doing something to kind of mess with that and to change the way that works. So something to be mindful of, just if this were number 20 instead of 14, I might be more nervous about that. So as we get to 15, and this is the answer, but as we get to 15, I'm going to hit the pause button briefly and take a quick break. And I'm back, and it's like no time has passed at all. Okay, number 15, what do I see? Well, these look like points. These look like equations, right? So before I've even read anything, I'm already thinking strategically. The table shows 3 values of x and their corresponding values of y, where s is a constant. There is a linear relationship between x and y, which of the following equations represents this relationship. Now look, some of you are going to be bothered by the fact that it's an s and not a number like 2. Now you could make one up. You could just pick a number here and just plug it in. It doesn't actually matter. But I'm not even going to do that. I am just going to go straight to plug points into equations, right? Because this is number 15. I'm going to trust my process. I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to choose the point s comma 15 for my first point. So be careful here. My s's look like 5s, but they're different. So now just go down the line, right? And this is something I'll be doing in my head. I'm mostly just showing it to you on the scratch so you understand what I'm thinking. But this is so easy I can do this in my head, right? So s times s, right? Because x is s, right? So that's s squared plus 3 times y. So 3 times 15. So that's 45. So is s squared plus 45 equal to 18s? Well, you might be like, how do I know? Because I don't know the value of s. The point is s is a constant. It's supposed to be this equal no matter what. But I don't. What is an equation, guys? It's where the left side is equal to the right side. Is the left side equal to the right side here? No. But if I keep going down the list, right? 3 times s, right? So 3s plus s times 15 plus 15s is equal to 18s. And yes, it is, right? 3s plus 15s would be 18s. So this seems good, but let's not get carried away. Let's try everything, right? So 3s plus 15s is equal to 18. Well, if s were 1, if s were 1, that would be true, but it's not the same, right? The left side is not equal to the right side with an s there. So no, this does not work. And then in here, we're going to get the same problem we had in A, which is we're going to get an s squared plus 3 times 15 is 45, and that's equal to 18. Again, no, it's not. This takes no time at all. I am confident I am right. I might come back to this and be like, hey, why don't we try some arithmetizing or something like that? You could arithmetize and you could throw this into probably the regression if you wanted, but not really necessary here. Just move on. This is a perfect proof of this question. All right, for this question, we have equations. That's a good start. They're complicated equations. In the given system of equations, k is a constant. The system is exactly one distinct real solution. So like so many other questions we've seen, that's like a code for me where I'm like, okay, I know what that means. That's an instruction that I'm getting without them being super clear about it, but I know what that means. A lot of you, though, are going to go to Desmos here. What is the value of k? You're basically going to just try to look at what this looks like. I don't hate that, but it's risky. Obviously, if we had answer choices, then guess and check would be 100% the way to go. Just test out the different values of k, and there you go. But let's see what happens when we try to graph it. We get y plus k equals x plus 26. It's going to automatically put the k there. Y minus k equals x squared minus 5x. And what do we have? Well, do we type in right? Y plus k, x plus 26, y minus k, x squared minus 5x. Okay, good. So essentially, we're getting a parabola. And somewhere, there it is a line. And we need these things to intersect exactly one time, right? So if I see one, it's intersecting twice. So if I move it, right, I can see, well, if I move it down, then it seems to just kind of put the line deeper and deeper into the parabola. But if I move it this way, it starts to seem like we're getting close to the line not being in there and kind of moving below the parabola. But you can see you run out of room. So what do? Well, you can kind of just adjust k and just say, all right, let's make it 20. And look, hey, we're past where we needed to be, right? So now we can go back. We can try to backtrack. And it looks like maybe it's, I don't know, is it there? Is it there? Is it there? Right? So this is the problem with sliders is, right, if it's not a nice number, you start to have those moments of doubt. So I don't know. It looks like 17.4 is, yep, that's two solutions still. 17.5 looks good. Right? And you could see it's going to highlight usually. Oops, see, I thought it would, but now I lost it. Because if you zoom sometimes, Desmos gets annoyed. But yeah, it seems to be, yeah, I lost it. I lost where it was. Now it's not letting me click. Yeah. Oh, there it is. See, the zoom has something to do with whether or not a point shows up. But this essentially is showing me the minimum, as usual. Basically, if we zoom down, we can see things like the y-intercepts popping up. But yeah, oops, see, I lost it again. So this is risky because it looks like 17.5 is right. If I zoom in, kind of looks like it glances it, but it's doing some sort of weird like back-end calculus to kind of figure this out. Now, if I go to 17.6, it looks like it doesn't hit anymore at all, right? It seems like it's off. So if you pick 17.5 here, you'd be right. But I don't love that because I don't know. To me, this feels like a case where I might be like, all right, I got to mark this for review, and I hope I have time to come back and do this algebraically because I'm looking at this, but it's hard to see for sure if this is intersecting one time. Maybe it's 15. Maybe the answer is 17.52, right? Like, what if it were that? Would I notice the difference? Yeah, okay, maybe. What if it's 17.49? Yeah, okay, fine. I do notice the difference, but I don't know. There's that uncertainty. So this is a case where I would love to be able to do it by hand, but by the algebra solution is very difficult. But again, grind mode might as well show you what you could do because you will need it in other cases. There will be other places where it's by far the better way to go. So as soon as they talk about number of solutions and we have a quadratic, then we need to think about the discriminant. Which is b squared minus 4ac. It's part of that quadratic formula that we saw before, but it's just the part under the radical. And that tells us the number of solutions. If that is greater than 0, we have 2 solutions. If it's less than 0, if it's negative, we have no solutions. And if it's equal to 0, we have exactly 1 solution. So we have an equation that now we can plug points into. And it is in my list here, right? Quadratics, discriminant right there. So you have to think of the discriminant as another equation that you memorize where we plug things in. So where are we going to get the b, the a, the c? Well, we're going to get them from the standard form of a quadratic. The problem is we don't have this as a standard form, and we got to merge these things first. This is where the algebra gets really annoying. Essentially, we've got to take that, I don't even know where I should do it. I guess I'll do y plus k equals
x plus 26. Subtract k from both sides so that we have y is equal to x plus 26 minus k. Then this can get substituted in for this y here. And now we have merged the equations using substitution. So we have the very long x plus 26 minus k, don't forget there's another k that's already there, equals x squared minus 5x. All right, start combining and moving, right? So x plus 26 minus 2k is equal to x squared minus 5x. Combine like terms, minus x, but we got to get it equal to 0. It's got to be a quadratic. So minus 26 plus 2k plus 2k. Be careful of every little thing. You lose one negative, game over. So this goes. 0 is equal to x squared minus 5x minus 26 plus 2k. Now we can substitute into b squared minus 4ac because we have all those values, right? So we have a is equal to 1 because that's the x squared. B is equal to negative 5 because that is the part attached to the x. The annoying thing, though, is that c is this entire thing. Because even though k to us looks like a variable, it is not. Remember, k is a number. We're solving for that number. So we need to kind of put it in. I'm just going to, for the sake of cleaning it up a bit, just do 2k minus 26. Those two numbers, when k is known, will combine into a single number, into a single c term. But right now, we have to keep them separate because we don't know k. So it's a problem. Now we have b squared minus 4ac equals 0. B is negative 5 squared, plug points into equations, times 1 times 2k minus 26 is equal to 0. Clean it up. 25 minus, we don't need to worry about this because it doesn't affect things, but now distribute. Minus 8k plus, what's 26 times 4? I think it's 104. 26 times 4 is 104. So plus 104. Did I do that right? Minus 8k plus 104 is 0. Let's combine these and add the 8k over. And yeah, this sucks. This really sucks. So 25 and 104 is 129 is equal to 8k. Divide by 8, divide by 8. Let's come over here for this part. 129 divided by 8. Ooh, I messed up somewhere. Where did I mess up? See, this is why you don't want to do this. I don't even know. I don't even know where I messed up. Here it is, right here. Minus 5x minus 1x should be minus 6x. So this is a 6, this is a 6. This is a 6. So this becomes 36. 36 plus 104 is 140. Hopefully that fixes it. 140 divided by 8 is 17.5. So there you go. And you could answer it as 35 over 2 if you wanted. But there you go. I think I proved my point, right? Is you need to know how to do this because that discriminant thing is going to come up in places where Desmos really will not work as well. There is a risk involved in this method, even if we're using it, because if Desmos, if it were, instead of 17 and a half, it were like 17 and a seventh or 17 and a third, those decimals are going to get very hard to hit precisely on a slider. So it's going to get messy. This way would guarantee you the correct exact answer if, and it's a big if, you do all the algebra right. Because this is a lot to be doing, and we're only at question 16. So I think the best way to handle this is to try Desmos, hope for the best, pray to whatever gods you believe in, and hope for the best, but bookmark and be like, if by some miracle I have time, I'm going to come back and I'm going to try the discriminant. You have to know that this is a discriminant question in the same way that in other places, right, we're reading code, parallel line means this, number of solutions means that, infinitely many, right? We need to know that. That is a key piece of being quick on the SAT. But here's a case where I think Desmos does help us and at least get us a preliminary answer that we can trust probably 90, 95%. And, if you really want to be 100%, you got to do the work. But even then, right, I messed it up. So there's risks no matter what we do here. This is a risky question. So I'll keep it bookmarked. Doesn't matter. All right. Now this is a weird one. I remember this one. The function f is defined by f of x equals 1/2 x plus 6. What is the value of f of 4? We've done this. We've done this exact thing on multiple questions already on the test, right? If f of x is equal to 1/2 x plus 6, plug points into equations, right? What is the value of f of 4? 5. Now you might be thinking, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's like really easy, right? Like, what am I missing here? You're not missing anything. The reality is, this is I believe, do I have it here? Let me get the evidence. Let me just double check. Yes. Yes, okay, I do have it labeled. I couldn't find the label. But yes, I have this question labeled as a pre-test question. Remember that on every SAT or every SAT module, so on every module, there are 2 questions that do not count for your score. I have videos about this if you're curious about more about it, but just, yes, this is true. 2 questions in each module will not count for your score. 8 questions in the entire SAT that you will answer, and it doesn't matter at all. Now, you don't know that, right? This isn't labeled pre-test question here. I have it labeled because I've done all the research and I figured it out. Essentially, on the practice test, what the SAT did is they basically just took the spots that on the real version of this test were inhabited by questions that they were testing out, right? They're testing them out on you to see if they're good questions. The real question on the test that would have been filled in here still would not have counted for your score, but I guarantee it would have been a lot harder than this. When the SAT, when the College Board made their practice tests, they were very lazy about this, at least at first. This is test 7. I feel like test 11, they kind of cleaned it up a bit. But here, they're just filling it in with garbage. This is a very easy question. It's just a placeholder. But if you are smart about how the SAT works, this is a really weird thing to be happening right now, right? We're at number 17 out of 22. We know where the hard ones are. This is supposed to be some of the hardest questions on the test, and yet this is one of the easiest things you would ever see. Because they just took a garbage question and slotted it in because they knew it didn't matter for the practice test. It's not going to matter for your score. But it matters for our psychology, right? You should be nervous if you get a number 17 on the hard module that is way easier than the number 17 should be. So I remember the first time I did this, I was a little bothered, but it makes sense once you understand kind of the way the SAT is messing with us, or is being lazy about how they built these practice tests. But on the real test, this would not happen. You would just have another hard question in the zone. You would not know that it doesn't count, but it doesn't count. And that is just all the more reminder is that anytime you get a question that you think is going to be time consuming, just move on, see what else is coming, because you might be working on a question for 3 or 4 minutes that doesn't even count for your score. So you want to make sure you are locking in questions in the order in which that is kind of like the fastest for you to do them. So just keep that in mind. That's just an important part of the test, is always be moving. Always be moving. But yeah, this is just kind of weird. But in case you were curious, grind mode, I'm giving you all the details. That is why this really weird, like easy question is in a spot we wouldn't expect. Let's move on though. Okay, number 18. I see equations. Pretty good, right? Thinking about equations. The area of a rectangular banner is 2,661 square inches. The banner's length, x in inches, is 24 inches longer than its width in inches. Which equation represents this situation? Whether you get this question right or wrong is a very good indication of how you think about the test. Either you get it wrong because you're just like, oh, x and x plus 24, right? So how does that multiply to something like this, right? So you're either picking C or D. If you do that and you have no work, you have no scratch paper, you are not really taking an SAT. You think you're taking a math test. You're not taking a math test. I know it says math right here, but nope, this is an SAT. This is not a math test. It happens to include math, but it is absolutely a thinking test. And you are not thinking correctly. You are not thinking about the fact that it's number 18 out of 22. There's going to be a trap, right? So what's the trap? Well, x is the length of this thing. So if I were to do a little plug points into equations here, right? I have a rectangular banner and I'm talking about the area. So might as well write that down. Area is length times width. If you don't know that for number 18, then it's here. Area is length times width. Boom. So what do we know? Well, we know the area. They tell us, right? 2661. So plug points into equations. 2661. We know the length. Length is x. What's the width? Okay. Let's say we said it was x plus 24, right? It's 24 inches longer, right? 24 inches longer. Add 24, right? Seems obvious. But then let's arithmetize for a second, right? Let's plug points into this equation. Let's think about it the way we did that other one with the consecutive odd integers way back when, right? Let's make up for a second. Not a number that we think is going to work, just a number to kind of hold the place a little bit. Let's say that x is 100, okay? If we follow this instruction, if we follow rather our instruction, then the width would be, so the length would be 100 and the width would be 124, right? This is us following the instruction that we created out of thin air as an equation, right? So 100, 124. What about the instruction they gave us in the question itself? The banner's length in inches is 24 inches longer than its width. Is 100 24 inches longer than 124? No, it's backwards, right? 124 is 24 inches longer than 100, but that's not what they said. Follow the instructions that they said. They said the width is actually going to be shorter, right? The length is longer. The length is longer, not here. So our equation messed up. But the fix is easy, right? The fix is just turn this plus into a minus, right? Now we turn our 124. What's 100 minus 24? 76. So now, right, the banner's length, 100, is 24 inches longer than its width, 76. The equation I created gives me numbers that work. Now, if I multiplied 176, I wouldn't get 2661, right? The point of the numbers, at least in this case, sometimes I arithmetize with the intent to solve, but at least in this case, I'm not arithmetizing here to find the value of x. I'm arithmetizing to understand my equation before I start working with it, because I know number 18 out of 22 on the hard module, this is a hard question. If I get an answer without any work, just by thinking about it, that answer is very, very likely to be wrong. So we show some work, we prove it, right? So now if I did the math and I FOILed this out or distributed, I'd get 2661 equals x squared minus 24x. And then I can minus my 2661 to get the 0. And now I have an equation that gives me the correct answer here, which is choice A. Almost everyone gets this wrong. Almost all my students. Doesn't matter if they're scoring 770 when I start working with them or 570. Pretty much everyone gets this wrong because it is so hard for them to understand that this is not a math test. This test is doing something different. But every time I look at something I know to be a hard question, I'm already thinking, what are they doing to trick me? What are they gonna do? Because if I can spot the trick, I am much more likely to get the right answer. It's when we kind of just do random things that we, might be falling into that trap, and we're gonna feel just as confident picking answer C, which is to me the biggest of the traps. We're gonna feel just as confident with that answer, getting it wrong, as we would getting it right. The feeling of satisfaction, the feeling of confidence in choice C is so strong, most people will never know. And so for a lot of people, when you think you're doing really, really well on the SAT and then you get your scores back and they are lower than you expected, answer C on number 18 is why. That right there, that's why your score is lower than you expected. You fell for this somewhere. Different question, different situation, but same idea, same trap is there. You're falling for that. And again, this is kind of getting why 17 was such a weird outlier, because it doesn't follow that rule, but there you go. You also, if you wanted to, right, let's just say you thought it was C for a second, right? So 0 equals x squared. I don't know if this is actually going to work. I've never done this before. 2661. You can find your value of x, right? There's two solutions, but you can't have a negative dimension. So you could say, okay, 40.96, right? So let's just round that to 41, right? So my length is 41. According to the instructions, the length in inches is the length x in inches is 24 inches longer than its width, right? So if you're like, okay, my length is 24. Now, because we're kind of arithmetizing again, we're at least back to the same place where we have numbers, we can say, okay, so my width is going to be whatever 41 minus 24 is, right? So that's 17. Okay, well now I have a length and a width. An area is length times width. But notice, when we try the numbers that choice C creates for us, because right, that's what I was trying, choice C, when I try the numbers that x is the length, width
following the instruction. All right, length has got to be 24 inches longer, so we might as well subtract them out. Maybe it's an easier instruction to follow when you're not thinking about algebra along with it. When we try those numbers, we realize we don't get what we want. But if we switch it up, right, so if we turn this into a minus, choice A has the length being 65, roughly, right? So 65, and we can just do this. L minus 24 gives me 41, so not a coincidence, we're back to that number, and we get 26.65, which not quite is the same, but I rounded, right? So it's pretty darn close. So there's your proof, again, that A is right, is that value of X, which is the length. They tell you it's the length, not the width. There you go. Love that question. You want an 800? You got to be thinking about this question as grind mode-like as I am. You got to be aware. Okay. Geometry. This is a good example of something that many of you should skip as soon as you see it, because geometry, a lot of the shortcuts that Desmos lets us do, we can't do it with geometry as easily. So this is probably a question that's going to be time consuming. So what else is there? Hey, this one's got some things we might be able to graph. That might be a better use of our time. This one has some equations. Maybe there's some points I can plug in. This might be a better use of our time. This one looks like, if you know anything about unit conversion, this is a little bit of a time consuming process as well. But if it's going to take you 5 minutes to do number 19, and it's going to take you 5 minutes to do both 20 and 21, that's going to be more points right here. And I actually think those two are much easier than this. But we're going to do them in order for sake of, continuity. Let's get rid of this. Let's start with plug points and equations, right? Geometry still has equations. Reference sheet, all sorts of things. So right circular cone. Do we have that? Hey, that's a cone. Right? Think of an ice cream cone, and that's upside down. So there you go. So let's draw that. Let's write that in. Right? So this is number 19. We get volume is equal to 1/3 pi r squared h. Okay. So right circular cone has a volume of 71148 pi. Right? So hey, plug points and equations. That's the V. So might as well start that in. 71148 pi equals 1/3 pi. What else do we know? And the area of its base is 5929 pi. So if you kind of know where this formula comes from, you can do some nice little substitutions here, but let's pretend you don't for a second, right? Area of its base, let's just treat that as a new instruction. What is that shape right there on the bottom of a cone? It's a circle, and we have a thing for circle, right? So another plug points into equations. Area is pi r squared, right? You can kind of see some overlap here, but let's do it the long way, right? Area of its base is 5929 pi. So 5929 pi is equal to pi r squared. Cross at the pi, take the square root, Oh God, there we go. Clear. So square root of 5929, 77. So 77 is the radius. Now that can get plugged in here. 77 is the radius. Square that, don't forget. And then finally the height. So, hey, look, height, right? So plug points and equations, simply, we should just kind of solve for this. So for the sake of simplicity, 71148 pi, you just type pi and it shows up. Let's do the little tilde, right? Because I don't have an x, I can just do the h. 1/3 pi 77 squared h. So h is 36. That's the trap. And this is why geometry, is a good thing to save until the end, because you have two things going against you, right? You got to know a lot of stuff, or three things going against you. You got to know a lot of stuff. You need to draw pictures, work through a bunch of steps that the calculator might not be super helpful with. And then on top of it all, the traps are really sneaky. What's basically happening here is we solve for the height. They want the slant height. That's a different thing. So this is a thing to memorize. Let me bring this reference chart back up again, right? So here's our cone. The height is labeled, not very well, but h, right? So it's the vertical height. The slant height is going to be this kind of diagonal line, right? So you can think of it in two ways, right? So it's here, kind of from the tip of the cone out to the outside, right? That same distance is going to go all the way around the circle. For our purposes, the better way to think of it is right here. because then you see we make another really great shape, especially for advanced geometry questions. We make a right triangle, right? So the slant height is this guy right here. So I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Can I take a I don't know if I can take a screenshot. Well, I'm taking a screenshot, so let's not tempt fate here. Let's just draw it. So we have our circle, and here's our cone, right? So essentially, we are trying to find this guy right here, from here to here on the outside of the cone. We have the height we just found is 36, and we have the radius is 77. Oh my God, there we go. And it's a right triangle. So if you know the principles of right triangles, you actually know right now that it's got to be D, because the hypotenuse of a right triangle always has to be the longest side. So of the choices left, that's all that there is there. However, we can easily use a calculator here as well. Let's do a little a squared plus b squared is c squared. So a squared plus b squared tilde c squared. And right, it's getting very confused here, but if we just tell it what we already know, right, which is that a is 36 and b is 77, it will finish the job and give us c as 85, right? So there you go. It's gettable. This is hard, but in my opinion, it's harder for a slightly different reason. Well, maybe not. I was gonna say it's harder. It's hard for a different reason than this one, but I might be wrong about that. It's hard on top of all the reasons that geometry is hard. You know, notice the fact that like one of the wrong answers is one of the things you get, and it's really close, right? Slant height, like this. As soon as you solve for this h, your brain is going to fire off a bunch of chemicals that make you really happy. And so you have to remember that your brain is not the smartest part of you, right? You are in charge of your brain. It's not very good sometimes at understanding the big picture. So your brain is great for thinking through this situation and solving things and knowing how to use the calculator, but you have to kind of recognize you got to control that impulse. So just pick the first answer that works and make sure you're following instructions and giving the SAT what it wants here. So if you mess this up because of slant height, I understand that it's not a common thing that comes up in the test, but it's common enough that if you've been studying and using the right resources, like my channel, you should have encountered that term at some point and been able to adjust and do that last little step of Pythagorean theorem to get this. So annoying question, even more annoying if you spend 5 minutes doing it, still get it wrong, and then run out of time for something like number 20. So let's move on to that and see how that goes. Cool. Let's clear this out because we're definitely using Desmos here. We have two equations and we have a bunch of points. Now, those are some messy points, right? We got r's, but it's saying for each real number r, which of the following points lies on the graph of each equation in the xy plane. So right here, they're telling you to arithmetize essentially, right? They're telling you the value of r doesn't matter. As long as it's a real number, any value of r will work in these points and these equations, right? This is the most clear instruction to arithmetize that you will ever get, right? They're just telling you, right? They don't use the word because I made up the word, but it's the same idea, right? The point is the value of the letter doesn't matter because it's going to work no matter what value we choose. So we're best off here choosing a number, and Desmos is really great for that, right? So just do r equals 1. And for whatever reason, it thinks you want to circle, but just ignore that. It doesn't matter. So turn that off. Then we can also graph 7x plus 6y equals 5. We get a line. You might not have realized it yet, but if we graph 28x plus 4y equals 20, we get the same line, right? So they're the same. Doesn't matter. I don't know why they're doing this. They don't tell you that these are the same line, but they are. So I'm just going to get rid of it because it doesn't matter at all. Then I'm going to type my points, right? So r, comma, and then just going to be careful. 6r, negative 6r divided by 7 plus 5/7. And right, we get a point. And so it doesn't quite look like it's on the line, right? But if they're saying it should, it kind of looks like it's off, right? So you can see this is already wrong. But for the sake of kind of giving you guys everything, I'm going to just type all of them. So let's do that. Let's just get as much space as possible. So r, comma, 7r over 6
plus 5/6. So we get another point. Let's just make sure we're typing these right. Yep, they look good. Choice C is r over 4 plus 5, comma, negative r over 4 plus 20. And finally, choice D, negative 6 r over 7 plus 5/7, comma r. So we get a bunch of points. Let's go back here. I see, there they are, right? So there's whatever the red one is way off, right? So the point that we're looking for is going to be on the line. It looks like the blue one is the only one that's on there right now, the blue point. But if we adjust the value of r, it won't matter what r is, right? Look, the blue point is on the line no matter what. Now, there are places where it looks like the other ones are, right? So maybe at like 0 or something, we get a bunch of things that fall on that line. The purple is still slightly off, but the black one is definitely on it, right? So that's why if we arithmetize manually and make up a number, we are going to probably, because I would probably make up 0, it's a very lazy number, we are probably going to get multiple answers and then need to just do another layer of arithmetize and try again with different numbers. So that's kind of why preemptively I wanted to type in these answers. Is I'm like, well, and if I need to choose a new number, I don't need to do a million things again. I can just move the slider and it's going to auto calculate everything for me. And you can just see these little points dancing along this line, right? And only one of them is dancing along the line the entire time. The others are just doing their own thing. So what's the blue one? The blue one is choice D. Done. That's it. I love this solution for this question. The most common response I get from students when I show them this is, I didn't know Desmos did that. Well, I don't know. We knew the slider existed. We know we can type pretty much anything to Desmos. A good rule of thumb, guys, is like type it in, especially if you're stuck and you got no idea what to do. You might as well see what's coming and just try it. If you didn't know Desmos would work here, that's still no excuse. You can still arithmetize manually. Just put 0 in, and suddenly these points become way easier, right? 0, 5/7. 0, 5/6, 520, right? If you plug 520 in here, 7 times 5 is 35, 20 times 6 is 120. You're not getting 5, right? That point doesn't fit. And then here we would have 5/7, 0. So you have to deal with the fractions, but you have a calculator for that piece too. This is the kind of thing that from a pacing strategy this is why we want to skip around when we get to the hard questions. This is a gift, right? Between the calculator, the arithmetize, plug points into equations, this is the kind of thing that we should be excited when we see it on the test. We know we're going to get this right. This fits so perfectly with our strategies. So if you're running out of time and not getting to a question like this, that's a pacing mistake, right? You're not letting yourself find the easiest targets. But also, if you are getting to this and it's not immediately dawning on you that this is a plug points into equations or arithmetize situation, you're not really understanding the strategies. It could not be more clear. You have equations, you have points. You could even plug them in with the R and see how it goes, right? So there's so many ways to get this, thinking strategically. This has got to be an obvious win for all of us here. So this is a big priority question, big priority. All right, moving on to 21. I see equations. Boy, oh boy, would I love to have some points, because my favorite thing to do is plug points into equations. So I'd love to have some points. Let's see what we get. The cost of renting a carpet cleaner is $52 for the first day and $26 for each additional day. Which of the following functions gives the cost C of D in dollars of renting the carpet cleaner for D days, where D is a positive integer? So sounds like I have points, right? Points from a story, right? So what is the point, right? So I'll show you, what I'm thinking in my brain, because I wouldn't need to do this on my Scratch, but I'm going to show you, right? So I have equations, and the equations are set up in a kind of XY where it's D comma C. So essentially, I'm reading the story and asking, do they tell me a D and a C at the same time, right? And they tell me D is days and C is the cost for that number of days. So they tell me one day, the first day, costs $52. So the first day costs $52. Follow instructions, guys. Don't think about it. Don't think, wait a minute, it shouldn't be 0 because no. It's 1, right? One day is $52. Now, plug 1 in for D in all of these, right? If I do that in A, 26 times 1 is 26, plus 26 is 52. So that could work. B, 26 times 1 plus 52 is not going to be 52. I'm already over, right? No. 52 minus 26 is 26. No. 52 plus 78, not 52. No. Second hardest question on the test, supposedly. One of the easiest questions on the test if you're thinking about plug points in equations. Now, why does this equation look like this? I don't care. I don't care. When I'm doing the test, I do not care. I care that it worked. In the same way that when we did the reading questions, I don't care if the correct answer choice is a good summary of a passage, right? I don't care. I care if it's an acceptable summary. I care if it works, right? Is it good enough? That's all that matters. And only choice A is good enough here. So a lot of you are going to pick choice B, because rather than doing what I just did and plugging points into equations and thinking about a number and letting the number do the thinking for us, right? You are thinking about the equation, right? So 26 feels like a slope, right? Each additional day. And that is true, right? It is the slope. But you think of 52 as a starting point, as a y-intercept. Because you're like, oh, we started at $50. That's the initial cost. Oh, what do we know about y-intercepts? The x coordinate has to be 0, right? So the number of days is 0. They're telling you explicitly in the question, D is a positive integer. D cannot be 0, right? You can't rent it for 0 days. That doesn't make any sense, right? So the story itself completely eliminates the possibility of a y-intercept. But yet you're so conditioned to think that way that you can't help it. You look at B. I know that number 21 is going to have traps. I know that if I just think through the answer, the chance of me making a mistake skyrockets. So I don't bother even going down that path, right? I just plug points in equations, right? And for me, B wasn't even a trap, right? It didn't even appeal to me at all because it just doesn't work, right? If I put in 1, I don't get 52 out, right? I get whatever 26 and 52 is, 78, right? So not only is the strategy efficient in this case, but the trap isn't even doing its thing of being a trap. It's just completely not there. So, if you're skeptical of the strategies, I hope this is the kind of thing that convinces you. If you're getting this wrong, again, it's similar to some other questions we've seen at the end of this module. You are not taking a math test. You have to recognize you're taking an SAT, and that something like choice B being right here is way too good to be true. Because if you do it the way that the College Board kind of has designed the question for you to kind of answer it, right? They are setting you on a path, and if you let them lead you down that path, the odds that they're leading you into a trap are high. I'm choosing my own path. Plug points in equations, the easiest path there is. All right, one more question. Thank God, I'm done with this. All right, yes, good. All right, so here's a case where I know exactly what to do just by looking at it. This is not really a plug points into equations situation. We can maybe think of it that way as a bit of a stretch, because anytime they're asking for unit conversion, I have a process that I follow. So it's not technically an equation. I'm going to kind of build the equation as I go, but the process is so robotic that to me, this would actually be a good use of my time. This would be a question I would do before that cone question, because the process is so simple. And I have a lesson on unit conversion where I go into this process. I'm going to obviously do it here, but I highly recommend you adopt my method. Essentially, I draw a table. And on each side of the table, I'm going to put the pieces of a rate, right? So it says the speed of a vehicle is increasing at a rate of 7.3 meters per second squared. What is the rate in miles per minute squared rounded to the nearest 10? So let's take the first piece, 7.3 meters per second squared. So per is a good kind of example of like, hey, you've got a rate, you've got two units that you can kind of work together with. So 7.3 meters is one of those units. So 7.3 meters. Yeah, let's do meters because we have miles later. You know what that says. And then on the other side is seconds squared, right? And they don't have a number with it, but when they say per second, they mean 1 second. So 1 second squared, right? So literally I'm just chopping this rate into two pieces, right? Meters and seconds. And this is bothering me. So let's fix that. Meters. Okay. Now the goal would be to find something else that has either meters or seconds in it. So that way we can kind of cross things out. And I see right down here, they're comparing meters to miles, which I know is going to be good in the end, but let's just do that piece now, right? So I'm actually going to write it backwards. 1609 meters is 1 mile. And the reason I'm doing that is this system works when I have a unit on the left and on the right, because then I can cross them both out. So the goal is I want to cross out every unit. That's how I'll know I'm done, right? So we've crossed out meters, and I see miles is kind of in this piece here. So I can use that as well. I want miles on the right to cross out the mile on the left. But notice we don't know the number of miles. That's kind of the whole point of the question. So that's okay. My system allows for that because I know then that's kind of my X. That's my unknown. So I just need to keep track of the units. It's okay to have an unknown in the numbers. I'll deal with that later. Right? So what is this rate in miles per minute squared? So similar to per second squared, we're going to use that as our way to kind of compare things, right? So minutes squared, right? So how many miles in 1 minute squared? That's what this says. So miles goes, miles goes. And then there's no more rates in the question, but hopefully you know that 1 minute is 60 seconds, right? So we know the basic time conversion, so we can use that. Now this is where most people are going to stop and make the mistake, even if they're doing this method, because they forget that you need to be exact with things, right? So if we were to cross out this minute here, this isn't minutes here. It's minutes squared. That's a different thing, right? In the same way that like an inch is different from an inch squared. An inch squared is a unit of area. An inch is a unit of distance, right? So those are different things. Now we can relate them essentially because if we think about, again, inches, let's say, right? If we have an inch in one direction and an inch in another direction and we make that square, it's kind of like we're multiplying inches by themselves. Inch times inch is inch squared, right? So essentially what we're doing, it's weird to think of with time, but essentially somehow we're doing minutes times minutes and we're getting a minute squared. But don't think about the science of it. Don't worry about it, right? Just recognize that minute squared is kind of like minute times minute. So if we crossed out miles and miles because there's one on the left, one on the right, and meters and meters because there's one on the left, one on the right, if we want to cross out the minute on the right, we should cross out a minute on the left. So we still have one left, but it's okay to just kind of be like, all right, that 2 is now gone. We don't have 2 minutes anymore. We have 1, right? We crossed it out. Same thing with the seconds, right? This crosses out. But the goal is every unit needs to cross out. So how do we finish the job, right? We still have a second left. We still have a minute left. Well, just use the rate twice, right? Seconds, seconds, minutes, minutes. It's all gone. All the units are gone. Now I know I can finish the job, right? So this is something that if you fell for this trap, if you only included that conversion once, that sucks. That's frustrating, but I promise you this is one of the SAT's favorite kind of ways to make these unit conversion questions difficult. They're going to do it again. And if you see squared, hopefully this time, next time, you remember to do the doubling there. So it's an easy thing to remember if you're following this process. Because every step of the way, I'm not worrying about what unit I have right now. I'm just kind of focused on what do I need to get rid of. So now the end of this is we multiply down each column. So just regular calculator. Let's use this one here. Let's go back to the scientific. Let's clear it out. Right, so 7.3 times 1 times 1, so I can skip that, times 60 is 26280. So just write that number, 26280. And multiplying down here is really easy. There's a bunch of 1s and a 1609. So 1609x, right? Because x is a number. I just don't know what it is. But I'm going to find it because essentially whatever you've got left is now just an equation where we can solve for x. So we're going to take that 26280 and divide by 1609, and that should give us our answer. So divided by, yeah, that'll work. But I don't want to do that. Let's just do a new line for you. So answer divided by 1609. 16.3. There you go. Is that the answer? Yes. This essentially becomes a calculator question. The hardest part for most people is they don't have a good system to work through all this information. So this feels just very overwhelming. You might have done stoichiometry in school if you've taken a chemistry class. That's a kind of unit conversion.
Essentially, this table method that I have here is a better version of stoichiometry for two reasons. One is it works up and down, which is a little bit easier on a page, so that's nice. And two, it allows us to integrate the x into the process. Stoichiometry, the x kind of has to always be off on its own, which can be difficult sometimes with the way the SAT asks these questions. So my advice is get comfortable with my table method, search my channel for unit conversion. You will find a lesson entirely devoted to this and you can get better at it. But to me, that's what makes this number 22 a little bit better of a target than this number 19 is, even though there's a lot going on here, I know the system I'm going to use to solve this. I love to take a question where it's a little long, but I know I'm going to be able to solve it just by going through some boring steps. That's always a better target for me than something like a geometry question where I'm like, ugh, this could go badly very quickly if I just kind of get stuck. So the chance of me getting stuck here is a little bit higher than the chance of me getting stuck on something like this. So I would rather just take this kind of certainty for sure. So keep that in mind as you do the hard questions. This is hopefully way more information than you possibly need. The grind mode, we're several hours in. But yeah, the point is, obviously all this on the test, I would be much faster. This is the kind of thing where, because I've practiced as much as I have, a lot of the things that I was talking you through as detail and as much detail as possible, those are things that would take me a second or even less than a second on the real test to decide and go through. And for math especially, it's because I'm constantly thinking of plug points and new equations. So next time you practice, feel free to head on over to my website, use the strategy trainer if you would like, so that you can kind of get yourself to think about these things in the same way that I do. And with practice, I promise it'll get faster. Hopefully this test was helpful. As always, I am Mike Settele. This is the Settele Tutoring SAT YouTube channel. And remember, when it comes to your scores, don't settle for less, settle for more. Thanks for watching.